Welcome back to Case 2 to Got to. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for tuning in. Sorry for late, boys. Beth and I went to the movie theater. I thought we would get out much earlier, but there was literally like half an hour of ads and commercials and trailers, so we got out much later than I thought. And I know. No, I do want to see the Mario Galaxy movie at some point, but I'm gonna wait for theaters to clear out. No, I drove a Chevrolet movie theater. No, we saw the Project Hail Mary, which I read the book and enjoyed the book, and I saw the movie now. I enjoyed the movie. It was good. Recommend checking it out. It's still in theaters by us, at least. Yeah, MD Major got it. Project Ryan Gosling, correct. So, yeah, it's a good time. I recommend it. I'm not going to say anything more about it, or else I'm going to start talking about spoilers, but I enjoyed it. As a fan of the book, it was a very good adaptation. There were only a couple tiny little things where I was like, oh, I'm a little bit sad that they, like, changed that or, like, compressed that, but it's an adaptation to a 2.5 hour movie. You gotta, it's Case 2, am I right? There's a little, but yeah, just, if you just know it's Ryan Gosling in space, and if that sounds like a good time, check it out. Recommend. It's good. I want to see it. Yeah, recommend. Paul Bart, Malcarp. Yep. There he is. In all of his splendor. Oh my god. Twitter is just not loading. It is trying to perform a TLS handshake, and it is struggling to do so. I'm so shocked that Twitter is having technical issues at the moment. Anyway, I've seen the image before. It's good. Oh, there it goes. It just took a really long time to process. If anyone hasn't seen, it is very good. Ko Takeuchi is the main artist of Rhythm Heaven and WarioWare, and he has drawn a lot of random bullshit over the years on social media, including me. I've talked about this before. Ko Takeuchi drew me. He drew all the members of Game Grumps a number of years ago, myself included. So that's just gonna forever live on in my heart. If you look up Ko Takeuchi Game Grumps, you'll find it. I'm like in the middle. Show us, fine, I'll find it. But anyway, let me get caught up with stuff. I want to get back into it because we're super late, boys, and I want to get going because I want to see what's going on in this case that is breaking my brain. There you go. There it is. I found it. That's me in the middle. Good. Anyway, welcome. Just in time. You're just in time. Welcome. I don't know if you knew this, chat, but I'm like really cool. I've been drawn by Ko Takeuchi, which the same hands that drew the best monkey of all time have also drawn me. Anyway, let me yeah, I'm out of hair. Let me get caught up real quick, because I want to get back into it. Between streams, subs and resubs from Imagination AC, Magucha, and Incinder. Thank you very much. Hope you're doing well. MN_, thanks for 8 months. Time to defeat racism. That would be if that's the end of the game. That would be the best ending ever. Reniner, thanks for 21 months. Bartender, your finest drink for my sub, please. Right this way. Maybe someday I'll make a bartender emote. Just me stabbing Bart Simpson. Solo Azume, thanks for 15 months. Evil Conqueror, thanks for 14. We love the Ace Attorney boss. 8, please. Smash Brothers Runner Bits. The Rhythm and Groove gameplay. Yes, that is something that I saw as well. But yeah, in the snippet of gameplay that I think was posted on their app, but someone posted on YouTube, so that's where I saw it. Yeah, it's reading out the descriptive text, and then there's a little voice that goes boop when you're able to proceed in the text, so you can play it entirely without visuals, which is pretty neat. Because certainly Rhythm Heaven is like, in any kind of rhythm game like that, as opposed to something like Guitar Hero, where you have like notes coming down and you have to match them visually. Rhythm Heaven tends to be very audio driven. The visuals reinforce the audio and they reinforce each other, but it's not necessary. So yeah, it would be entirely possible to play almost every, if not every, Rhythm Heaven game without vision. And so anything they can do to facilitate that is very cool. So love to see it, and I hope to learn more about it before the game comes out, or just when it comes out, just see what they've done. Lil Evic, thanks for gifting a sub to Slightly Mad Ann. Welcome, welcome. Also, thanks for the additional bit smash, man. He did drop Hall Bart Model Club. If you look into Kotakeichi's Twitter history, he's drawn a lot of random shit. Thank you for sharing that. Kofu Drum, thanks for 8 months. Scar Singer Carmelita, thank you for 4 months and for reminding me of that boss. 4 months. Hope you're having a good one. I'm replaying Silk Song to celebrate my new tattoo. Is it a tattoo of Carmelita? That boss almost broke me, and then it didn't, and then like 5 other bosses almost broke me, and then they didn't. I did beat them, but holy shit. Carmelita was a wall that took time to get over. Flo, thanks for 7 months. Woo, case 2. And Bo Bianca, thanks for 53. Just moved out for the first time. Let's go. Got a beachside, quaint, cute, and stair-ridden apartment. Incredibly happy with it all. Just want to share and say thank you for being a great brain-off study background noise. Thanks to the community for being so amazing and cool and occasionally funny. That's high praise. And now, the Nemesis system is free from Sony's prison. What games would you like to see in it? Wait, is that true? Also, was it Sony that owned it? I thought it was like Warner Brothers. But anyway, is the Nemesis is that system, did the patent expire or something? I hadn't heard. Herlex theme is playing, yeah. Hijinks ensue. I mean, I can't think of anything off the top of my head. I just think that gameplay patents are a bad idea. So I'm glad if it's free, it is. That was Warner Bros. That's what I thought, not Sony. I mean, I'm happy to throw Sony under the bus, but for the right reasons. Maybe they sold it, I don't know. Good in a Pokemon game? Maybe. Who knows? Yeah, I hadn't heard anything about it, but also, I haven't really been on the internet today. Other than right now. Let's get back into case 2. What was happening? Shakespeare was murdered, but then he wasn't murdered. Sorry, Shamspeare. He was murdered, but then he wasn't murdered. He got up, and I stand by what I said. That was scarier than the Blue Badger walking up on Edgeworth. But yeah, he wasn't dead, which pains me ever so much, because then he's like, this guy tried to kill me. We're waiting for the analysis to come back, because we learned that he was freezing coins to get free gas, and one of the coins he made out of the tea. So that analysis was done, and we'll find out if there was actually poison in the tea, at least at the time that he froze it to make coins. There was stuff with Olive Green. Olive Green was engaged to a guy whose name I forgot. And he was the first guy, no, the second guy. There was a guy who lived in Soseki's flat, and he hid a bunch of buried treasure or something, and then he died. Guy moved in. HimSpin wanted to, Duncan Ross, thank you. HimSpin wanted to move into that unit, but it was taken, so he got the downstairs flat, and possibly resulted in getting killed, so he can move in there, because probably there's a clue in there that leads to where the treasure's hidden. Duncan Donuts. And then, Soseki moved in, I guess, before Shamspeare could. I forget the exact details there. But then he thought the place was cursed, and he was on his way out, and then Shamspeare pretended to die. It's unclear. So maybe things will start to make sense. Collateral, thanks for 44. My face when I'm confused, which is all the time in these cases. So let's get back into it. Yeah, he was stealing gas, and that was important to just prove that he's not a reliable witness to the jury, because they're like, he seems like an upstanding citizen. I'm like, look at him! No one with a shit-eating grin like that is trustworthy in the history of fiction or real life. So, yeah. Coin swap attempts, it's more like soap swap. Well, that's soap swap, but more, I mean, there's definitely something. I guess gas swap, it's more like coin swap. I don't know, it's fine. I'm not gonna force the bit. His concept was a case that would only happen in the 19th century. Gotcha. That's why so many elements involve the actual construction of the building, the boarded up windows. That's smart. It's good. Mysterious circumstances, yes. Well, yeah, the Duncan Ross died from gas inhalation. which I wonder how that could have happened. So, we'll see. Can't wait for group. I know, same. I'm very excited for it. I appreciate it. Let's get back into it, though. Yeah. Yeah. It helps me feel good when I do things on my computer if I make noises like hiya. It makes me feel like I don't want the computer like the Minority Report, where you're using the Kinect to use your computer. I don't want that, but I just like, you know, making noises about it. Anyway, welcome back. Let me shut the hell up and get back into it. We're going back to trial though, so we actually did have. He'll mention that we're back to the old school Ace Attorney format of like bouncing between investigation and trial, which it's a welcome return. I think there's pros and cons to the structure, but it's been a while since we've really had it, so I'm happy to see it back. So yeah, we're gonna go back to court because now we have new information. I was also very interested how it was gonna go because when we entered the second investigation, I was talking about, I was like, I didn't have any burning questions. I remember a lot of cases in the past, you were like, oh my god, there's things we need to try to learn more about in the brief time we have before trial is resumed. This was just kind of like, I guess we'll see what else we got. I mean, we got Holmes involved, and he had his skin print technology, which sadly was useful. Yeah, I maybe should also mention that we found a hidden compartment under the floorboards, because of course we did. And that led to a lockbox, or a little tin with nothing in it, which is suspicious. What else was in there? But there was also a painting on the wall with a bunch of handprints against the painting on the wall, which either means someone was having a really good time against that wall, or something involving the painting, or something was there. Things yet unknown. Sholmes did help, unfortunately. Yeah, that's a way to phrase it. What else was in the underground, under the floorboards? I just remember the tin, because I remember being like, clearly it's not meant to be empty, there was something else in there originally. That was where he had the photograph of Garadeb and Duncan Ross, which is probably how we'll try to prove that he knew more about the building's history and stuff like that. And it was the newspaper, the paper article about Selden, which was the guy who lived in the unit on the ground floor and went to prison and died without telling where his stolen goods are. So that's probably enough. Let's go back. The clouded cockroach. Oh, my cockroach is so cloudy. It's the 23rd of February. Is it a leap year this year? We're so back. This is it then, Mr. Naruhodo. Yeah, it's time to put an end to this now. To the miserable curse that's been plaguing Mr. Natsume, to everything. And in my own small way, I shall do everything I can to help you. I always appreciate your help, Miss Susato. The suffering Suzeki selfishly sidelined. Kinda made an S out of his hands. Good morning to you too, Mr. Natsume. Good morning, locum students, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Listen to you two chatting away happily as if the main player of today's trial isn't here. Why would you do that? Why? Oh dear, we didn't mean to cause offense, Mr. Natsume. I thought perhaps that because you had your eyes shut so tightly, you were meditating, finding inner calm. It seemed wrong to disturb you. I was waiting. What's the matter, Mr. Natsume? You seem different somehow today. Why, naturally, that's because I've attained spiritual enlightenment. The path of literature, you see, is a journey to discover one's own death. Really? Or such like. That's the sort of morning conversation I was hoping for. That's why I had my eyes shut. I missed the signs, I'm afraid, somehow. You'll have to forgive me. And you mustn't talk of your path leading you to death, Mr. Natsume. That was just an example. Oh yes, there it is. Inner calm. You barely came to see me at all yesterday. We were busy. I was sure you'd abandoned me and returned to our beautiful long-lost homeland. We've not even been in Great Britain a week yet. Yeah, well, anyway. I intend to set everything straight in court today. I'm determined to uncover the truth. Oh. I've actually reached an important decision myself. Oh, what sort of decision? I shall fill you in after the trial. All right. It would seem Mr. Sholmes isn't coming today after all. He did promise he'd be here unless he fell asleep. So, it's a very clever message, I think. My dear fellows, you must win this battle on your own merits. It's a very clear message, I think, that he's overslept again. The great detective, my arch nemesis. Long may he stay away, if you ask me. Defendant and your legal representative. The trial is about to begin. Make your way into the courtroom immediately. Today, once again, we face the Reaper. And when the Reaper stands for the prosecution, the defendant's fate is sealed. But I don't believe in that legend any more than I believe in Soseki-san's curse. The truth is hidden here, somewhere, and I won't let it escape me. I have to keep believing in my client and keep fighting to the very end, that's all. Yeah. So say Soseki. 9:40 a.m.? Doesn't court usually start on the dot? There's like a very specific time. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is ready. He's got his cloak back. Defense is ready. Very good. And now I call upon the 6 ladies and gentlemen of the jury, chosen by lot to represent the will of the people in this trial. Are you ready to proceed? Absolutely. Justice will be done if you mark my words. I feel obliged to say I feel especially ruthless on days when my hat is sitting just right. Oh, well, I wonder if you could adjust my hat for me, and please be as ruthless as you like. Thieves deserve to die, if you ask me, especially gas thieves. I have no sympathy for the man at all. Look, I said it yesterday and I'll say it again now. I don't have time for this. I've got my own problems. Oh, may the Lord show us all the light here and lead his flock to a righteous verdict again today. Now, Lord Van Zeeks, what can you tell us? Adjust mine hat, perchance. In a most salubrious manner. The prosecution's report, please, for the court. In relation to the theory expounded by the defense yesterday regarding the defendant's tea. So he does have the results. The jury's not insane enough? That's what I'm afraid of. Before the prosecution delivers the black news about the black tea belonging to the blackguard in the dock. Pray allow me a moment to savor a liquid of a more sanguine hue. Okay? I'll defer to the good detective for the report. Here's to you, Inspector. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. As indicated by the defense, we found a bar of soap just outside the victim's window in the snow. And there was indeed a frozen reddish liquid in a little depression at the top of it. Yes, that's the tea. That's what Mr. Natsume brought with him that night. Well, the brains at the yard analyzed it. Yep, you're right. It was tea. And it was delicious. And there wasn't a trace of strychnine or any other toxic substance in it. And that's bad news. Why? No poison at all. In other news, the tea the defendant brought with him to the victim's room is innocent. It's in the claim. What a revelation! Oh, it's bad news for him. I mean, usually he's just talking to us. He's like, I'm sharing the black news with you because it's bad for you and it's good for me. But okay. As I suspected. Where's the twist? This makes it quite clear. Gotcha. Yeah, it's neat. My learned friend is jumping to conclusions again. A typical Nipponese reaction. Is it? What? Yes, it's true. No poison was found in the few drops of liquid recovered from the soap on the window ledge. The cup was guilty. But what logic is that? Would you take a drop from the Thames and conclude that the water in the ocean isn't salty? My word, the water in the ocean is extremely salty, Counsel. Exactly. That's his plan for today? Just because there was no poison in the tea doesn't mean the tea wasn't poisoned. Okay, unfit for drinking, just as the victim's tea was on the night in question, as the court has already heard. Bitter was the precise word from the lips of Mr. William Shamspeare, whom the prosecution now calls back to the stand. No, we proved he's an unreliable witness, and that his character is in question, so, okay, sure, why not? Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Shamspeare, sounds like we're gonna have to another confrontation with our theatrical friend. Bailiff, show Mr. Shamspeare to the stand. Why him? Why not anyone else? Hey, here are the bits. We've cast down the murder weapon. Soseki also isn't there at the time of death. We also have no motive. What are the grounds? You know, because we're racist here. That's why. I don't know. I don't know why Van Zeeks is getting away with this. Mr. William Shamspeare, the victim of this despicable crime. Oh heaven, oh hell, do you command me to remember? Forsooth, 'twas I, Shamspeare, did have a belly full of the foul fluid given in mine innocence. Yes, but as was revealed in yesterday's proceedings, the witness is not as innocent as we had perhaps first been led to believe. By using bars of soap such as this, he has been stealing gas from the supply company, yes. One may smile and be a villain. Forsooth, 'twas I, Shamspeare, did have a room full of the sweet fuel given. That's right, fellow jurors, don't forget, this man is a rotten thief. I haven't forgotten. Kept all that about the ice coins a tiny secret, didn't you? You should have opened up sooner. Arrest him, I say. Arrest him at once, and let him feel the sting of my tail. Oh, indeed, by dint of vile and cowardly means have I plotted to further mine own ends, I confess. Thou wouldst not pardon my sins. Of that I am sure. If you acknowledge your wrongdoing, what exactly are you doing here? Cowards die many times before their deaths. And for a coward such as I, death be well deserved. But would it that a still greater crime passeth unpunished? For lo, the hairy-faced gentleman of farther east than Verona did contrive to poison me. Hi-ho, Silver! Here. Objection! I remember a lot of soliloquies interrupted by being a horse. But there was no poison in the tea found in your room. The police have attested to that. What the defense would assert as an inconsistency will quickly be cleared up by the witness's testimony. Is that not so, Mr. Shamspeare? Verily, my liege, I would most gladly speak. Yeah, but why are we accepting what he says? Very well, the defense will let the witness testify to explain this inconsistency. Tell the court why it is that poison apparently entered your body, though none was found in the tea. He's just gonna say it was from the cup. The problem is, we have the one cup that has a rim where liquid clearly sat for a while. And I don't know how that helps us prove or deny anything about poison. The Japanese man did come to my chamber with tea brewed in a pot. 'Twas in my cup alone that the wicked miscreant secretly poured his wicked poison. Whilst feigning distraction and odd bait, ne'er did a drop of his own drink pass his lips. Oh, well, okay, that's fine. When he departed by and by, I did use the tea that remained in his cup to make my coins of ice. Thus, 'tis no surprise that poison be not found in the tea I did pour into the molds of soap. The poison was slipped into the cup after the tea had been poured. The normal way for poison to be administered, in my experience. Quite otherwise, it would be disastrous if the poisoner were to mix up the cups, for instance. But no poison bottle was found at the scene. Because, quite shrimply, the Nipponese took the bottle back to his own room. The absence of a vessel containing the poison only becomes problematic when considering suicide. I do that. By now, it should be perfectly clear. A bar or two of cheap soap is wholly insufficient to wash the deep stains of guilt from the accused hands. What if he ate it? Sirs, madams, 'tis true that I, Shamspeare, be a common thief of gas. But, listen here, ladies and gentlemen. Wherefore would I lie? Verily, I have no cause. I have naught to lose. Well, I do declare.
Thank you for your testimony, witness. Counsel will proceed with the cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. I hate this man, I hate this man, I hate this man, I hate this man. The inconsistent T, it was right there. The Japanese man did come to my chamber. Hold it! With a pot? A chamber pot? I understand you are already acquainted with Mr. Natsume, is that correct? I missed when he was dead. I know thee not, old man, fall to thy prayers. Do I know thee, or know thee not? Methinks 'tis all I can know, that thy destiny mingles with mine. You lost me at the first thee. Zounds, sir, thou must learn the English tongue afore thou turns thy hand to lawyering. There's the English tongue, and then there's Elizabethan English. I did, but I must have missed the archaic Elizabethan lecture. Yeah. Verily, and in truth, 'twas a fine-flavored brew, though a drop of poison did barb its sweetness, as the thorn doth barb the sweet rose. That, dear friends, be the simple truth. Zounds is pronounced zoons? Really? In Elizabethan, it's zoons? Oh, I like zounds better. Listen to Mr. Shamspeare. He seems in even better form than he was yesterday. For God's wounds. That's what it's short for? I never even thought about it. I just thought it was just a expletive. Huh. Zounds has got better sounds. You mean sooned. Wowie zowie. Wooey zooey. Either that or I'm in worse form. That is correct. Thanks for letting me know. That fated evening. I hope you will forgive me if I still say zounds. But that is neat. That fated evening after I did dine. G is not a Z. It could be. At Zrob's Zrobbery, a local alehouse of good report. Naught did pass my lips but the tainted black tea. But behold, the poison was not in the tea at first. It means God's boinks. 'Twas in my cup alone that the wicked miscreant secretly poured his wicked poison. Are you saying you saw the moment when the poison was added to your tea? Doesn't let you move between us. Gotcha. To have witnessed the act and then drank the tea, thou dost describe the actions of a fool.
Quite so, quite so.
But no one likes going thirsty, do they? Sooner would I die quenched than parched. Would I have the choice? Actually, on the night in question, the water main was frozen, I believe, wasn't it? Were it not for the tea, in sooth, I would sooner have died frozen than quenched or parched. Right. No ice coins means no heating. The witness had more than one brush with death on the night in question, it would seem. Remind the court, Mr. Shamspeare, as to whether the accused drank any of the tea which he brought with him. With the greatest of pleasure, my liege. Whilst feigning distraction in our debate, ne'er did a drop of his own drink pass his lips. Hold it! But the teacup Mr. Natsume drank from was found completely empty at the scene. And let's not forget the defendant's maxim, drink tea while it's hot. I did gulp from the poisoned cup that night, and in mine agony did I writhe uncontrolled. In fits of pain I did knock the fellow's cup, and its contents spilt as blood from a gaping wound, methinks. Thou certainly, 'twas after I'd made the coins of ice from his tea. An upset cup was found on the table that the victim was slumped over. There is no contradiction here. It's true, there was no tea left in either cup that we found at the scene. But still, something about this statement is troubling me. Of course, I know what it is. It's Natsume's wise drink tea while it's hot maxim, isn't it? No, I'm not sure that's it.
Thank you, witnesses.
Witness, singular. Now reiterate for the court what it is that occupied you after your guest had left and before you drank your tea. When he departed by and by, I did use the tea that remained in his cup to make my coins of ice.
Hold it!
Didn't he claim in the previous part of the trial that they both drank their tea at the same time? And that was already an inconsistency, it just wasn't relevant yet. But now he's saying that he drank his tea, but then there was leftover tea, and he used that tea to make the coins of ice. And then he drank his tea and got poisoned. I know he's making shit up, but I'm trying to get his story straight, and it doesn't even seem to add up. I don't even know. He's incapable of lying, it's true. He said a lot of things. So you could cheat the gas company, in fact, isn't that right? To cheat or to die, 'tis life's only choice. Yeah. Faith, to cheat be the wise choice, and mine occupation be not an ugly one. Prithee, dost thou not see beauty in the simplicity of the ruse? No, I don't. And be very sure, sir, once this trial is over, Altamont Gas will take you to task over this legal task. I shall not run, I shall not hide. Sooth to say, I have nowhere to run, nor to hide. But my lady, what wouldst thou with this pitiful player? I'll tell you what I'd like to do with you. Starting with the shoddy shirt on your back. 'Tis time for a Shamspeare dance. Can we whack this guy with hammers? What a harsh world we live in. The thieving of the gas was addressed in yesterday's proceedings. The prosecution calls on the defense not to muddy the waters with irrelevancy. Consider that a warning, counsel. Why is it a warning for... What did Ryunosuke have to do with that? Why am I the one in trouble here? Exactly. Mr. Shamspeare, after the accused returned to his own lodgings, you used his tea to make your coins. Is that correct? To cheat or to die. I did make my choice many moons ago. Bailiff whack his pee-pee. 'Tis no surprise the poison be not found in the tea I did pour into the billows of silk.
Hold it!
Yeah. If, having first made your special coins, it was after 2 in the morning when you collapsed, that would mean you can't have drunk any tea yourself until around that time. Yes. Once ensnared by literary debate, naught else be found in the furrows of the mind. The debate around Romeo and Juliet, you mean, and who was stronger. Rightly did I pay no heed to the tea as I wrestled with the abominable fellow. I don't remember debates like that when I was studying. Are you suggesting that neither of you actually drank the tea whilst it was hot that evening? My lord, wouldst thou be privy to some Shakespearean wisdom? Shamspearean. Husband, wife, and tea, art I tepid be. Husband, wife, and tea, ought I tepid be. Yes, so very true. Everyone has different preferences when it comes to tea. That doesn't... Okay, yeah. I think you might have interpreted that wrongly. So it's been proven that there was no poison in Soseki-san's tea. That should be hugely in our favor. But the atmosphere in this courtroom today... It feels as though everybody's against us, Mr. Naruhodo. All should be mild. Says I, it must be the Reaper's poison. I'm afraid that if we don't find a significant flaw in this testimony somewhere, the jury will pounce and find Natsume guilty. It really feels like we've jumped into the fire here. Yeah.
Objection!
Yeah. You claim that Mr. Natsume didn't drink a drop of tea on the night in question. But that's impossible. How? Chop logic? What is this, ye darkly clad fiend? The 2 teacups from the scene, one used by the victim and the other by the defendant, have a clear difference between them. One that represents incontrovertible proof. Incontrovertible? What difference? Look at the inside of the cups. Just here, there's a clearly visible ring. Yes, a tea ring. Commonplace enough. Indeed, such stains occur all too readily when one leaves tea in the cup for a while. And yet, Mr. Natsume's cup has no such ring. Thanks for the resub, Meta. Don't want to get spoiled. So can't stay. No worries. More poker night. How do I plead? Innocent. Hope you enjoy the VODs, and thank you. Welcome back. Have a good one. How is you have no evidence of Natsume ever having owned or used any poison at the end of this trial? I don't know. Every gotcha in this case so far is like a what do you mean? It's I'm not like mad outside the case looking in. I'm mad inside the case. Cause it's just like what do you mean? Good lord, you're right. It's completely clean. And prithee, sir, what makes thou of it? Exactly what Mr. Natsume told the court yesterday. The Japanese saying he quoted, "Drink tea
while it's hot."
That's right. Yes. The jittery Mr. Natsume was true to his usual self that night and drank his tea in no time. Oh. That's the first time we've seen him not be happy, I guess. If, as you claim in your testimony, he didn't touch a drop of his tea, a ring would have developed on the inside of his cup as well after the several hours the tea was left standing. But, in short, Mr. Shamspeare, you clearly lied to the court. Get thee to a nunnery! You can't just say that. That doesn't mean anything out of context. I mean, I guess it means get the... whatever. As a rule, I fill my hallowed chalice up to 7 times during any one trial. It's a very Godot and feeling line. Except not coffee. You might want to keep that information to yourself. He is sloshed. Well, he fills the cup, but how much does he drink of it? 2 sips? Yet on occasion, tedium distracts me and I pour more times than I intended until the bottle is dry. 7 wine glasses to 13 coffees. Get thee to an apothecary. Your drinking habits are fascinating but irrelevant. On the contrary, they illustrate the fickleness of human memory. Is this a cell phone? What are you... To William Shamspeare. Yes, my liege. Though you previously stated that you made the coins of ice from the leftover tea in the accused cup, could it be that you were perhaps mistaken? Can he stop leading the witness, please? Could it be that, yes, perhaps there was some tea remaining in the small teapot left at the scene? Your Honor, why is he allowed to do this? A fact that had vanished from your memory until now. Faith, my liege, thou art a magician. Your Honor, what gives? For verily, 'tis as though thou hast seen with thine own eyes that night. What? Forsooth, I was mistook. I'm mad. I did plan to use tea from the Japanese fellow's cup, but lo, when I looked, 'twas empty. And thus did I use the dregs that festered in the teapot, as my liege did suggest. Objection! Most blatant leading the witness in the series. It's just, like, there's been a lot of witness leading over the cases in the games, but like, hold on, witness, I, prosecution, think you forgot and that this is what you saw. And they're like, oh, yes, that's what I saw. He's like, so explicit. It's just, it's fine. And you've just suddenly remembered now that you made a mistake before. Why the prosecutor and the judges? Oh no, prosecutor's probably into that. Are we supposed to believe that?
Objection!
People's memories are imperfect, my learned friend, which is why we rely on evidence instead. Like evidence that I presented that proved he was lying? But in any case, it makes no difference. The victim's most recent testimony tells us 2 things of note. Firstly, that the poison was put into the victim's teacup only. And secondly, that this spoilt cup was not the source of the insipid ice coins that have bewitched this court. We also haven't proved that there's any poison, or was any poison. But sure, the prosecution makes a fine summary of the facts. Those aren't facts, it's still conjecture. Furthermore, that testimony remains valid and in full support of the established facts. In other words... the inconsistency claimed by the defense simply does not exist.
No!
What does this mean, then? I do declare it means there's no issue with the gas thief's testimony.
Apart from the bit about thieving gas, obviously.
My lords, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I do solemnly swear, after I did dine at Grubb's Grubbery Ale House that night, naught did pass my lips but the black tea given me by the Japanese whose back be stooped as low as death.
And on what did you dine, sir?
Poison! Why, I did partake of my favorites, a broth as wouldst be called soup, and a leaf as wouldst be called salad. As insalubrious a menu as the establishment where it was served. But you gods will give us some faults to make us men. Willingly would I suffer what punishment is seen fit to serve a wicked thief of gas. But I pray ye wise and noble fellows, ne'er forget the simple truth. That's be one thing, and this be another. Huh? What? Jurors all, your humble servant Shamspeare doth entreat you. Punish the Japanese fellow for his sins. My lord.
If I may speak, my lord.
Thanks, Leisha. Soup, 64 months.
Soup. Yes, Mr. Foreman. I believe we may have been duped by that rotten defense lawyer.
By me? I do declare you may be right. We all know the waif there was making coins of ice to keep himself warm.
But this lawyer lad says if he's stealing gas, he deserves a dose of poison, eh? He's been leading us up the garden path, that's what he's been doing.
I really never said anything like that.
Well, what we just heard from the victim there has opened our eyes again. We've reached a decision this time, and we won't be swayed from it.
Oh, can I sway you from it, though?
The court acknowledges the position of the jury foreman, and will duly hear the jury's findings.
But no. No, you can't yet.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your decisions now.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Remember how there's no
Guilty.
proof of any poison at the scene or even in his body? There's so much unproven that we're just accepting as fact, but okay. Fanzik has presented basically nothing. He's just standing there and he's like, but look at him! Would he commit a crime? He has no reason to lie. Anyway, let's not get any background in history or motivation. Moving on, guilty. But he's hot. I hereby declare the jury to be in one accord. It's quite spacious, with a roomy interior, and 23 miles to the gallon on highways. Oh, happy day! I don't know if that's very good. How is this happening? This is kangaroo court. My lord, the defense asserts its right to carry out a summation examination. It's supposed to drive you insane in this exact manner. It's doing a good job of it. It's only case 2.
The court upholds the defense's right.
Typical. My learned friend is unable to accept the obvious truth.
This trial will therefore enter its second summation examination immediately. Jurors, the court calls upon each of you to state the grounds upon which you find the defendant guilty of the crime of which he is charged.
Okay. Judicial findings. This has never not worked. It's literally only ever worked. With every time this happens, the protests from the prosecution become even sillier. Oh, this ignorant, my learned friend, trying once again with the strategy that always works in his favor. It won't work this time. Like, okay.
I'm a man of logic, May, and having considered all the evidence, the defendant must logically be guilty.
What evidence? I do agree that gas is far too expensive. I can quite understand why the man would want to avoid paying. The stuff explodes, it can poison you. It's absolutely lethal, gas is. Wait, did he get poisoned by the gas? I thought it was an act this whole time. But maybe he accidentally poisoned himself with gas. Gas doesn't come for free. It costs a fortune to deliver it around the city and maintain the pipes.
Truth be told, the tea my wife serves up for me is a little sketchy at times. If nothing else passed the victim's lips that night, there's no other explanation, is there?
Mm-hmm.
Rage baiting, my learned friend.
What's that do with anything? None of this.
I do feel that perhaps personal opinion about gas and its supply has influenced decisions somewhat. But never mind.
No, you really should mind. The truth is, our counter-argument wasn't as unassailable as we'd hoped. And Mr. Shamspeare was poisoned, there can be no doubt of that. Can't there, though? couldn't have he just been laying there? Then how are we supposed to turn this around? I think we need to establish the method by which Shamspeare was actually poisoned. Okay, which either it's gas or something else, but I don't know how we're gonna prove that. Our only hope is to demonstrate that to the court incontrovertibly. But that's surely almost impossible at this stage. Did the hospital confirm? Okay, I forgot that detail. That the hospital confirmed that he had been poisoned by strychnine or just poisoned, end of sentence. I don't remember. Or something else. Those are the two options. It's true. If we don't manage it, though, Mr. Natsume will be found guilty. He's been faking it. No. So I know having the poison means those guys. Okay. It's an evidence? Evidence. Books. Night map. Victim's medical report. He did ingest strychnine. Okay. I did forget about that. 30 minutes after ingestion. So we need to find another source of strychnine through talking to the jury. Anyone experts on strychnine in the jury? I know it's just a random sample of the entire 10 people that live in this city. But maybe one of them knows a lot about... Maybe strychnine's present in high quantities in gas. You know, in heating gas. That'd be quite... God, I hate him behind me. It's like a horror game. The defense's rebuttal. I'm a man of logic. He must be guilty.
Hold it!
Wasn't the doctor? He was, wasn't he? All the evidence, you say?
That's right, and there's no room for doubt. It's all pointing at that Japanese man with the big mustache.
Says the Englishman with the bigger mustache. Which means we need to show the man some new evidence to make him change his mind. If only we had that kind of evidence. Don't worry, this summation examination has barely started, really. Perhaps there'll be a shift in the situation that shows an existing piece of evidence in a new light. Let's hope. To start with, though, I need to find some way out of this deadlock. I do agree that gas is far too expensive.
Hold it!
What does that have to do with anything? This isn't the time or place to be discussing the price of gas, madam. But really, think of the injustice. Air is a gas and air is free. Why should ultimate gas cost money? It makes my blood boil. I can feel myself becoming more ruthless than ever. This isn't the time or the place to be ruthless either. If I might interject here.
Yes, madam?
It seems my fellow juror takes issue with the price our company charges for gas. Oops. Yeah. Can I... No one has any thoughts. But it's precisely because of thieves like this man that the cost goes up. Oh, what a beastly man. That unkempt mustache, those hunched shoulders, poisoning tea and stealing gas. Utterly unforgivable. No, Mr. Natsume isn't the one who's been stealing gas. I'll thank you not to go adding on more crimes. Mr. Natsume hasn't been poisoning tea either. Well, anyway, I've quite made up my mind. It says made up as the price of gas. Damn. This stuff explodes and can poison you. It's lethal.
Hold it!
Go on. Thanks, Night App.
100 months!
So glad I've been part of this music community for so long. Here's to 100 more. Thank you. Genuinely, that is astonishing. And I appreciate it. And more than words expressed. Thank you. And here's to many more. Can we please talk about the poison rather than the gas, do you think, sir? Well, if you like. I mean, to be honest, I'd take poison over gas every time. You'd take poison. What I mean is, poison can only poison you. It doesn't explode, does it? And goodness me, what are you talking about? Set him straight, please, lawyer man. Well, it's certainly true that poison isn't prone to exploding. But I think you'll find poison also can't light or heat up a room. Oh, you're right. I hadn't considered that at all. Young lawyer man. Yes? You have a good head on your shoulders. We could use someone like you as our company's legal representative. Well, I wasn't expecting to pick up more business in the middle of a trial, that's for sure. Anyway, the point is, I haven't had the best experience with gas companies in the past. Okay, this is getting us nowhere. The rare elusive -1. Gas doesn't come for free, it costs a fortune.
Hold it!
Can we please refrain from all this talk of gas? There's an all-out attack underway here, in case you hadn't noticed, against my company's gas. And I'm supposed to sit here and take her, am I? I don't think so. She's really buzzing now. All I've heard about our wonderful fuel is explosions and poisonings. What about electricity? What about getting electrocuted? What about that? A little explosion here and there is nothing in comparison.
Any explosion could hardly be described as nothing, madam. Nevertheless, the theft of your gas is deplorable.
My point exactly. But the gas thieves aren't even the worst of our enemies. We have far more devious reprobates to contend with on a daily basis, you know. More devious. Who, madam? Other gas companies, of course. Other gas companies? Not quite what I was expecting. We generate gas and we deliver it to our customers fair and square.
Indeed, nobody is questioning that, madam. Altamont is an exemplary gas company.
But there are other unscrupulous gas companies here in London that don't even have any gas at all. But if they don't have any gas, how do they go about selling it to people? You wouldn't think it possible, would you? But they steal our gas, you see, and sell that.
They steal your gas? How on earth is such a thing possible?
Gas companies like ours deliver gas to people's homes via a network of pipes. But these devious reprobates secretly disconnect our pipes and divert our gas into their own rotten pipes. Then they make a contract with the household supplied by those pipes and take money for the precious gas that's rightfully ours without us even knowing. They're diverting gas into their own pipes illegally. What a brazen form of theft. It's all a series of tubes. When we visit customers' houses to collect the money from their meters, we always have to check whether or not one of these devious companies has been up to its tricks. Oh, he's really... something. Anyway, ma'am, you were saying? I had no idea. It's almost unbelievable. It might seem unbelievable to you, but it's happening all the time, right here in the capital. It's very difficult selling something you can't see, you know? Very difficult indeed. This is part of It's Always Sunny? Probably. I would believe that they would try to steal gas.
Clearly, this is a very involved subject, but I feel we have digressed rather too much already. I concur.
Though if my learned friend wishes to become an expert in gas, I believe the subject would suit him well. To your new career in nothingness. Thank you so much.
You will turn your attention to the next juror's assertion, please, counsel.
We'll come back to her.
Truth be told, the tea my wife serves up for me is a little sketchy at times.
Classic gas swap. You mean it's poisoned?
That's right. It's happened a tidy few times now. This is most troubling indeed.
Gas excluding the G.
It's always days like this one when I don't get any wages, I get in a tea time, see? And I see her doing it, my wife. She gets that devilish look on her face, and she slips some white powder into me cup.
And you drink it anyway?
I was brought up proper, I was. If someone gives you a cuppa, you drink it.
'Tis the English way. And what happened to you? What did it taste like?
It was god-awful, believe you me. Salty as hell.
Then I think perhaps what your wife put in your tea was salt.
No! So she doesn't even care enough to poison me properly? Unbelievable. That woman. Let's move on, please.
This is why the jury is a good system in Ace Attorney.
If nothing else past the victim's lips, there's no other explanation, is there?
Hold it!
She's just fucking with his blood pressure. Does that mean if the victim could be shown to have ingested something else, you'd change your leaning?
Ma'am, sorry. What's that now?
I was just saying if the victim did actually eat or drink something else on the night. That's making me thirsty for some salty tea.
What's the matter with you?
Sorry?
I said if nothing else passed the victim's lips that night, there's no other explanation, is there? Haven't you been listening to me at all?
I feel there's an English expression about a pot and a kettle that's appropriate here. Compared to the other jurors who don't even appear to have anything to say about the case at all. It would seem that this elderly gentleman has been listening to the proceedings far more intently. I suppose. The trouble is, he has selective hearing. Exactly. But still, this sure may well be the key to the breakthrough that we so desperately need. Salty lemonade. This is hopeless. There's no way for me to appeal to these people. I do think that the only way we shall overcome this difficult situation is by exposing the way in which Mr. Shamspeare was really poisoned. We have to prove that it happened some other way, and not via Mr. Natsume's tea. Yes, I know. The trouble is, I have absolutely no idea how it did happen. Mr. Naruhodo, I wonder if perhaps there's something you might have forgotten. Like what? It's important to watch everyone involved and pursue people if they react to something someone else says. If you'd like me to remind you exactly what I mean, I'd be more than happy to, of course. Once again, there's fate's in my hands here. I probably owe it to my client to hear any advice my assistant may be able to offer. Then again, nah, I'm good. I remember. Actually, I don't think there's any need. It's vital we start trying to change these jurors' minds as soon as possible. Of course, I'm sure you're right. But if you decide you would like your memory refreshed, you need only ask, Mr. Naruhodo. That's how you do it. Would you like a refresher in case you don't remember? No? Alright, but I'm here if you need it. Gold star. Alright. Not doing later testimony. Could be. You... Right, did I guess one? Not like this, though, did we? Wait, did we? No, I don't remember. We had multiple witnesses, but I don't think we had this where you could look at them during testimony. I think that's new. Returning from the first game, but you know what I mean. All the salt in the chat made me thirsty. More devious. The Toad's tutorial method? Which is, please, I'm going to die if I don't tell you what to do. I need you to listen to me. What? But how do they get the gas? They steal it. My word. This case is a gas. It's a gas. Boy, they really put it really far into this. There he is.
Excuse me.
Do you have something to say about that juror number 3? Oh, golly, you mean me? Ooh, seawater for me? I'm terribly sorry. I was just thinking to myself. I really did catch him off guard there. Thinking about what the lady next to you was saying, correct? Well, yes. I just got a little riled up about it recently, you see. Go on. An Altamont gas worker visited my house the other day to investigate the pipes. We need to ask for your cooperation while we carry out a secret check of your property, sir, the fellow said. So I let him in, and do you know what he did? I am, afraid I have no idea. Please tell us. He proceeded to take one of my lights off the wall. Then he grabbed the exposed mouth of the pipe and started blowing into it. What do you think you're doing, young man? You're giving away company secrets there. Oh, please, everybody knows, but it was very nearly the death of me, I could tell you. What do you mean? I'll explain if you don't mind. As I said before, these unscrupulous other gas companies connect their customers to our pipe network. Yes, but how does blowing into the pipes come into it? Obviously, there's gas in the pipes, and it's at a fairly low pressure. By blowing air through the pipe, you can make the pressure drop temporarily. And if you do that, any lights connected to the same pipe will flicker for a moment.
I see. In other words, if upon blowing into the pipe, the lights of an adjacent property that has no contract with your company flicker, you can know that these devious scoundrels have been meddling with the pipes.
Exactly, my lord. That's it in a nutshell. It's the reason why we have teams of workers going around neighborhoods to investigate which lights flicker. The trouble is, the particular worker who came to my house didn't know the strength of his own breath. He blew down the pipe with all his might, and can you guess what happened? You can guess what happened, can't you? Well, if he blew hard, then... Wait, you mean... That's right. The lights didn't just flicker, they went out, along with the stove. Gas started pouring into the house. What a disaster. The gas supply must have been interrupted briefly because the man blew too hard, so the flames went out. I'm afraid I yelled at the fellow. Are you trying to kill us all? I said. So by disconnecting a lamp and blowing into the exposed gas pipe, it's possible to extinguish lamps and stoves connected to the same network of pipes. And then when the gas starts flowing again, it just silently seeps into the room. Mr. Naruhodo, I think perhaps... Yeah, this is almost certainly the clue we've been hoping for.
Juror number 3, the defense requests that you amend your statement to include that information.
Oh, well, if you like. I don't mind.
Well, I do. That's our company's secrets. The secret method of identifying the rogues that try to diddle us.
They're trying to what, ma'am? Like I said, madam, it's widely known already.
Very well, juror number 3, you will amend your statement accordingly.
No. The stenographer's already got it. I don't know if they have that. Do they have that? Hey, total. 63 months. What the heck? This is the prime.
My lord, although I'm not really sure what the point of all this is.
Drat. Diddles again.
Blow two onto a pipe and you extinguish everything in the house, and then you're in real trouble. Hold it!
When you say extinguish everything in the house, do you mean even on different floors? Is there not a tool? Sounds dangerous. This was turn of the century England. I don't think they gave a shit. Listen, we could spend money on like a lung that you could press and then send air, or just fucking get on there. Just hump your mouth on there. But it's not like it'll kill you. All floors are connected to the same pipe after all. Stenographer and Stegosaurus? That's true of every building because gas supply contracts are issued for whole properties. Well, I had no idea that it was possible to extinguish gas appliances simply by blowing down the pipe. It's not something we like to publicize, to be honest, but we have to carry out these investigations, as I'm sure you can appreciate.
Indeed, it has been mentioned on more than one occasion in the papers, even.
Is that so? It's been mentioned to me too, very recently. An incident involving the gas stove going out inexplicably, almost leading to someone's death. Mr. Naruhodo, I think perhaps it's finally starting to fall into place. The secret link that joins all of these strange occurrences. So, who does this go up against? Largely guilty. Gas is expensive. Sure. Gas isn't free. Sure. Knife gives me salt. No spend. There's no explanation.
Objection!
There we go.
Those two statements clearly contradict each other. Good gracious. To whose statements do you refer, counsel?
The secret Zelda that links them all together. Juror number 6, did you hear what juror number 3 just said?
Very well. Oh, yes, of course. I heard it bumbling about something or other.
There is another explanation here, I believe. Something besides Mr. Natsume's tea did, in a manner of speaking, pass the victim's lips on the night in question.
What explanation?
I wonder, did the police check the mouth of the gas pipe feeding the wall light at the scene to see if there were any traces of poison there? I was curious to see what your floundering would result in this time, but the mouth of a gas pipe? Scotland Yard have enough to do without exploring such irrelevance.
What a piece of work is a man.
What are you trying to say, Mr. Shamspeare?
What speakest thou, prithee? Is it not strange and strange? That is what I say to thee, sir.
I thought I'd been quite clear, but let me put it another way. The strychnine could have been on the mouth of the gas pipe that feeds the wall lamp in your room. And that is how the poison came to enter your body.
Good lord.
Now we're getting into the shit.
Are they tasty, then, gas pipes? Is that what he's saying?
I could eat some soap. Is the gentleman suggesting the poor man was so desperately hungry he tried to fill his belly with gas? Perhaps no actress would perform a kiss scene with him,
For shame, madam, speaking I fancy. I assure you, I am not such a buffoon that I have to kiss pipes.
Objection!
This is no summation examination. This is a farce. The prosecution will not stand for any more of my learned Nipponese friend's conjecture. To begin with, the lamp in the victim's room is high on the wall. In order to have placed his lips to the pipe that feeds it, he would have to be a contortionist. These are empty assertions. There is no possible proof that the man did as you say. I've been waiting for that to happen. Throw his glass into the fire, immediately pour another glass, and then throw that glass into the fire. It's pretty good. It's true. I have no proof that Mr. Shamspeare put his lips to the pipe. However, I can say with some certainty that on multiple occasions, Mr. Shamspeare has been doing something in front of that lamp on his wall. Is that where the lamp up there? He's standing on the box, he braced himself against the painting, and then he sucked on the pipe. Well, yeah, wow. You know, not usually, sometimes, oftentimes, occasionally, infrequently, there's an extra detail that I'm immediately suspicious of. I actually wasn't thinking about the lamp there at all. I was like, they said there's nothing behind the painting, but maybe something else was there. Yeah, no, he really goes to town with that pipe, huh? Okay, huh. Yeah, you keep phrasing it like that, and that's fine. He's been doing something in front of the lamp on his wall. He's not huffing the gas, he's blowing into it to put out the fires. Is he frequently putting out the fires for his own gas, or is it specifically because he's trying to kill Soseki with gas inhalation every night? I don't know. I have evidence to prove it. Yeah, he's not huffing, he's puffing. But if there is poison somewhere around there, it would get on his mouth. So, all right, you've got our attention, lad. I'd like to see how you can be so sure of yourself. So would I. Let's see this evidence then. Try and get something in the room right. Does he do it like every night? Now that I've got the jury's ear, I need to make this opportunity count. God forbid. This is the proof that time and time again, Mr. Shamspeare stood in front of his gas lamp. Even though this is unproven technology and shouldn't be admissible in court.
Take that!
Let's see. What the? These are, wait, what are they called? Yes, skin prints that were found at the scene.
Skin prints, counsel? I've never heard of such things.
The Justice Ministry is currently assessing whether or not to permit fingerprints as evidence in court, however. My lord, this is an exciting new forensic technique developed by the great detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. It reveals all the places that Mr. Shamspeare touched in his room.
I've never seen anything like it. I mean, that's black magic, isn't it? Well, if anyone could invent something like this, it's that great Sholmes fellow, that's for sure.
I agree. This month's edition of Engineering Thumbs was quite fascinating. We found skin prints in many places that you would expect. On the table, on the costumes. However, Mr. Shamspeare also appears to have been touching some very unexpected places in his room. Burn them! This isn't Leighton versus Phoenix, so no witch burnings here. For example,
here. Around the hanging picture there, indeed, multiple handprints appear to be visible.
I'm surprised Van Zieks isn't trying to get this thrown out as invisible. Well, I wonder, could he have been appreciating the artwork, perhaps? At first, my colleagues and I thought the same. However, imagine standing with your hands where those prints are, and you would find yourself directly in front of... In front of... Oh! I don't believe it. The gas lamp. Sucking on that pipe. Though the reason why isn't immediately obvious, it's clear that Mr. Shamspeare has regularly been standing with his hands to the wall in front of that lamp. What he does tonight is his business. I agree. This is irrelevant. Should be thrown out.
Right. What have you been up to, you nut?
Little beef swap to prime everything to connect everything. I would love to know if Shutakumi's read Dirk gently. I'd ask the court to recall juror number 4's earlier statement. Me? What did I say? You said that blowing into a gas pipe would make the lights in the entire building flicker. And now, if you'll recall juror number 3's statement. What, me now? When the gas worker who visited his home blew with too much force into the pipe, it caused all the lights and the gas stove to go out, and gas to start leaking into the rooms. Obviously, that incident was an accident. However, the simple fact is, if Mr. Shamspeare were to have blown hard into the gas pipe here in his room, he could have extinguished every other light and gas stove in the building at will. Crikey! Are you suggesting that the man purposefully caused the gas—
Objection!
Took him long enough.
Whilst I acknowledge that the prosecution is required to remain silent during a summation exam—
He's supposed to be quiet?
I must toast my learned friend's utter disregard for the letter of the law. What is the meaning of this, Lord Van Zeeks? This curious photograph, or whatever it is, presented by the defense, the so-called skin prints. Clearly, that cannot be accepted as any form of usable evidence in this case.
I did call it.
But it's an exciting new forensic technique developed by a great detective. It's nothing. A mere toy developed by an amateur sleuth with too much time on his hands. Certainly even research of this nature by the esteemed Mr. Sholmes cannot be recognized by the court as formal evidence.
Please, my lord, if I may. Miss Susato, it was not the defense's intention to submit the skin prints as formal evidence. Look at this. Isn't this really cool? Forget you saw it. Moving on. I don't know what the word is for that. It's not quite leading the jury, but it's something. We merely wish to present the results of the great detective's investigation of the scene as a tool by which to explain a possibility to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
God, she's good.
God damn, she's good. She should be the lawyer, as case one proved. And if the trial were to come to an end now, we should never learn the truth behind these mysterious handprints that everyone has now seen. She should be, yeah. It's not actually evidence. It's supportive testimony. I don't believe we can allow that to happen, and I'm sure the jurors would agree. You're right. Whether those strange handprints are a significant clue or not, it's down to us to decide. Juror number 3. Oh yes, I do declare the great detective's investigation results sound absolutely fascinating. And I want to hear what that shady actor fellow has to say about those shady handprints.
But it's not admissible as ever. Never mind. What's the matter with you two? That was foolhardy. Well, I did say it, didn't I? And I don't like to break a promise. No, wait! You heard his lordship. It's not fair dinkum evidence.
Dinkum's such a good word. Mr. Dinkum. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. If just one more juror changes his or her mind, Mr. Natsume's trial will have to continue.
Inkum dinkum. Thank you, Miss Susato. I couldn't have done it without you.
Why the those two? There's no laws in court. You can do whatever you want. Oh no, it was you who identified the clue after all. This is very much your success. Except she was the one who was like, aren't you forgetting something? Maybe something else in the evidence will seem different with new... She knew. She's just being nice. Why they only 50-50 convict? They need all the jurors in agreement to convict, but they need a majority to reverse course? I forgot exactly. It doesn't matter. Why, Mr. Shamspeare? You seem to be losing your composure. Before court design. You would think that even if one juror was like, never mind, change my mind, that should end the summation examination and resume the trial, but it's more dramatic if you need a majority. Just one more juror, Mr. Naruhodo. You can do it. Because it's a game mechanic is the answer.
Very well, continue, counsel. I'm a man of logic.
Uh-huh. I'm very interested. We're the ones who decide what... Oh. I'm very interested in the results. Okay, so I can't press that anymore. We're the ones who decide the evidence is worthy of consideration, not us, the jury. Gas doesn't come for free, it costs a fortune. Truth be told, the tea my wife serves up is a little sketchy at times. I don't believe in breaking promises. We can't come to a decision while so much is up in the air. So just with those three? This is hopeless. There's no way for me to appeal to these people. I do think the only way she'll overcome this difficult situation might be the way in which she was really poisoned. So I need to find something else. Whoever's the tea. I know. There's something you might have forgotten. Yeah. If anyone's got me, I know Juror 6 has got me. Can I get an amen? Whoa, speak up. Oh, shit. I don't think there was anyone else who was like, huh? As someone else was delivering testimony. But I will save. Do I have enough just with this? I didn't think so. So, he's guilty. Gas doesn't come for free. It costs a fortune to live around the city and maintain the pipes. Yeah. My wife is trying to poison me with salt. What else is there? None of these have anything to do with the case directly. So, I'm a bit stumped. I don't really want to go through all their dialogue again unless there is something that's going to be different. But I don't see why anything would have changed unless it's just the way the game works. He's just saying, I've considered the logic. It might be different. Guess it's worth it.
Hold it!
It's true. All the evidence, you say?
That's right, and there's no room for doubt.
Yeah, this is the same. Some of the shit just changes. It's true. Oh. Yeah, okay, there we go. But the defense just demonstrated another possible explanation for the events on the night in question. What do you make of that?
What, your so-called skin prints?
It's an exciting new forensic investigation technique, developed by the great detective, and not admissible as evidence. The numerous handprints on the wall are clearly out of the ordinary. And if Mr. Shamspeare had indeed put his mouth to the gas pipe on the night in question... This is not a euphemism, I mean this very literally. It can't be denied that there's a possibility that's where the poison was. That's also not a euphemism.
Yes, I won't deny that it's playing on my mind. But as the prosecution rightly says, we should pay no heed to unacceptable forms of evidence.
Definitely talking about gas and pipes.
And besides,
Yes.
even if the fellow has been up to some mischief with the gas pipe dozens of times before, it doesn't mean he got up to the same shenanigans on the night in question, does it?
Oh.
If you can't make your case better than that, I'm afraid I can't change my stance.
Stance? You do make a very valid point, sir. What? That's true. Perhaps I was a little hasty. Oh no. Oh no. No, wait.
Look, you got your chance here, haven't you? So it's time to prove your theory. If you and your Japanese courts can, that is.
Just leave our nationality out of this, please. Mr. Naruhodo, if we can't substantiate our position, I'm afraid the jurors that changed their minds before may very well change them back. What can I do? Is there any more proof I can give here? Can I show that Mr. Shamspeare did blow down the gas pipe on the night in question? Ew. Bruh. Can we get Garadeb to talk about it? He said there's stuff about the gas, but not like that it all went out. No, in truth, I don't have evidence to support my theory, however. There is witness testimony that substantiates it.
What's that? Testimony?
This is incredible! Whose testimony? Yes, it's all connected. Everything is linked. Cells. Interlinked. A person's testimony revealed details about the gas in the Garadeb residence that night, namely... I'm just gonna give Garadeb.
Take that!
That was my first thought. Well, Mr. Foreman, does that convince you? I was mistaken. Phew! I don't think he was listening.
Rest assured, counsel, I shan't let such nonsensical answers go without penalty.
Yeah, I thought I'd get away with it. A witness who spoke about the gas on the night in question. That's what I thought too, but I obviously chose the wrong person. Okay, well, it's either the gas man. I'll save now. I'm down one, it's fine. It's either the gas man or it's Soseki. But I don't think they would listen to Soseki, so maybe we present the gas man. Generic dialogue always instills hope. It's true. When the music continues and he's like, that's it, isn't it? Without saying anything specific. Feels good. That's why I thought Garadeb, because he watched his tenant's actions through the gas pipes. Not directly, just from the flickering, so he would be able to speak about anything that happened that night. But, oh well. And they really put it at the very end of all the dialogue. I'll just make another save at the end of all this. There we go. At least I was right that it was testimony as the answer. I'm assuming. Let's get the gas man back there. You.
Take that!
It is Soseki? Okay. I was kind of trying to metagame it a little bit there and be like, I don't think that they would want to hear from him right now. Well, shit. No, I got that, a grave. I just don't remember exactly whose testimony. And I guess Garadeb hadn't been a witness in the... We talked to him during the investigation, but he hadn't been presented as a... So I guess that was the wrong tack.
Take that!
So... Obviously, I'm talking about the defendant, Mr. Soseki Natsume himself.
The defendant?
At the very beginning of the proceedings here in court yesterday, Mr. Natsume said the following.
My lodgings, there's been a whole series of strange happenings in my lodgings. Even on that fateful night it happened, when I returned from Mr. Shamspeare's room, I lit my gas stove and climbed into bed. But before long, the stove went out, and somebody tried to kill me.
He did say that, didn't he? On the night in question, the gas in the defendant's room went out. So I asked the court, was that a mere coincidence or not?
Good golly.
So that Shamspeare fellow blew air into the gas pipe to make the man's stove go out on purpose?
Now hold your horses there. What would you do that for?
He looks so innocent. Mr. Foreman.
What is it, man?
We cannot allow judgment to be passed whilst this doubt remains. It's true that I don't have conclusive evidence yet. However, you must surely agree there is more to this case than meets the eye.
Garg. Fair enough. Like I said at the outset, I'm a man of logic first and foremost. That's why my name is Jury Foreman Edgeworth. All of my descendants will believe in logic.
That's 4 jurors leaning towards not guilty, my lord. We've overturned the decision. Therefore,
The defense calls for the trial to continue.
his name is Fair Play.
As the defense has rightfully indicated, the summation examination has concluded with a majority of jurors altering their decisions. 2 jury members now call guilty, 4 call not guilty. Therefore, the jury's opinion is conflicted, and in accordance with the law of this land, I hereby order the continuation of this trial.
Good.
Mr. William Shamspeare,
My lord, how can thy humble Shamspeare serve thee?
what say you in response to the various revelations made during the summation examination?
So God mend me. I do solemnly swear. I recall aught of either the lamp or the pipe. He just goes on that pipe so hard he doesn't remember it. That's pretty impressive.
But your handprints have made a tidy mess all over the wall there. How do you explain that, eh?
I am done with this. The dignity of this great courtroom has been sullied enough already. Juror number 5.
Who, me?
As I went to some pains to point out already, a prince from the self-professed detective's toy has no place in a British court of law.
Ah,
As such, whether or not this man did indeed stand before the gas lamp with his hands against the wall remains at this time an established conjecture. Unlike anything he's presented in this trial, you would do well to remember that.
Objection!
Now let's think about it. But the prosecution must concede that it would be extremely simple to verify. Just order the mouth of the gas pipe feeding that lamp in Mr. Shamspeare's room to be examined. If there are traces of poison there,
objection!
what appears to be extremely simple is my Nipponese friend's mind. You will recall that in order to check for the presence of poison in the tea, some remnants of tea were acquired. Yes. Therefore, it shouldn't be beyond your wit to imagine that even if poison were to have been spread on the pipe, it would have completely evaporated by now, making any analysis impossible. Anything of that.
In any case, counsel, I fail to see what could possibly have motivated the man to do as you described. Why on earth would this fellow have wanted to blow air into the gas pipework where he lived?
There's only one possibility that I can think of, And that is to use the leaking gas to commit murder. Yeah, get his ass. Does strychnine evaporate?
Order, Council. Precisely whose life do you propose the man was plotting to end?
The answer couldn't be simpler. Now we've unraveled the mystery this far. Mr. Shamspeare wanted to end the life of Olive Green, Holmes, Garadeb, Duncan Ross.
Take that!
Strychnine's a solid? Does it dissolve in tea? If a gas lamp were to go out, it would be noticed immediately, of course. But a gas stove, on the other hand, could be silently extinguished by the killer without anyone noticing.
I live around those parts myself, so I know what it's like. I can tell you, trying to sleep without the stove lit is pretty much suicide. You'd freeze to death in no time.
Mr. Garadeb, the landlord, has a large fireplace in his part of the residence on the top floor. When was the radiator invented as like a heating implement? I guess it must have been after this point. It just seems like the downsides to having a gas stove running over the night. Oh, only yesterday. 1902. Ancient Rome, I think. Like, it just seems like the convenience of having a gas stove running throughout the night. I don't know. Maybe they didn't go out that often. Just seems like there's a lot of downsides. 1855. I mean, invented is also different than commonplace and affordable, but just like, I don't know. Seems like that would have been simpler in some respects. In other words, I wasn't the landlord, but a fellow lodger whose life Mr. Shamspeare was trying to end. Kind of funny the boss one episode. How much does it cost? Yeah. How much does it cost for the poor people? Yeah, so if they just already have gas, having gas stove lit. 2004. You know, electricity, right? No, just like a way to boil water and move water around. There are gas radiators. Yeah, I guess I'm thinking of just like hot water radiators.
Outrageous!
I mean, I might be talking out of my ass, I don't know. I'm talking, of course, about the defendant. Mr. Natsume isn't the villain in this case. He is the victim this man was trying to murder.
Good gracious.
New type of guy.
Objection!
Like, I'm also thinking of, some of the buildings I lived in New York had, like, radiators in the units, but also there were, like, pipes that just ran through the building. So the building would have hot water pumped through pipes just to provide ambient heating during the winter. And then you could have your own heat on top of that, but it was just, like, keeping the building's temperature up a bit.
The accursed is actually the aggrieved. Interesting.
Bears need a boiler to establish this facility. They didn't have hot water. Yeah, that's a good point, actually. Yeah, you would need a boiler, and they don't have a boiler or a boiler room, or it's just a building with gas coming into it, so fair enough.
However, the fundamental facts of the case remain unchanged.
This basically sounds right.
Namely, that the accused is the aggressor here.
Right? How can you still claim that? The vibe of Shamspeare's clearly gone vastly worse since last stream. I mean, it's as bad as it's ever been. To me.
Let us indulge your fancies for a moment and assume that there was indeed poison on the mouth of the gas pipe.
The question that then arises is who put it there? I was wondering that too. He's like, check it for poison. I'm like, why would there be poison on the pipe? Unless Meterman put poison there. Maybe not enough to kill, just enough to knock someone out. But, I mean, surely watching him go up on the box and suck on that pipe would have been enough to catch him in the act. Maybe the idea is they'd be unconscious and they'd, like, call for police or something. I don't know. Still questions. Unpleasantness, thanks for 43. A permission, yeah, sure thing. Maybe the pipe just has poison in it. They just do that. That's an out-of-context quote for the book's good. He is diddling the gas. Disc, you need that's the wrong kind of link, wire mouse. That's gonna be a link to a message as opposed to what's in the message. The question that arises is who put it there? Yeah, like a Switch cartridge. Who did put it there? The only logical conclusion is that the person responsible... No, the permit lasts for a period of time. It's not just one link. Was aware of this man's trickery with the gas supply and his intent to kill.
Yes, that would indeed seem logical. If the assailants were unaware, how would he or she have known to lace the end of the gas pipe with poison? So now we must ask, how could anyone have known of Mr. Shamspeare's murderous designs? You mean to suggest? Naturally, the sole possible answer to that question couldn't be more obvious. Only the man whose life was being threatened could possibly have known. What? In other words, the person who put the poison on the gas pipe in what was a clear retaliatory attack can only have been the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume.
Huh? How does that? Oh, that's quite good. I would obtain one of these and fill them with Japanese coins. Just like loose change of yen. Just because I know that would make him the most upset. Yuruzeeks. British Empire Bank. Good. Fill him with T-coins. I'll fill him with ice. I'll teach him.
Whatever Mr. William Shamspeare may or may not have contrived to do.
Looks like a Lalafell. Ugh. Looks like a Lalafell, the fucking thing.
He was nevertheless the victim of a potentially lethal poison attack. And the only person who could possibly have perpetrated that attack is the accused, Mr. Natsume.
That's not true.
The defense counsel's theorizing has failed to avert suspicion from the accused, far from it. In fact, now that a clear motive for the poisoning has been successfully established,
Has it?
that suspicion is greater than ever.
I don't think anything he's saying makes sense.
Would you not agree, my Nipponi's friend?
Egg. Fill him with milk and throw him at a wall.
Drop him into the Thames.
It makes sense to be incredibly racist. Nothing else matters. He's guilty. Got it. How did he manage to turn that around on me so rapidly? Mr. Naruhodo, you must respond. Otherwise, the members of the jury may very well change their leanings against us again. And this may be our last chance to gain the advantage. The attempted murder of Soseki's motive. I get that, but it's just conjecture. He's just saying, because he was trying to kill him, he planned to kill him, meaning Shamspeare is innocent of everything, and Natsume is super guilty. It's just okay. Everyone goes, yeah, exactly. He's just got the riz. He's got the prosecutor riz. Well, it would seem that somebody put poison on the gas pipe in Mr. Shamspeare's room, which is also just a theory of ours that he's refusing to test because he's like, well, there won't be anything left. You don't know that. He's just fucking bullshitting his way. So we must name that person now and absolve Natsume of guilt. You mean name the true culprit? I know it might sound impossible, but if we fail to do that, I have no doubt that Mr. Natsume's fate will be sealed once and for all. It's just a theory. As it happens, one possible culprit does come to mind. The evidence, the poison, it's all pointing to a particular person now.
The prosecution calls for the jury to consider their leanings again. I trust you'll make the correct choice this time, Mr. Foreman. Don't you worry. We know exactly what...
He's so polite with his objection. There is one other person who I believe could have been involved in all this. The true culprit of this crime.
The true culprit?
A term found only in second-rate novels featuring third-rate great detectives, my Nipponese friend. But why not? This farce has gone on for so long already, I see no reason to cut it short before its disappointing climax. Thank you. Tell us, my learned Nipponese friend, what is your latest theory? Who is the so-called true culprit of this crime? I'm not even gonna safety save. Is this guy?
Take that!
Oh, it was Azul. It was you! You claim this person is the true culprit? I should have put down a safety save, it seems. Highly suspicious, I would say, yes. Perhaps, my learned friend, you should turn those wide eyes of suspicion on yourself. What? But he was... It seems to me reckless reasoning makes you far more than anyone else you could name. A very dangerous man indeed. But he had reason to be there. He had reason to possibly poison someone, just to prove someone. Is there achievement no penalties? Not that I know of. I was trying. You must concentrate harder. Harsh. Maybe now we should save. Before I blow up. Although, even if I game over, I think it just brings you right back to where you were. With full health. Poison that way. Well, I was just trying to figure out if it was him, because he was the one who was watching, waiting for something to happen. If he'd gone and tested the pipes, put a little bit of something on there, so that if someone was then fucking with the pipes, he would be able to be like, hey, look, he fucking fell down from poison. So even if he missed the moment that he messed with the pipes, he would have a larger window of time to catch him in the act. The evidence. I can't look at my evidence. It's probably Iris. Could it be Olive?
Raise a glass to the Nintendo 64, telling the story of its body. It had 4 megabytes of RAM. The expansion pack.
Dang it, really, Emmy. I don't know how she got access to his unit. However, if she knows that Shamspeare's the one who got Duncan killed, she would have motive to want him dead, rather than just circumstance. But I don't know how she would have done any of that. And also, I don't want to point the finger at her and make her sad. She's been through enough. But maybe it is her, because I can't think of who else it could be. Garrideb doesn't make any sense. Natsume is obviously, he's the defendant.
Take that!
No! No! The name of the person responsible for the poison that affected Mr. Shamspeare is, I believe, not Oomphy, Miss Olive Green. No, she's been through enough.
Miss Olive Green? I do feel as though I've heard that name in the recent past, Counsel, but I don't recall where.
What's wrong? She's allowed to have hobbies. Like putting poison on pipes. Listen, if he wasn't trying to kill anyone else, he wouldn't have gotten poisoned. So, she's actually very smart.
The woman from 6 days ago.
Is that why she was there that day? She was walking past the building. And she claimed that she was there to, because someone left a note of like, if you want to know what happened or whatever. The victim in the recent case of stabbing on Briar Road. This fucking JPEG. How many times am I gonna see this fucking JPEG? An incident for which Mr. Natsume was arrested, I hasten to add. And was acquitted of being innocent, you know.
Of course, yes, Miss Green. She was left comatose for some 3 days, I believe, but I hear she regained consciousness 2 days ago.
When men do a revenge, everyone claps. When a woman does it... No, I have no reason to suspect her, but she has motive. Which is why I thought of the gas man first. Because I could come up with a plausible motive. Not for murder, but for like a little bit of... It wasn't a poison to kill him. Obviously, he lived. It's just like a little bit. To knock someone out, you know? So, yeah. And potential means. And we know she had poison. That's also true. I hardly need to remind the court that Mr. Shamspeare's poisoning took place 3 days ago. A poison that doesn't work. It only makes rats have very nice, restful sleep with good dreams, and then they're fine. So, you know, that wasn't poison. Yeah, just a little bit. That was Wingman Landlord, Pleasant Room. It being Garrideb doesn't make any sense, because if Garrideb knew... If he knew that Selden had like a clue left in the unit, he would have just left it vacant and been in there himself. Bad leg or not, it doesn't make any sense for him to have motive here. I don't think he knows. Yeah, it's rat Ambien. Given that the woman was lying comatose in a hospital bed at the time, she appears to have a rather fine alibi. True, on the night that the incident occurred, Miss Green was in hospital, unconscious. This exists for later trials. That's also true. And he shows up after this point in the first game. So on the face of it, it would seem that she couldn't possibly be responsible, but still. My colleagues and I visited Miss Green in hospital yesterday, and we found her to be in possession of a bottle of poison.
Good gracious, she had poison?
And there's another fact that links Miss Green to this case as well. The defense requests that she be brought to the witness stand in order to explain the details to the court.
Tell me, Mr. Shamspeare.
My lord, pray, what be thy bidding?
Are you acquainted with Miss Green?
No, never heard of her. Judging by the look on his face, I think perhaps he genuinely doesn't know her. At least, not by name.
As the voice of Her Majesty's prosecution here, I adhere to my word. We will see my learned Nipponese friend's farce through to its conclusion.
I appreciate that.
The prosecution requests a short recess, my lord, in order to subpoena the witness and bring her here. Yes, Miss Olive Green? Indeed, my lord. 1 hour should be sufficient.
I feel so bad for her.
Very well, I grant the request.
Excellent, I hope. At least no one died.
So, the defense has made a most extraordinary accusation, I must say. But at the present time, I feel the prosecution's argument remains largely uncontested. Accordingly, I'm afraid the defendant and his culpability remain the sole subject of this court's attention. Thank you, counsels. We reconvene in 1 hour. Court is adjourned. Recess time. Whoopee! Hoo-hoo! I call dibs.
Oh, goodness. I hope not. I say she's suffered enough.
Joyful, jubilant jumping jacks.
Bagsies, not dibs.
I call bagsies.
Let's put stuff around it. Yeah. Recess, I'll go play tetherball. Yay. Except it's just like a bottle of a ball of asbestos. I'm just trying to think, what would they play tetherball with in England at the time? Just whatever would be the most carcinogenic thing I can think of. Mr. Natsume, I'm so pleased for you. Asbesball. You want to go play some asbesball?
Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire and non-locum judicial assistant Miss Mikotoba Esquires.
This is my cat. Your cat's in the way. Tell your cat we say hi. Lead ball. That would be rough.
Oh, stick and hoop. Finally, at long last, there can be proof. Proof that I'm innocent, and proof that my tea is innocent.
Asbestinous.
Good morning, my dear fellows. Ya, Herlock Sholmes. May you drink my tepid tea and fall forever silent.
I thought the tea was innocent. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you came. How wonderful.
Please save your derision. I know what you're all thinking.
Good morning, he says, when it's very nearly time for luncheon.
Your scorn is written clearly across your faces.
Nobody said or thought anything of the sort.
The truth is, I was determined that today would be the day. As sleep seduced me last night, I thought, tomorrow for once, I shall not oversleep. I'll rise early and be present in court to support my companions. Such spirited determination has a beauty all of its own, does it not?
Oh, yes.
And then I began to muse on the subject. Why do people oversleep, I queried. Why, time after time, do they make the same foolish blunder? And the answer came to me at once. It's so delightfully simple. People oversleep because they sleep. Well, is that not an astute insight into the matter? Oh, yes. Upon which realization, I attempted an experiment. I didn't sleep a wink all night. And the results, by first light, I was exhausted and began to be assailed by fits of drowsiness. Shocking. And so, the conclusion of last night's experiment is this. A good night's sleep is quite simply essential.
I think most of us probably knew that already.
What others presuppose I prove by experimentation. That, my dear fellow, is the scientific method. Ah, yes, and one more thing. Do you remember this?
Brad Ambien.
Yes, of course. It's the poison that Miss Green was about to drink at the hospital yesterday.
You didn't manage to...
It was a laborious task as the bottle was near empty, but such inconveniences do not hinder Sholmes. I managed to confirm that it contained strychnine. So I was right. Perhaps, though of course, such circumstantial evidence doesn't prove Miss Green's guilt. I shall leave the bottle in your care now, but licking the inside of the neck is not recommended.
Speaking from experience, I would no doubt. Poison is a good word. Could I have a word?
Oh. Gregson, how good of you to come. Forget it. Excuse me.
Whoop, there he goes. I love when they animate them like that. Wait a minute, Inspector. Slide back into frame. There he is.
I don't wish to make a nuisance of myself.
From the look on your face, I'd say it's someone else you think is making a nuisance of himself.
My dear Inspector, please speak freely. Pretend that I'm not here. Believe me, if I could do that, life would be a whole lot simpler for me.
Do you have the results, Inspector, of the investigation of Shamspeare's room?
Not yet. Shouldn't be long now, though. No, I'm here about something else. That dead convict, actually.
You mean the man from this newspaper article we discovered yesterday in Shamspeare's room? A man by the name of Selden.
I went through the archives of the yard and dug up the fellow's file. There's something in there that, well, it caught my eye.
Something caught your eye? What, Inspector?
What?
Selden Cooper.
I've copied out the relevant parts for you, so you can read it for yourselves.
Thanks. Is there dying of illness? Dying of illness? Did we know that? I remember he died in prison. What did it say? First of all, neat. So this is the poison we've been hearing so much about. Strychnine. There are a few remnants on the bottom of the bottle here, look. You mustn't be tempted to try it. Of course not.
As long as we don't lose this trial.
No, even if we lose the trial. No, we mustn't lose the trial in the first place, Mr. Naruhodo. Make your mind up, Suzato-san. It's just a bit of gallows humor. We mustn't.
Ryudo!
But how does it taste? 18 counts burglary, 6 counts suspected murder, died of natural causes whilst in prison. Final moments witnessed by cellmate. Estimated 1,000 pounds of loot he stole remains unrecovered. Manchester Strangeways Prison announced the death of convicted murderer and burglar Selden by natural causes in the early hours this morning. He'd been suffering with fever since the end of October, alerted by the shouts of his fellow cellmate. No stuff around to find him already dead before his cow punishment could be carried out. There's nothing new here. Right? But this says he died of illness. Well, I guess natural causes because he had a fever for months. Sure. These documents. Yeah, that came up last time. His image. Interesting. There's a real prison in Manchester. Really? A prison called Strangeways. That's rough. We didn't have it as evidence, no. So, I guess it's valuable in there. No, but Gregson was like, something caught my eye. And I'm like, I guess it's not in there because none about that seems significant. I'll rearrange your court record. Thank you, Suzato. Why are you giving us a copy of this important file, though?
Well, you're the ones that turned up the clue in the first place, aren't you? I'm just making sure things get handled in the proper fashion.
Oh, Scotland Yard's workings are so wonderful. Indeed, my dear fellows, and the inspector here is a shining diamond in its crown. A shining diamond in the rough, maybe.
Look, I just don't want to be beholden to a lawyer, that's all. Counsel for the defense and the defendant. Court proceedings are about to resume. Make your way to the courtroom at once.
Well, I shall leave you then. I'll be listening with interest from the public gallery. Not nodding off at all, certainly not. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. I'm rather tired of seeing Mr. Mustache in floods of tears personally, so best of luck to you.
Welcome, student Mr. Naruhodo, Esquire.
Yes, Mr. Natsume.
It's time, isn't it?
Yes, this is it. Miss Olive Green and Mr. William Shamspeare. This is gonna be the final battle. Like Romeo versus Juliet. Act 5. I won't really have saved Suzaki-san until I've exposed the whole truth of everything that's been going on. But it's all coming to a head now. You can do it, Ryunosuke. You have to. You can do it. I will not sleep a wink for 3 days. It's just a small bump, you see. Oh my god, it's time for luncheon, though. Reveals her standability. Yeah, that was a big twist.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, Hamtaro, I hereby declare this court to be in session again now. Before the recess, we heard a most startling accusation from the defense, namely that the victim of the case we heard here only a few days ago is the true perpetrator of this incident. A reckless, rash, and prejudiced charge of wrongdoing, in my opinion, my lord. However,
I don't know, it's just the first thing that came to mind. I was thinking of a tiny rat. I was gonna say Stuart Little, but then Hamtaro came out first. The rat known as Hamtaro. The prosecution has tried to extend every courtesy to this amateur newcomer from dubious eastern shores. Famously a rat. Rat Taro? Thank you for that backhanded consideration. Only I'm allowed to make reckless, rash impressions. Exactly.
A rather cold assessment from the honorable British prosecutor, I must say. So, Lord Van Zeeks, is the new witness present and ready to take the stand?
They call it a stand because it originated in court. Ready and waiting in the witness's antechamber, my lord.
Very well. Bailiff, bring the witnesses in.
She's gonna be tall enough. They'll give her an apple box. Oh, she's painting.
Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court, please.
William Shamspeare, my liege. For mine occupation, I can only say, only that I be a tragic victim to be pitied.
Being pitied is not an well, I take that back. Because that's what being a streamer is.
Currently unemployed, in other words.
I'm Olive Green. I'm a fledgling artist. But no, not a fledgling, really. A hopeless failure who's too weak-spirited to admit she has no talent, I suppose.
Also currently unemployed, in other words.
Oof. What a coterie.
He's a streamer. Get him.
Mr. Shamspeare,
My lord, I am thy humble servant.
I'm afraid that you are no longer merely the victim in this affair. The possibility has been raised that you are in fact the assailant, intent on taking the life of your fellow lodger. The part you have played in this whole business will be thoroughly scrutinized, I assure you.
I would for naught else, my lord.
And Miss Green,
Yes?
you are aware of the reason you have been summoned to this courtroom today, I presume?
Yes, the officer did explain. He said I poisoned this ridiculous buffoon.
And, do you accept the charge, Miss Green?
I don't know anything about any poisoning. And I don't know anything about this man. Come, lady, die to live. Verily, I know not thy prickly pea-pigmented personage. The personage of a pea.
Let us proceed with the matter at hand. That being to ascertain whether or not Miss Green has any involvement in this affair.
Strange name in the local area. Gotcha. Copy that. It's all very strange indeed. Why would you suspect me? I barely ever go to the East End anyway. It so happens I passed by that neighborhood 6 days ago, that's all. And on the night that this man was poisoned, I was still in hospital fighting for my life.
Yes, having been unfortunately caught up in the incident on the street outside the Garadeb household.
No!
An incident that rendered you unconscious for some 3 days.
That poor JPEG.
I was struck in the middle of my back by a knife, through no fault of my own, and now I am under suspicion? What other irrelevant things might I be suspected of? It's all very disturbing.
Your energies may be better spent worrying about random knife attacks, I feel, Miss Green.
At this point in time, all that appears to connect you with Mr. Shamspeare's lodgings is the Briar Road incident of 6 days ago. That's why we would like you to testify formally now about exactly what happened.
Oh no! The incident 6 days ago? You mean you want me to relive that awful accident?
Unfortunately, yes. Please tell the court what happened that day. And of course, we will be interested to hear from you about your movements that day too, Mr. Shamspeare.
But what happened 6 days ago has nothing to do with me being poisoned.
Let us proceed then. Witnesses will present their formal testimony to the court on the subject of the incident that took place on Briar Road the evening of the 17th of February.
I hope he gets poisoned midway through the testimony. It was 6 days ago at about 5 p.m. I was walking along in the snow when I was suddenly stabbed in the back. Coincidentally, it happened to be just outside the house where the men in this case have their lodgings.
I was at the tavern on the eve of which thou speakst, for I had bespoke my supper.
It was the first time I'd been in the area. I had a little matter to attend to, that's all. Anyway, I was admitted straight to hospital, so I knew nothing about all this business. That's it.
Yeah, that came up last stream. I appreciate it. I will do that.
A second incident inside a week in which I believe to be aptly described as the haunted lodgings. One can only presume this is a most unfortunate coincidence.
Yeah, huh?
There's no such thing as coincidence.
My lord. Meanwhile, you say you were not in your room, Mr. Shamspeare. 'Twas the following morn when I did awaken that I learned of the dire events. Marry, what a commotion did the officers of the law make on the floor above mine, when Saseki's-san was arrested on suspicion of attempted murder. As suspected, there is nothing connecting these two witnesses but happenstance. It's true. It does seem as though they're unrelated at first glance, but I'm not so sure. There's something lurking in the shadows here, I feel certain of it. And this is my one and only chance to expose it.
Counsel, you may now cross-examine these two witnesses if you wish.
Yes, my lord. I'll do my best. It was 6 days ago, and I was walking in the snow, and I was stabbed in the back.
Hold it!
There's no toilet or bath included in the lodgings. Oh, that's true. I'm well acquainted with the case. I'm sorry you had to go through that. It was awful. I still can't believe I was unconscious for so long. What are you thinking about?
Excuse me.
Do you have something to add, Mr. Shamspeare? 'Twas but a few sunrises ago, I got me to the nunnery. He got thee to a nunnery? What? Forsooth, I could not rightly recommend the place so oft to my fellows without having seen it mine own self. That makes sense. What? Though upon mine arrival I was forbidden entrance. The clue was in the name, I think. I did tarry a while outside the building in search of some other way inside, but alack! I was arrested by an officer. That was very illuminating, but perhaps you could just focus on the trial. That is pretty good. He got thee to a nunnery and was arrested. It's pretty good. Anyway, back to this. I'm well acquainted with the case. Sorry about all that. It was awful, and I woke up to find the case had been solved and the culprit arrested. Yes, the incident has been resolved already. Perhaps it would help you to consider it a bad dream that ended with your awakening and should now be forgotten. Yes, I suppose so. Thank you. But before you put it completely behind you, Miss Green, I need you to remember the details one last time. You must tell the court exactly what happened that day for us to arrive at the truth about this new case. The trouble is, there's nothing to tell, really. I was just walking along the pavement. Coincidentally, it happened to be just outside the house where the men in this case have their lodgings.
Hold it!
Surprised she isn't getting paint all over her face. What were you doing there that day, though? What do you mean? The art school you attend? What's it called? Yes, it's the Thorndike Academy of Fine Arts. According to Mr. Sholmes, that's just in the vicinity of Brixton Road, which is some 10 stops away from the scene on the Underground. I believe you mentioned before that you also live on Brixton Road, isn't that right? So why, then, would you have been walking along Briar Road in the middle of the East End? Well, it's because, oh yes, of course, I thought it might make a nice picture. The witnesses are students of art. City-dwelling artists can't all paint grand urban vistas. That's right, I happen to like the crumbling look of that part of town. Look at her go. Perhaps quaint would have been a less grating term. The point is, she's definitely hiding something. Yes, it seems she's not going to be forthcoming with the truth. If she's trying to hide why she was there that evening, it must mean there's a reason for her not wanting us to know. That's the key to this. And you, Mr. Shamspeare, on the evening of the incident 6 days ago, would you tell the court what exactly you were doing? 'Twould be my pleasure, sire. I was at the tavern on the eve of which thou speakst, for I had bespoke my supper.
Hold it!
A tavern, you say? Which one? 'Twas the Slug and Salad where I did tarry. 'Tis a jewel in the East End. And a little unexpected, I feel. What do you mean, Lord Van Zeeks? The Slug and Salad offers unusually fine dining for the locality at least. Not an establishment you'd expect to be patronized by a man with not even a crumb of bread in his room. It's true, the menu lists premium crusts of bread and glasses of water in different levels of cloudiness. Is that a good thing? I would have expected Grub's Grubbery in the local vicinity to be more appropriate for your means. Watery soup and mushy peas, or rather, soupy water and pea-like mush. Maybe soapy water? All equally appetizing. Most cloud for me, my lord. I just wanted to try some water in a different pub for once. What's wrong with that? I like that they don't even try to pretend it's anything other than water. How different can water really be? If they say the word ale, then the game gets ejected into the sun and never gets released. There's a more plausible explanation. A specific reason why I had to go to that particular establishment. Is that on me, map? It's not. Alright. Well. Agreed. The fact that on that day of all days he dined at a place he wouldn't normally, it does stand out. Oh, was that... Wait, but do I have... I don't have the rest of the note. I don't have it as evidence. I'm assuming that was... I don't remember the exact specifics. When he was like, meet me at the thing. In the note. I think it was at the Slug. But... it was pretty sus. I wonder if we have some evidence that can explain these actions. Do I has? I don't think I has. No. Maybe later. We need to turn up that letter first. Sadly, I can't think of anything at the moment. If we find a clue that could explain why Mr. Shamspeare went there, we must present it to the court.
Absolutely. If that is all in this matter, Counsel, I would ask Miss Green to reiterate her next statement.
It was the first time I'd been in the area. I had a little matter to attend to, that's all.
Hold it!
What little matter, Miss Green? Please elaborate. It was nothing, really. It's not worth mentioning. If you remember, you mentioned it to us yesterday at the hospital. Ah! It was related to the card you were holding.
Miss Green!
See, look, the rat's fine. What was that? She clearly just hid something. From memory, I believe the card contained a note that read, I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. We were just getting way ahead of ourselves here. What does that matter? This has nothing to do with Duncan. I don't like that noise he made. Duncan Ross. Please, Miss Green, tell us more about that note. The hop when she realizes, I'm sorry. There's really nothing I can tell you, but I can assure you it's unrelated to all this, completely unrelated. The truth is, you went out that day because that's what the note told you to do, isn't it? The instructions were for you to come to Briar Road at 5 o'clock that afternoon. I didn't think I should go at first, but then I thought it might be a good opportunity to see what the East End looked like.
Very well. If that's your final word on the matter, continue, please.
I want a poll. Let me get that in a minute. I was admitted straight away to hospital, so I knew nothing about all this business.
Hold it!
Yes, you didn't regain consciousness until the day after the trial, in the early hours. Exactly. So how could I have had anything to do with it? And yet you still haul me in here to court like this? Honestly.
So at the time of the poisoning, the witness was unconscious in her hospital bed.
Could there be a more airtight alibi, I ask you? And yet, in spite of that, you claim that I was the culprit? Well, But you certainly haven't produced any evidence to support your wild claim, have you? None at all.
There you have it. The good lady has yet to see evidence, my learned Nipponese friend. I'm working on it. Counsel, I would point out here that the jury's next decision will be final.
But I'm still entitled to a summation examination. We're really up against the wall here. Like, up against the wall with my mouth on a gas pipe. Did you notice? One of the witnesses reacted rather strangely to something that was said. You mean... That's right. When you see something when you're acting in an odd way, it's time to pursue.
Need closer eye on the people standing and not speaking at the time. Yeah. Let me get that poll going. I believe it was this line.
Hold it!
Preferred cloudiness level of water. 1 to 5, with 5 being the max. Preferred water cloudiness. There you go. Not worth mentioning. It was related to the card you were holding. Look at that ramp! I'm glad the mouse is fine. If anything should happen to that mouse, I swear, I would be inconsolable.
What?
What?
Excuse me.
Squirt-esque soda? Mr. Shamspeare, do you have something to share with the court? To be or not to be? That is the question. Ah, pray forgive me. The great bard's words springeth from within me with narrow thought. Whether 'tis nobler in the mind. Don't tell me it's because you're possessed by Shakespeare's spirit, right? Hearing Miss Green's words a moment ago seemed to make you think of something. Something of relevance, perhaps? Well, nay, sire, 'twas nothing at all. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. Presumably, you know the name. Mr. Duncan Ross, I mean. After all, you were both lodgers in the same house. I would it were so, but sadly nay. Lodging be a lonely occupation, sire. My lodgings fellows be rarely known to me. Stupid sexy Sholmes. So you haven't heard of him, even though he passed away in the room just 1 floor above yours? Miss Green? Me, my lord? Have I done something wrong?
The card that was mentioned before, containing the note. Do you have it upon your person?
I do, yes, but I don't need it anymore. In fact, I should throw it away, really.
Before you dispose of it, the court will take it as evidence, please.
There we go. Of course, that's what links Shamspeare and Green. It's Duncan Ross. It's soup. Ashley Grayson's first game was a Cinderella reference. Ash-based name, poor to rich, carriage changing his life.
Now continue with your testimony, please, Miss Green.
Okay. Which line was the card? Was it for the first or second? I think it was the second.
Hold it!
Todd!
That was the barrel. Why were you there? Was there something to do with the letter? What'd the letter say? The envelope has been ripped open rather carelessly, hasn't it? Miss Green strikes me as the type to open correspondence more neatly than that. Ah, what is it? The way the envelope is torn. I'm almost sure I've seen that exact shape somewhere else. Oh, you don't mean... Were you thinking of this piece of evidence, Mr. Naruhodo? Exactly, that's it. Try to match them up. Whoa! Whoa! They go together perfectly. This torn off end of the envelope clearly belongs with this card. There we go. 62% of chat likes level 1 cloudiness in their water. That's good intel. Being a little bit of a slut. Depressed. And then... Put your bra back on, boy, we have a murder to solve. Take your bra back off, boy, we just solved a murder. Thank you, Tina. Okay. Back to this. They fit. Fits perfectly. The 2 states of being. Okay. Just got handed evidence from my braless detective. Sorry. It's the first thing that came to mind. Okay, keep going. The witness is a student of art. Yeah. Alright. She's hiding something. Unasked for. Yeah. Sure, know how she was there. There's a reason. That's the key. Oh, Was it the first line? Did I fucked up all of it. Thank you for the bits. It's the first line then. Or unless it's the third line and I forgot. This case look at the highest marks for me if Olivia Turner, Olive turns to Shakespeare said, "Villain, I have done thy mother." Got Shakespearean style. Okay, was it the third line? I guess I thought it was one of her lines and then, okay.
Hold it!
Which one? Fucking harp sound effect. The slug. The menu. I'm glad that she has the menu in her book. That's good. I just wanted water. There's no plausible explanation. I had to go to that particular. He died particularly when I was just saying out. He was okay. Was he right? Yeah, there we go. Mr. Shamspeare. Yes, sire. On the day in question, is it not the case that you visited the Slug and Salad, a place you don't normally patronize, for a very particular reason? I don't know what you're talking about. Pray, if thou hast some purpose, speakst. Very well, I will present the course with evidence. Evidence that explains why you had to be at the Slug and Salad that day. It's gotta be this. This proves that it was connected to it. But this is where the information is.
Take that!
I believe this card reveals the answer.
Good lord, Miss Green's card, you mean?
That's right, my lord. It reads, I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. Prithee, get thee to a nunnery. Signed, Shamspeare. Mr. Shamspeare, your actions on the afternoon of Miss Green's stabbing are exactly as described in this note. Ah. Personally, I find it hard to believe that's a coincidence. Don't you, Mr. Shamspeare? Well... Excuse me, can I say something? Yes, Miss Green? That card was delivered to me. It doesn't have anything to do with this odd man, does it? You'd think so, yes, but it's hard to believe it's merely... My lord, may I?
May you what, Miss Green?
I'd like to make something very clear about that card.
Very well then, you may amend your testimony to include details about the peculiar note.
This note was delivered to me at my address. It's nothing to do with the odd man next to me here.
Hold it!
I think you said that you received it the day before the incident, didn't you? Yes, that's right.
There appears to be no indication of the sender's name or address on the envelope.
It was in my letterbox, and that's all I know, I'm afraid. I have no idea who sent it.
I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Who is this Duncan Ross, please?
A friend of mine. He attended the same art school as I do. He passed away in a tragic accident a month ago now, though. I wasn't sure what to make of that note, to be honest, but in the end, I decided to go. So you found out what the information was? Of course I didn't. You're not thinking straight. Can you blame him? Whilst on her way there, she was stabbed in the back. As my learned friend hopefully remembers. Yes, of course. She never made it to the meeting. I'll think gay. Mr. Naruto, you pursued Mr. Shamspeare wonderfully. It's worked out well, hasn't it? We have a new clue. Now I need to pull off a really insightful objection somewhere. Well, as you've managed to expose this promising new angle, I wonder if you should perhaps try to develop that. Yes, of course. And yelling out objections isn't necessarily the best way to do that, I suppose. Why not? It's what I'm best at. Boo. Yeah.
Objection!
Hiya! The day before the incident, exactly 1 week ago now, this note was delivered to your address. And upon carrying out the instructions in the note, you found yourself in hospital. Yes, I did. It's terrible, everything that's happened to me. Yes, it is terrible. If it's all true, that is. What do you mean?
Miss Green, have a look at this, please. It's the torn-off end of an envelope. Oh, is it? And it so happens that it fits together perfectly with the envelope of the note you received. Where did you find that? In Mr. Shamspeare's room. In my room? Mr. Shamspeare, do you perhaps remember this note from somewhere? Well, your actions that afternoon followed the instructions in the notes to the letter. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on 17th, and so that's exactly where you went. Let me ask you again, Mr. Shamspeare. You already knew about this note, didn't you? And you, Miss Green. What did I do? As this torn-off end of the envelope proves, the note was originally in Mr. Shamspeare's room. So how is it that it came to be in your possession? I don't have the first idea. I'm just a fledgling artist, after all.
There is only one explanation. You broke into Mr. Shamspeare's room and stole it.
He's being mean to her. You did what? Sorry, thou hast what? That's the first time we've gotten him in a break. He said, you did, thou hast what? You brought, I mean, thou were in my room?
What on earth do you want with me? It would seem that both witnesses need to testify again. Miss Green?
Yes? Whilst you have the court's sympathy, I'm sure, for the suffering you've endured in recent events, anyone found to be giving false testimony in a court of law would be duly punished. Perjury sometimes exists. Please bear that in mind. You what? I mean, thou wemst? Thou wemst. I know.
Very well then, witnesses, you will give formal testimony again now. On the subject of this curious anomaly regarding the note Miss Green claims to have received.
Perjury has existed since forever. It just only exists sometimes. It's like the Northern Lights. Sometimes it's there, sometimes it's not there. I do remember now. 'Twas a week ago. Peradventure, the note was delivered unto me. On the day writ therein, I did tarry a long hour at the Slug and Salad, yet nobody came. Thereafter, on the evening I shared the company of the Japanese fellow, I did see the note had vanished. Entirely within this courtroom. I don't know what you mean. You think I snuck into this man's room, do you? Why would I? I can point out the villain here, and as for that torn-off piece of the envelope, I don't know anything about it. I would think that she would claim, oh, he stole it from me, and that's how it wound up in his room, but, You now claim to have received this letter, do you, Mr. Shamspeare? Faith 'tis so, my lord, and I would swear to have set it upon the table in my humble lodgings. Yet, 'tis clear to me now that since I returned from the tavern that night, I have not laid eyes upon it.
Well, that being the case, young lady, it would appear that your testimony was...
A lie? Is that what you think? How unfair of you to think I'm the one lying.
I beg your pardon?
I'm just a fledgling artist, as I said, and fledgling artists don't lie. That note was delivered to me at my address. Besides, we all know who the liar around here is. If that's true, Miss Green, how do you explain the facts? This part of the envelope was, without question, found in Mr. Shamspeare's room. I don't see why I should explain. Sorry. I'm a fledgling artist. My job here is just to say what happened, that's all. It's your job to give the explanations and the proofs. You, the fledgling lawyer.
The fledgling will do his best. Evidently, my learned friend's cross-examination is our only hope of learning the truth. Well, counsel?
I'm ready, my lord.
Very well, then. The defense will now proceed with the cross-examination of the witnesses.
Miss Green clearly did break into Shamspeare's room. There can be no question of that. And that's how she acquired the note. Two facts that are starting to lead me to a possible explanation for all of this. And it's not a pretty one. Creative liberties. I do remember now. It was a week ago. The note was delivered.
Hold it!
And can you shed any light on the contents of the note at all? Nay, sire, 'tis as strange to me as a foreign tongue. Even with a knowledge of literature as great as mine own, verily, 'tis impenetrable. But Mr. Duncan Ross had lodgings in the same household as you. In effect, he was your neighbor, so surely you knew him, didn't you? Alack, if the choices be twixt I knew him and I knew him not, then 'tis with foreboding that I be forced to declare we were by some small measure acquainted. Despite your claims, though, you followed the note's instructions and went to the slug and salad. Presumably that was nothing to do with your knowledge of literature? Marry, naught will have the better of me, sire, save for the lure of curiosity. So 'tis true, I was compelled by mine own eager heart to betake myself to the tavern. Yet in the end, my curiosity was not satiated. On the day writ therein, I did tarry a long hour, yet nobody came.
Hold it!
But nobody came. So even after waiting for an hour, nobody appeared. Well, yes, sire, 'tis as thou sayest. Really? You paused for a moment before you answered. In truth, when thou asked whether nobody appeared, I did suddenly recall.
Really? Do you mean to tell the court that somebody did appear after all?
I was not alone that night at the Slug and Salad, my lord, no. 'Tis returning to me now. Was there a rat? I did treat my lips to almost clear water, and mine innards to a premium crust of bread. And all around me danced a great many companions.
What do you mean?
Flies, sire, flies.
Good lord.
In the name of Beelzebub, what were they? Fairies, perchance, from a midsummer night's dream, come to taunt me? I think they were just flies. I can't help thinking that the flies ought to choose something more wholesome to buzz around. Is that wrong of me? Something more wholesome than him, like poop. Thereafter, on the evening I shared the company of the Japanese fellow, I did see the note had vanished.
Hold it!
When exactly did you notice it had gone missing? Such idle thoughts ne'er occupy my mind. I am busied with greater ideals.
In other words, you didn't notice.
Several days passed between your outing to the tavern and Mr. Natsume's visit to your room.
Yes, it would appear that the note disappeared sometime in that interval.
Such idle thoughts ne'er occupy my mind. I am busied with greater ideas.
And yet, during that time, Miss Green was comatose in hospital, was she not? Clearly, then, she could not have been stealing things from Shamspeare's room.
Yes. Yes, of course. Did she wake up and steal stuff? It's all some sort of misunderstanding, isn't it, Mr. Prosecutor, sir? He's Sussifer. You have so far failed to give a satisfactory explanation as to how you came by the note. I am not here to advocate for your defense, madam. I won't tolerate inconsistencies in your story. You would do well to remember that. Oh, dearie me. What's Lord Van Zeek's getting at? Like they said that out loud. I don't know what you mean. You think I snuck into this man's room? Why would I? It seems that this note was actually delivered to Shamspeare about 1 week ago. Oh, does it? But for some reason, it ended up in your possession. I can't think of any way that could have happened except for you breaking into Mr. Shamspeare's lodgings.
Objection!
But for what reason would the witness have done that? I won't deny that Miss Green's possession of the notes would appear to defy logic. However, until and unless her involvement in this case can be proven in some other way, any further pursuit of this note is meaningless. Miss Green could only have come to be in possession of the notes by stealing it from Shamspeare's room. And yet, there's no obvious reason why she would have done such a thing. What if there was some other reason she broke into his lodgings, though? We should pursue that idea, Mr. Naruhodo. We're close now. I can feel it. We're so close to a breakthrough. I can put out the villain here. I don't know anything about it.
Hold it!
Well, exactly. It's fun. I like having dual witnesses. As I said in Greatest 31, I'm glad that this came back from the crossover. So you don't want to tell the court the truth about the letter, is that it? I'm a fledgling artist, remember? Artists are nearly always introverted characters. Introverted? Fee, this fledgling doth will readily cast aspersions about my nature. It's Phi, not Fee. Yet I am an angel, a seraph. Birds do harmonize with my song. The wind doth frolic on my wing. Oh, pity, wherefore dost thou accuse one so pure of heart, ample woman? Pure of heart? I don't think so. Even a fledgling like me can see you're just a failure. Tragedy? Thou shalt not know the true heart of an artist until thine instruction hereafter by death. Oh, the days, oh, the years, alas, to enlighten thee, thou must wait so long and in vain. Mr. Naruto, interject with some clever remark. This is your chance to shine. I'm no Shakespearean actor, Miss Susato. No, as far as I can tell, the only thing that's going to resolve this argument is evidence. Yes. Footage of the mocap. Hey, it would be good. It's clear that Miss Green did in fact break into Shamspeare's room, isn't it? And that's where she found this letter. Two more or less foregone conclusions that lead me to one terrifying conclusion. Terrifying? I'm afraid to say that the outcome of this cross-examination may well change how we look at this case completely. Really? Well. What do I gotta do? What do I gotta do? Deterring out the stuff that know we came. Trying anything that it vanished. I don't know what you mean. You think I snuck in this man's room? Why would I? Because of that? Because of this?
Objection!
Definitely that. That's contradictory. We consider this evidence. Undeniably.
You say it's undeniable, Counsel, but I fail to see any contradiction here at all.
I think perhaps that itself is the contradiction.
Indeed. Yeah, time for a rethink.
Indeed. Ow, I took damage. Sure. We're about Virgo. Oh no, Rating Mountains. Hope you feel better. I am dumb of ass, your lordship. Please forgive my random outbursts. Maybe she wanted to eat some soap. Delicious soap. There's that. Yeah, there's that. There's the poison. This is the thank you. This is the classic Ace Attorney conundrum of I have a rough idea of events and I have multiple pieces of evidence, but I don't know what they want me to present with what. I don't feel like I'm being pointed at a very specific thing, which makes it tricky. I don't know anything about it. How could I prove that she knew something about it? Other than the fact that it fits with the envelope, and how was it there? She doesn't know anything about it, so how can I prove she knows something about it? I don't know. I don't know. I yearn for the halcyon days of eating soap. She's just innocent. Why would I? This feels like I'm supposed to answer with what her motivation would be, because... What are they talking about? They talked about her... She did, in fact, break into his room. That's where she found the letter. There's one terrifying conclusion. So she went in there and found the letter, and then what? Then she poisoned the pipe? She had to have. Because it had to have happened before the meeting was supposed to take place. So did I present the poison? But then if so, where? God, I don't know. I don't know what they want. You want the poison?
Objection.
You want some poison? That was contradictory, I think you'll find.
In a number of ways.
That's right, in a number of ways.
Well, you're wrong in a number of ways.
Come on, brain, figure out what the game wants. Just read the writer's minds. 155 unique poses, that's a lot. Oh, I don't know. Damn it, I didn't mean to do that. God, I don't know. Sure. Hey, Ashbourne. Do not offer the woman to try to commit suicide poison. You know... I didn't mean it like that. I just thought she wanted some rat NyQuil, that's all. A rat Ambien, or whatever we said it was. I did tear long hours, this became... Then I should have copied the jar sodas, and it vanished. Sure, that all seems fine. It's gotta be one of these two lines, neither of which obviously stand out to me as this is the line, and then one of my mountain of evidence. I mean, it's not a mountain. It's actually not that bad for Ace Attorney, considering how long this case has been. I hope it's not like I have to look at evidence again for a new line to show up, but... Let's see. Can't find anything out of place. Good. Okay, that's the same as before. I would like to use a hint coin. Something about the envelope, something about the poison, something about the relationship between them, something about Selden providing motive. But it seems too far removed to connect her to all of that. That's why I'm just like... I feel like I'm missing something, but... I don't know what. If everyone in chat knows, I'm inclined to ask for a nudge. Because I'm feeling real stumped right now, and I don't want to just go random bullshit go. Although, asking for a nudge is, you know, similar in my mind. But, at least the video, I don't know. Read the I know. The first hint coin is the one that's like, have you read the puzzle? Cheese? Cheese. If that's a real hint, then that leads me to the rat, which leads me to the poison. Not re-examine, that's nice. The photo of the boyfriend? That's what I tried at first. That was the first thing I tried. Granted, it might have been on the wrong line, but I'm like, this photo doesn't prove anything, but if it's like, it proves that he had... We've already established in court that he was the guy that lived there and died, and she says she knew him, so that doesn't really give us anything. Can we nudge Shamspeare off the cliff? I wish we could. I know, but I don't know a good nudge without just giving it away. At this point, you might as well. Because I'm so... I would basically just be throwing random bullshit at the wall and seeing what sticks. Doing everything in the right statement, but not together. So I've done the right evidence, but on the wrong statement. That stinks. Because I think I did mostly on this line, so is it on this one? Is it the poison on this line? I keep handing her the poison. No, I am asking. Do the autoplay thing, turn off. No, I don't like doing that. I did try the poison on 5. Did I try the poison on 4? The other way around?
Objection!
Okay, well. And then you yelled at me for giving her poison. Yesterday at the hospital, we saw you with this bottle. So what line was that on? You think I snuck in this man's room, do you? Why would I? Poison. That just, I don't know. Of all the options that it's fine. It's just classic Ace Attorney, I guess. When it's just like, we wanted this. I'm like, I don't feel like that was really clear to me, but whatever. And though the contents spilt during the course of a small quantity remained. According to the defense's independent analysis, Mr. Sholmes' chemistry set, the liquid that was still in the bottle was identified as strychnine. Thank you for the help, chat. Strychnine? The very same poison that afflicted Mr. Shamspeare. The answer is to poison him. Yeah, but it feels like they want motive more than how? I don't know. Miss Green, you broke into this man's lodgings for one reason and one reason alone. To cover the end of the pipe that feeds the gas lamp in Mr. Shamspeare's room with poison. I guess that's fair. Why would she go? It's not like she knew there was a note in there. Why would she be breaking in the first place? You could argue she was breaking in just to try to learn more about him. I don't know. It's fine. Can this be? How'd she know it was a pipe blower? I guess she was able to figure out that's how he killed him. I don't know. You broke into my room too? It may seem incredible to the court, But from the remaining clues, there is only one logical conclusion we can reach. The person who attempted to take Mr. Shamspeare's life with poison was you, Miss Olive Green. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dearie. Me! Oh no.
Order! Counsel, are you seriously suggesting this woman put poison on the end of the gas pipe with intent to kill?
I hate that we're being mean to her. Yes, my lord, there's no other way to explain the facts.
Arse over tea kettle.
But if Miss Green did indeed set this odious trap 6 days ago, and the victim had put his mouth to the pipe that very evening, as expected, the attempted murder would have happened 6 days ago, surely. Well, that's a very good point.
Perhaps not, my lord. I beg your pardon?
There was a significant police presence in the area that evening on account of the incident on Briar Road. Local residents were being interviewed throughout the night as part of the ongoing inquiry. A circumspect criminal would likely have chosen not to carry out any wrongdoing at that time. Not Van Zeeks. And of course, the following morning, there was more activity at Mr. Shamspeare's address. More activity. Yes. You mean his fellow lodger, Mr. Natsume, being arrested on suspicion of murder? That's right. And as the defense has already proposed, Mr. Shamspeare was meddling with the gas in the pipe for a very sinister reason himself, to cause the gas stove in Natsume's room to go out, thereby asphyxiating the occupant. But once Mr. Natsume had been arrested, his room was under constant surveillance by the police. In the circumstances, Mr. Shamspeare had no reason to blow air into the gas pipe. His intended victim being in a prison cell. With the need to tamper with the gas removed, the poison on the pipe lay dormant. And then, 3 days ago now, the situation changed again. Right, Mr. Natsume's trial, which took place here at the Old Bailey, came to an end.
The trial in which the man stood accused of stabbing Miss Green in the back was duly acquitted.
That resulted in Mr. Natsume returning to his lodgings for the first time in 2 days. And that very night, his gas stove mysteriously went out, and Mr. Shamspeare was mysteriously poisoned. In conclusion, the poison that was present on the mouth of the gas pipe had been put there in the victim's room some 4 days earlier. Mary! She does have an apple box. With that new understanding, it becomes clear that this letter was all part of the plan.
What plan?
The court will recall that the note gave instructions to visit the Slug and Salad at 5 o'clock, and that the recipient should tell nobody else. The reason for those instructions are now clear. To ensure that the lodger would not be at home at the stated time. To make sure I wasn't home? Exactly. While you were out, Miss Green could safely slip into your room, knowing that she wouldn't be disturbed. You mean to say that letter? I didn't put that fully together. That's why he got... I realized the letter was meant for him in the first place, but it was just to get him out of the house. That makes sense. Was written by Miss Green, yes. And in order to cover her tracks, she took it away with her when she left. Just after she smeared poison over the mouth of the gas pipe in your room.
Order! What do you have to say for yourself, witness?
Just who are you? Why did you try to kill me? Miss Green's motive should be obvious. It's all tied up with someone whose name we've heard several times already during the course of this trial. The poison loses opponents, this is probably what Shamspeare survived. That's a good point as well. Because if the intent was to kill him, but it just knocked him out for a few hours, then yeah, he got some of it evaporated or whatever. That's interesting. Then what's behind all this?
So, you will share your apparent understanding with the court, please, counsel. Which person is behind this woman's motive for the attack on the victim's life?
Yeah.
Take that!
Duncan Ross.
That's right. Before the defendant, Mr. Natsume, took up residence in the lodgings of Mr. Gerardev's, somebody else was renting the room, Mr. Duncan Ross. I knew I'd heard the name somewhere else. It was all over the papers a month ago, when the man died in strange circumstances at the haunted lodgings.
Well, they weren't haunted before that point.
Well, I guess, was it haunted because of Selden? The idea is that Selden haunted it, but wasn't it only haunted after what happened with Duncan Ross? Whatever. That does ring a vague... Oh, of course, I remember now. The young man they claimed was strangled by the convict's curse or some such. Sadly, my lord, it wasn't a curse of any kind, nor was it an accident. The man died as a result of Mr. Shamspeare blowing into the gas pipe and causing gas to leak into the room. It was murder, plain and simple. Ag.
Oh. He's a good actor.
Ha ha ha. Well, what do you know? The world is so unfair. Curses, curious deaths, that's all people care about. If it's an interesting story they want to know, it doesn't cross their minds that real people are involved. And once they're bored, just 1 month later, once the story's lost its appeal, everyone's forgotten him. You mean you? Duncan was... Mr. Ross was Miss Green's fiancé. Fiancé? You may not have known until now who Miss Green really is, Mr. Shamspeare. But she's known exactly who you are all along. Because you're her sworn enemy, the murderer who took the life of the man she was to marry. Marry? Miss Green, is it not the case that in order to exact revenge on Mr. Shamspeare, you smeared poison over the end of the gas pipe? Oh, she's so small and so sad. This is all quite extraordinary. Am I correct in my understanding that you are now accused both parties, counsel?
Just pointing at everybody.
Each on different counts of murder?
Well, attempted murder in her case, real murder in his case. Yes, my lord, that's correct.
Objection!
There it is.
Inhaling so deeply, it appears that my fledgling learned friend has taken in a lungful of dubious gas that's causing his judgment to be clouded. What? Why would Mr. Shamspeare have wanted to kill these lodgers, as you say? You have completely failed to provide a motive to substantiate your accusation against the man. This gas is so dubious. That's right, Mr. Reaper, my liege. Mr. Leaper, my liege. I have been slighted. 'Tis lies, all lies. I deny every utterance. Nay. And you'll have to forgive me, Mr. Naruhodo, sir. But I don't intend to admit to anything either. Miss Green. You never provide a motive, yeah, but it doesn't matter when he doesn't do it. I'm sure you'll think I'm being very rude, but I'm not going to be sent to the gallows for the likes of this scoundrel. I can't blame her.
Objection!
Normally when someone is difficult at the witness stand, I'm like, nah. This is one of the few times where I'm like, I feel bad. I don't want her to tell the truth, but we need to. But you broke into the man's room. If you didn't do it to smear poison on the pipe, what was your reason? I thought I'd have a look around, that's all. Sorry. You're right, I suspected him. So I thought perhaps I might find some evidence or something in his room. Evidence that it was him who took Duncan's life. Oh vileness, oh villainy, oh tyranny, oh rotundity of woman. But in any case, whene'er I leave my room, I do turn the key in the lock. That whole place is falling apart. The locks on the doors are no different. Duncan showed me once how to unlock the door, with some terps and a piece of wire. Oh awfulness, oh artfulness, oh tyranny, oh profanity of woman. We will consider your trespassing on some future occasion, but for now, tell the court what you found, what evidence your search revealed. Well, I spotted the note that I'd sent him lying on the floor. When I went to pick it up, I noticed something. One of the floorboards was loose, and underneath it, I discovered a secret hiding place. Meh. Yes, we also discovered that hiding place. Inside, we found a newspaper cutting, a photograph, and an empty tin box. Yes, well, the thing is, when I found it, the box wasn't empty. What? There was something in it? Yes. this rather nice key.
Oh! What are you doing with that?
What the? Every ounce of color is drained from his face.
Give it here! Give it here to me now! It's mine! I inherited it!
What was that, witness? What did you say? You inherited it? No, What's all this about? You inherited that key? It was obviously important to you since you'd gone to such lengths to hide it, so I took it. I don't know what it's for, but you took something precious from me, so I took something precious from you. So what if it means you can't open something now? I don't care.
Give it back this minute! Give it to me! Calm yourself, witness!
So Mr. Shamspeare has tried, and in one case succeeded, to take the life of 2 lodgers now. Yes, his motive for doing so is the key to everything that's happened. It's true that there appears to be no motive to support the accusation against Mr. Shamspeare, at first. But considering everything we now know, I think there is actually something that could explain it.
What?
I need to recall every piece of evidence at our disposal, everything we've seen and heard. Because I'm sure that I just caught a glimpse of the link that runs through all of these events.
In that case, counsel, I must demand that you present evidence to the court in support of your claim. What is it that you say can explain the motivation for Shamspeare's alleged crimes?
I'm confident, but I just want to save where we're at. It's the article, the file.
Take that!
That's an official police report, is it not?
The Selden file.
How did you get hold of that? Selden?
The now sadly deceased Mr. Ross and the defendant Mr. Natsume have only one thing linking them. The fact that they had lodgings in the same room.
Well, yes, we know this, certainly.
A room that was formerly occupied by Selden. Until, that is, he was arrested by Scotland Yard for his involvement in multiple burglaries.
I see.
And it so happens that the convict Selden left behind one very substantial mystery when he died. The some 1,000 pounds worth of loot that he stole, which as yet remains to be found.
Ah, yes, of course. It's coming back to me now. Written in this file here.
Yeah. 1,000 pounds lost en route to hell. That was how the papers summed it up. And it seems that one particular fellow inmate was with the convict in his final moments. It's not hard to imagine Selden entrusting that inmate with his most closely guarded secret. Wait. Shit. The line about him going to the nunnery and getting arrested was important? Not important, just extra context. Thanks for the hydrate. I need to get more water. Yeah. The nunnery was relevant, perhaps a key to unlock whatever container the valuables were in.
Yeah, great.
I'm gonna see if Bath has their phone on them to get me more water. Or I'll just take a quick break. There we go. You mean the key is? Mr. Shamspeare, it was you, wasn't it? You were at the capital offender's side when he died, were you not? What are you talking about? It is a false charge, I tell you, a false charge. The name of the inmate who was with Selden at his death isn't noted in this file. But a simple telegram to the prison where he died would quickly tell us how false the charge really is.
But even if it's true, why would the man be so intent on killing every subsequent occupant of the convict's lodgings?
Gregson mentioned he was an ex-convict that arrested for fraud himself when he first saw him dead. Okay, I forgot that detail. But it certainly hadn't come up in a very long time. There's only one explanation for that, my lord. It was in that very room that Selden hid his loot. So it all comes out. Yes, and having established that, all of Mr. Shamspeare's subsequent actions start to make perfect sense. When he was let out of prison following Selden's death, he made immediately for Mr. Garredeb's lodgings in the hope of renting Selden's old room. However, the retired army man was unable to offer him the accommodation of his choice, because Selden's old room had already been let to somebody else, Mr. Duncan Ross. Which is why Mr. Shamspeare subsequently devised his gas-based plot to kill the occupant of the room. And when he was successful, he presumably intended to inquire about switching into the newly vacant room. However, a certain jittery someone had beaten him to it.
Mr. Soseki Natsume, the defendant of this case, no less.
So you decided to use the ploy with the gas again, did you, Mr. Shamspeare? This time to oust Mr. Natsume. All for one simple and avaricious reason: to get your hands on the 1,000 pounds of loot left behind by the dead convict.
You...
He's not denying it, so that's good.
Looks like I'm gonna snuff it before they get to stretch me neck. Listen, I want you to have me loot. Anything to stop the coppers getting their mitts on it. It's hidden in the room where I was lodging when they got me. Here, this is the key to it.
He just had it on.
Take it. Always stay one step ahead, mate. See you in hell, I guess. Shamspeare.
Wait, that is his real name? I thought that was a pseudonym this entire time. And his real name was gonna be like acting poorly or something. It's mine. What'd he say? Don't assume that ever. It's mine. That loot is mine. Oh. Ugh. Mr. Shamspeare? It's all lies. I don't accept any of it. Why should I? After all, you don't have a shred of evidence. You can't prove I killed that fellow. Forsooth, I'm the victim here, remember? Isn't that right, ladies and gentlemen? If I don't admit to it, there's nothing you can do. You can't arrest me, for the time being anyway. Verily, you can't arrest the victim, can you? Isn't that right, ladies and gentlemen? I'm so close, I just need a few more hours. I swore to myself that I'd get my hands on it, and I can almost taste it now. Do you really think I'd just give up? There's no question in my mind now. This man is guilty through and through. But he seems so utterly intoxicated by the idea of that loot. I'm afraid that however hard you press him, he'll never admit to what he's done, Mr. Naruhodo. There is a way. Pardon? There's one way I can finish him. No. All this talk of pipes has me thinking. He's already committed the most heinous crimes to get his hands on that loot. Which means all we need to do is find it first. A fine plan. Were it not for the fact that the police thoroughly searched the room following the death of Mr. Ross. If it's there at all, it must be very well hidden indeed. But I mean, what? Yeah.
Without conclusive evidence, I certainly cannot rule.
If only there was some way we could find the convict's loot quickly. This is the final piece in this complex puzzle, but I think we might have it in our possession already. I think Wagahai ate all the loot. I think we may well have something that can help us find where that loot is hidden. M'lord?
Yes, counsel?
The defense would like to make a proposal about how to find the late convict's hidden loot. I believe we are already in possession of something that could give us a clue as to its whereabouts. Do I now? It's our last chance, so it has to be worth a gamble. Besides, we've used the same technique once already, and it definitely paid off then.
What is he talking about? Very well then, counsel, let the court hear your idea. What do you propose we can use in order to locate the hiding place of the deceased convict's hull?
Wagahai has a keyhole. Wagahai has a fur pattern that matches a pattern on the wall. And if you put in there's a hidden keyhole right about there. Something that's like related to Soseki's room? Or am I overthinking it?
in the soap? Maybe we gotta eat a lot of soap. And that'll make it become clear. There is a key, the hole there, but presumably... I find it hard to believe he hid it in there. It's the only thing that I have that has a keyhole on it. But that would be stupid, because then as soon as the gas man went to check the money, they would be like, oh, look at all this money. So, also it's in the wrong room. So what would I have that's connected? There's the books. Anything related to Natsumiura's room. Which the books were in Shamspeare's room, so how would that even? There's the cups, which are from his room. The soap was not. There's that. The thing. Is this at all relevant? I don't know what that is in the background, just part of the building? I mean, this would be poetic if it's related to the photo of him being happy and alive. Come on, brain. Maybe the poison? Maybe it's in the poison? What else isn't covered? I have no idea. The entire time, I had no idea where the loot was meant to be hidden. Already dead. God, I'm gonna try. This is the most poetic.
Take that!
This is my proposal, my lord.
Good gracious. We could use that, couldn't we?
Objection!
I have another idea. Stop wasting the court's time with this senseless rubbish.
Egg. That is my proposal, my neat bunny's friend. Okay, cool. Okay, neat. I mean, listen, that would be the most like, look, Duncan led us to the money. Hooray. We've already found one secret hiding place during the course of our investigations. With the fingerprints. Sorry, skin prints. I suppose we have, though someone else beat us to it. Findings from the method. Okay, I understand. Okay. They're talking about the method, not literally where it's hidden. Okay. I misunderstood the question. I thought they were like, where is it hidden? The question is, how can we find it? Which is what they asked, but I misinterpreted it. I'm glad they reframed it. If I'm not mistaken, those are Mr. Shamspeare's handprints on the wall of his lodgings. Skin prints. That's right, my lord. Exposed as a result of the defense's independent investigation of the scene. Based on a wonderful new discovery in the field of forensic science by the great detective, Mr. Sholmes. A great detective? Is that some kind of joke? Do you really think I'm going to be daunted by a man with such a ridiculous title? I should think the great bard ought to recognize such a title when he hears one. Mr. Shamspeare? That's okay. I was like, that has to be. Oh god. Perhaps we should compete for the honor of most ridiculous title. Now that they're both on screen together, it just makes sense. This is Sherlock Holmes himself.
What are you doing here, great detective?
Your usual haunts are the filthy back streets of the capital, are they not? Mr. Reaper, it's been too long. And I see your complexion has worsened since last we met. Mr. Sholmes. He does know Lord Van Zeeks then. Well enough to say something like that in any case.
Mr. Sholmes, though you may be heralded as a great detective by the population at large.
He jumped down from the gallery.
That does not give you the right to come and go in my courtroom as you see fit.
If I may, my lord, Mr. Sholmes' newly discovered scientific method has helped us to uncover vital clues in this case already.
Clues, you say?
I call them skin prints, my lord. You shouldn't. My method identifies every location touched by an individual under scrutiny. It's the method by which we are able to ascertain this gentleman's gas pipe activities. You need only a small sample of something the individual has previously touched to make an indicator solution. In your case, sir, I use the teacup you have been holding. Elementary. So now, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? What am I to use as a sample to make the indicator solution this time? Thank you for offering to help, Mr. Sholmes. When the convict was arrested, he was living in what is now Soseki-san's room. We need a sample to help locate Selden's loot that's hidden in his old room. What form will the sample take? A person? How could a person even... What person would have Selden touched? I think it's gotta be evidence, right? But then what evidence? What has he touched? Ugh. I mean, the key, but a lot of people touch the key. And I don't have it as evidence. Unless I'm meant to present her and then be like, her key? He touched our hearts. Why am I stumped on this? This seems like an easy question. What I know something, he touched the loot, he touched the key, and whenever it's locked, stuff in the room. Then he went to prison. So, all I can think of is the key, which I don't have, which is her. So I'm gonna try that. Present my badge. We'll need something of Selden's in order to create the indicator solution to find his loot. And something the convict owned happens to be in the possession of somebody listed in the court record. Okay, they're fine. Upon my word, Mr. Naruhodo, your powers of reasoning appear to be on the up. So, which particular person do you have in mind? From whom can we continue the possession of the late convict Selden to create an indicator solution, even though she's been touching it non-stop as long as we've been seeing her conscious? So I don't know if that's a reliable source of just Selden's skin, but sure.
Take that!
Don't worry about it. I'm not going to. Miss Green? Me? What do you want with me? The key around your neck, if you please. Sorry? That key belonged to Selden. There will be remnants of secretions from the man's skin on its surface that we can use. Underneath her palm sweat. Very true. That is the sample we need. Using it, we can create the indicator solution required for Mr. Sholmes' skin print seeker. And find exactly what Selden touched in the room that he used to rent. It's like a layer of her skin and then a layer of his skin, because he touched it for a while, and then Selden. Women don't sweat, but then it would be covered in Shamspeare skin, which is... I hate all this. As one great to another, I assure you. If the late convict's haul is hidden somewhere in his former lodgings, I shall uncover it in no more than 30 minutes. Sounds like I'm worried about it. I assure you I'm not. This is my I'm not worried about it face and voice. I'm not worried about it. Mr. Shamspeare, the truth is well within our grasp now, and as such, you will never get your hands on Selden's stolen wealth. Yarg! In that case, I'll gladly let Mr. Sholmes have this key. No, give the key to me! The detective shan't have it! It's over, Mr. Shamspeare. No, no. You're out of options now. There's only one thing left for you to do. Admit your guilt. Whoa! Whoa. Oh, shameful spear, despair! Be thy name! And that's how confetti was invented. Also, universe transfer locks on the internet. Comic explains friendly who gets the box. There's not having a killing one. It often is in these cases. If they just took a more direct route that didn't go, I know what to do, murder. I never intended to kill the man. I just wanted to drive him out of the room. That's all. So I flooded his room with a toxic level of gas, so you'd have time to find the convict's haul of stolen goods. You lived underneath him in a rickety building. You could probably hear his footsteps and be like, oh, he left. Let me sneak in. There's so many better ways. Anyway, they're usually, again, the villains in these stories tend to be like, well, they jumped to murder real quick, so you'd have time to find the convict's haul of stolen goods. Yet after you'd killed the young man, you still didn't move into the room. I asked the landlord, of course. I pleaded with him, but he refused. Why? I was 3 months behind with the rent, for one thing. Mr. Garrett really has had a lot to put up with. And he had the gas repair work done immediately afterwards, putting the room out of action for a while. And then, this Japanese man swooped in at just the right moment to sign the new lease. Poor Mr. Natsume. What unfortunate timing. Then, 5 days ago, after the incident on Briar Road, when the Japanese fellow got himself arrested, I thought I'd finally have my chance. But it wasn't to be. No, the scene was sealed off and guarded by the police night and day. And if I remember rightly, Mr. Sholmes spent the whole day in there reading books. He sure was curled up in there. I couldn't even enter the room, let alone search for the loot. Which is why, on the day Mr. Natsume was acquitted and returned to his room, you once again tried your trick of blowing air into the gas pipe that feeds the stove in his room. Unbeknownst to you, however, that action would lead you into a deadly trap. William Shamspeare, how does it go? To be or not to be, that is the question. From Shakespeare's Hamlet, Act 3, Scene 1. Well, let me tell you, in your case, it's not to be. That is the answer. Ho ho! You deserve to die for what you've done. Fucking got him. Thanks, Tom. Two and a half monologues in Hamlet. A question. You were ready to go on that, right? I'm gonna question whether it's worth continuing to live or just end it else when all it tells her to go in the beach. Basically saying KYS. Pinterest doesn't replace the last sentence with "you don't deserve to be," which IMO goes harder. You don't deserve to be is pretty good. God, she's on a fucking box. Character design 101 in Ace Attorney for me to be endeared to a character is put them on a box in the witness stand. And I'm like, oh, look at them. I really did think it was just a terrible accident. I'll never forget our conversation the night before Duncan died. I do deserve to be near Automata. The gas supply in my new lodgings are a complete disaster, you know, Olive. The gas supply? Yes, the stove always seems to go out in the middle of the night for some reason. That's no joke. They say it's the convict's curse. Oh, Duncan, please, don't stay there. I don't care how cheap it is. Alright then, if it's that important to you, I'll start looking for a new place. There are spare rooms at my house. Why don't you leave that horrible room tonight? No, I'd better not. We said we'd wait until we'd graduated before we told our parents, remember? But that was the last time we ever spoke. That very night, he fell victim to the gas. If only I'd known it was going to happen, I'd have insisted he left that horrible room that instant. But instead, all I've been left with is bitter regret. I stopped going to school, but something kept drawing me back to the house on Briar Road. I saw a stooped, Eastern-looking man with a mustache coming out of the house one day when I was there. He walked up the road to Grubb's Grubbery for some food, so I followed him. Thank you. And sat myself down next to him. He had some watery-looking soup and started to pick a quarrel with the publican. Beth is dancing instead of taking my class. Thank you. You got it. Definitely gonna drop it. That's fine. We have more glasses. Just be careful of the broken glass. What? Huh? He had some watery-looking soup.
That place is cursed, I tell you, cursed. The ghost of that convict who used to live there is trying to suffocate me. I wake up in the middle of the night, freezing to death because the stove has gone out. The room is full of gas, and I can hardly breathe. But the pipes have been checked. No problem there. It's like I'm the problem. That's what they're thinking.
But how could that be? Duncan was gone, and now this man had almost suffered the same fate. Could it really be a curse? Be careful. Then, dancing with a full cup of water. I remembered a rumor I'd heard about how the gas companies go around investigating the gas installations.
A rumor? Oh, you mean?
Yes, everybody's heard the stories. Don't just stand there dancing with my water. Thank you for the water. And now they're dancing away. Thank you. Appreciate it. The vibe we need right now. Not the vibe I asked for, but the vibe I need right now. Everybody's heard the stories, it seems, how they check the pipes. Not the Shamspeare dance, sadly. How about how anything connected to the gas can be extinguished by blowing air into the pipework? That's when it started. A little flicker of doubt in the back of my mind that just wouldn't go away. Was it really an accident, though?
Once I'd had the idea, it wouldn't leave me alone. It plagued me day and night. So I bought this at one of the black markets in the East End. Black market? I've never been. I just heard people talk about them. And you really can buy anything you can think of there. In some ways, being able to get my hands on this so easily made me even more determined. I had to find out one way or another. Was Duncan's death an accident, or was it murder? And your chosen method for establishing the truth was simple, but highly effective. Smear poison on the gas pipe you suspected the man of tampering with, and wait. If Mr. Shamspeare was innocent, nothing would come of what you'd done. But if he was guilty, he would pay for his crimes dearly. Or the next time the gas man comes to check the pipes, he dies. Solid plan. I found out the name of the man I suspected, William Shamspeare, and then I wrote him this little note. I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on 17th. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. That lamp in particular? Maybe it's the most obvious one, and maybe it's the only one in the room. If he'd done it, I knew that would worry him enough so he'd be sure to go. So I waited to see if it worked. And of course, Mr. Shamspeare followed the instructions to the letter. I worked out where the gas pipe was straight away. So I smeared a good amount of the poison I'd bought all around the mouth of the pipe. All the time praying that the devil's work wouldn't be done and that it was all just some wild fantasy. Actually, no. All the time praying that the devil's work would be done and that the culprit would get his just desserts. Sorry, just deserts, I think is what it said. Looked like one S. Just deserts.
Yep.
That's good water. It was danced over, so it tastes better.
3 days ago.
We've been through this. We have been. How clear is the water? It's pretty clear. It's filled with sand. Yeah, I forgot that I remembered. That I forgot. It is spelled with one S, but then it's the desserts, because, yeah, well.
Anyway, when you were first stood in the dock before me, this whole affair seemed relatively straightforward.
It's clear. It looks pretty clear to me.
Yes, my lord. I certainly never imagined the depths of depravity that we should subsequently find lurking behind the scenes.
Thanks for the hydrate.
It has been a long road, my Nipponese friend.
Oh, yes. Hey, Sonny. Welcome. We're wrapping up case 2. Hope you had a good stream.
Everything's great. And I certainly didn't envisage walking with you.
They're walking down the street holding hands. Let's go. It's a first step. Literally.
Nevertheless, together we have reached the light at the end of the tunnel, as it were. Miss Green?
Yes, my lord?
You will henceforth be stripped of your freedom as punishment for the attempted murder of Mr. William Shamspeare.
Yes, I know.
And you, Mr. Shamspeare, you will be tried for the murder of Mr. Duncan Ross in cold blood, and the subsequent attempted murder of Mr. Soseki Natsume here present.
Mr. Naruhodo? Yes? Yesterday, at the hospital, when you and your friends stopped me from drinking the NyQuil, from ending your life by drinking what was left in the poison bottle, I wasn't myself. I can't even really remember what was going through my mind. To be or not to be, I suppose. That's a question that's so hard to answer, it seems. Well, personally, I'm glad of your being here, Miss Green. Oh, and I'd like to believe that it's a blessing Mr. Shamspeare didn't die when he ingested the poison. For your sake, at the very least. Oh, because of you, I chose life, not death. And now, you've made the truth come out at last. Really, I can't thank you enough.
No.
Oh, Miss Green.
Mr. Soseki Natsume? Yes, my lord? The court declares that you are exonerated from all blame in this matter. Accordingly, I would call upon the ladies and gentlemen of the jury to present a verdict of not guilty. We are in full agreement, my lord. In that case, I hereby declare the defendant.
Yeah, woo. Forgot about the fireworks indoors. No line about, and don't come back to this courtroom in a few days' time.
Court is adjourned.
Really seems like you should be like, and please, listen when I tell you, don't be back in this courtroom. 3:24 p.m. What a case. And then he flees the country. Yeah, he's getting the fuck out of here.
Oh, yes, at last. Divine justice duly done.
Like Ashboard. The Green's so unashamed of her actions, so much as be one of the most serious, most things they've ever going. Yeah. No, they did a really good job setting her up. Divine justice? My dear fellow, if there were any divine justice in this world, you would shave that mustache. What the fuck, Sholmes?
No, this has nothing to do with my mustache.
Some say that a luxuriant mustache is a sign of physical prowess, Mr. Sholmes.
Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, once again, you've saved me from doom.
I'm very happy to have been able to help, Mr. Natsume. Congratulations on your acquittal. You're second in almost as many days. I was first acquainted with and gained affection for English literature whilst in our great homeland empire. And then, by a twist of fate, I was brought to the land that bore the fruit of that literature. Only, the city of bricks and mortar became my prison. Try as I might, I never found my feet here. In the end, I confined myself to my room and lived life through friendly old books. You've had such a difficult time, haven't you? But a week ago now, I dragged you out of that dark and dingy room of yours, did I not? You did. And I've seen more of life in this week than in all my years to date. And for the first time, I feel I've begun to see the true face of the English that's so far been hiding from me behind the wall of fog. My dear fellow, there is nothing special about the true face of the English, as you put it. Wheresoever one goes in the world, humans are human. There are few genuine differences. Yes, I think you're right. I finally started to see that, and I've come to understand something. I've worked out why I was attracted to English literature in the first place. It made me see that whatever our nationality, we humans all have the same hopes and fears. We're all just doing our best to live. Well said. I've come to feel the same way. This is why I have to get the fuck back to Japan. I've made a decision too. I'm going to cut short my study tour here and return to Japan. What? Just when we become friends here in England. What a terrible shame. Oh, I know, that does tug at my heartstrings, it really does. But I've decided I'd like to take everything I've learned here in Britain and write something of my own. A novel of sorts, I suppose. Oh my, so you'll be creating your own literature, Mr. Natsume. How wonderful. Oh, well, no, I mean, I wouldn't presume to call it literature. Why not? When that is precisely the definition, Mr. Mustache. I suppose you're right, yes. It will, in a way, be literature. But as of now, all I know is that I'd like to try my hand at writing. I have no delusions of grandeur. I, for one, would love to read your work. Well, all things considered, it may be for the best. After all, you have once again emerged victorious from a battle with the Reaper. That's very true. And there is no salvation for a person in the dock when the Reaper is the prosecutor. The desire to return post-haste to the perceived safety of your homeland is one I quite understand. My goodness, yes, faced with such a terrifying prospect. Nobody would consider that cowardly, I'm quite sure. You know what's still hanging over me is why Sholmes was like, no one can know about this case. What about it? Nothing came up that was like, ooh, government secrets. I'm sure we'll get to it. I'm just still on my mind. But that's... Oh, I can't. That's not why I'm leaving. I mean it. And that was the case that we found ourselves embroiled in 6 months ago now. It's because Shamspeare is there. No one can know about Shamspeare. Suzuki-san did indeed return to Japan and submitted a report about both cases to the government. It was on reading that report that Professor Mikotoba was prompted to visit the scholar. Huh. And barely any time later, Suzato-san was given the news that she must return to Japan as well. Why? On the back of a telegram stating falsely that her father had fallen gravely ill. Shamspeare was a government bioweapon. It targets the recipient's DNA to cite Shakespearean soliloquies at them until they explode. The only possible explanation that comes to mind is what happened after the trial on the following day. The day that we uncovered the loot hidden by the now deceased convict in his former lodgings. Okay. Alright. Hey, we're back. 24th of February. Well done, Mr. Sholmes. How simply marvelous of you to uncover the secret hiding place in just one day. Wasn't it supposed to take 30 minutes? As I believe I told you, my dear fellows, skin prints are extremely useful in such situations. Wouldn't you agree, Gregson? Gregsy's been happily munching in agreement this whole time, you know, Hurley. Happily? I think perhaps humorlessly might be closer to the truth. So, it transpires the man fashioned the hiding place in the ceiling. And what's in it? What exactly is the loot? Let us look then, if you're ready. Let's examine the late burglar's haul. Episode 6 takes place at 6:09 p.m. February 23rd. Meaning sometime before or after the scene they start talking about Tsuke ga Kire desu ne. Shakespeare and kanji and bicycles. Never read those books. Nope. What is that? Oh. It looks to be some sort of neckband or collar. A collar? It's huge though. And look at all the gemstones set in it. I can see why it was claimed to be worth 1,000 pounds. Perhaps I could have it as a belt. Have you noticed on the inside there? There are some dark stains. You don't think they could be blued, do you? I mean, there's quite a lot of it. On second thoughts, perhaps I won't have it as a belt. No, Iris. Then, of course, there's this emblem here. A large letter B and a small crown. The British Royal Bramley. What does it signify, do you think? Oh, I hadn't noticed that. Bumshoe. Boing Elizabeth. I feel as though I've seen that emblem somewhere before, you know, but where could it have been? That's enough of that, I think. What? What's the matter with Mr. Sholmes? All the color is drained from his face. Well, Inspector, I believe you ought to be taking this, oughtn't you? It could be valuable evidence, after all, and must be kept safely under lock and key.
Yep. Get your grubby hands off there, you lot, and hand it over now.
Have I seen that before and I forgot? I'd never seen a collar that large before. And all those jewels certainly look to be extremely valuable. Yes, no. Yes. But that's not what it stood out the most to me, at least not once I'd noticed it. Those dark marks on the inside of the collar. Those stains. Could they really have been blood? I don't think so, you've not. No. Okay. I was like, it's very possible it showed up somewhere and I forgot about it, but... That was a funny case, wasn't it? But it's all buttoned up now. People saying yes or jumping. Okay. Logical. Want to say someone's named after Count of Baskervilles? B is for Baskervilles. And you look very pleased, Iris. And the hound could be a dog. I am, because I was starting to wonder what I could use as the basis of this month's story in the magazine. But this case will be perfect. It's been so fascinating. You're talking about the latest installment of the Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, I presume. The mystery of the knife and the mist, and the mustached man and the convict's curse, perhaps. I could make it a two-part story. Oh, I can't wait. A word, please, Iris. Yes, what is it, Hurley? I'm sorry, but you can't write about this case. It's out of the question. What? Why not? It's a great case. Then I shall have to insist that you limit yourself to the first of your 2 titles. The second must never be written. Is that clear? So it's not the details of the case as much as what the loot was. Which presumably could just be changed if that's what the problem is, but whatever. Yes! The Unspeakable Case. That's a great title. I will write it now.
And so it was that the second of Souseki-san's cases became buried in obscurity.
That fucking startled me. I thought I was like in a Discord call and someone started talking. I was like, what the fuck? Okay.
Now, looking back, I feel I understand. I can see why Mr. Sholmes forbade Iris from publishing the story. It would take a little longer before I saw the link between everything that had happened and would happen.
You just want to know it's because of the loot. I guess that's fair, but like anyone could see things were fine and then he picked up the loot and went, ah, well, anyway, take that, let's go, let's not speak of this. Like, even Iris, a child, could see that it was the loot that made him concerned, but maybe there's more to it.
For it wasn't until 2 months after the arrival of Susato-san's letter that events began to unfurl again.
Ryunosuke's VA played these games a few years back. Oh, nice. Like on stream or YouTube. Something like that. That's cool. 2 months after the revolution,
With an incident that took place at the very heart of the eagerly awaited Great Exhibition of London.
They've been teasing that a while. Last year. Recently. Oh. Oh, here you go. Nice. Oh my god, that was a long case. It was long. We did it though. The Clouded Kokoro. Case 2, am I right? You know what's after case 2? Case 2+1. The Return of the Great Departed Soul. United Kingdom, the Great Exhibition of London, Austrian Empire, Ottoman Turkey, the Great Wheel. The London Eye was made at the turn of the 19th century. Let's see. Now that's the taste. Yeah. Let's go. The return of a giant laser beam pointed at the moon. One large case. Oh god, no.
The
I'm
grand
glad it was
end of the
split up.
century Great Exhibition of London. Surely there is not a soul who has failed to hear of it. Wondrous new works of culture and industry from every corner of the globe had converged on Hyde Park, welcoming over 50 million visitors. The last great hurrah of this century. Astonished and delighted people of all nations, and ended on a note of resounding success. But as regards to the terrible catastrophe that occurred during the festivities, very few are aware my friend Mr. Herlock Sholmes had a hand in unraveling the matter. For from the shadows, it was he who earnestly unearthed the facts of the case. And like the centerpiece of the Great Exhibition, which rose high into the skies of Hyde Park, Sholmes's brilliant deductions, as clear and lofty as the Crystal Tower itself, brought the truth to light.
We're here at the showground of the Great Exhibition, which is absolutely packed with people. The weather is unusually fine, and we're about to witness a most extraordinary scientific experiment.
I'm getting like Professor Layton and the Unwound Future vibes, and I'm concerned about it. Oh, what? Oh.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 20th century will see steam engines and electrical power dominate the world.
Thanks for the prime welcome.
Horse-drawn carts will give way to the motor car. Ships will sprout wings and take to the skies. And today, we showcase even more advanced technology. A glimpse into the future. A world first. A demonstration of my super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine.
No, I don't think that's a good idea. Even outside of an Ace Attorney game. Seems like a bad idea.
We'll literally be disassembled by a pulse of high-voltage electricity and beamed to another location,
I mean, he might get disassembled.
whereupon his body will be reassembled by a series of complex calculations exactly as it was before.
2 + 2.
In but a few moments from now, this gentleman will, in the blink of an eye, complete an incredible journey through the air, to arrive an instant later on the Crystal Tower behind you!
This one, yes, yes, yes! Woo!
I'm glad he's having fun.
Yes, 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 yes! No, please, that's not what I wanted.
Okay. Alright. October. Right. Bruno! Are you listening? Oh, sorry. What was that, Iris? Cutscene unrelated. Yeah, that would be great if the rest of the case had nothing to do with it. What's the matter with you? You've been miles away all morning. Didn't you like what I cooked for breakfast? No, that's not it at all. What were we talking about again? Today's paper, it's full of news about the Great Exhibition again. Yes, the Great Exhibition. I'd like to go sometime. You're really not your usual self today. You seem very down. Don't you agree, Hurley? It's exactly the pose I was hoping it would cut to.
Did you say something, Iris?
Oh gosh, you're even more down.
When did you arrive, Mr. Naruhodo?
Don't fight me. Oh. I've been here for about half an hour already. We had breakfast together.
What? Why didn't you mention it before?
I, thought you might have known I was here, you know, because breakfast? Iris is quite right. You're clearly lacking in vim. So much so I didn't notice your presence. Thanks. Of course, I could deduce the reason perfectly well with some simple observations. What? Let's see. Yes, for example, your tousled hair this morning with all its unruly spikes. Clearly it can be deduced, therefore, that... Let me stop you there, Mr. Sholmes, because I think I can see where this is going. My hair always looks like this. It always has. Ever since we first met, in fact. Oh, really? How interesting. It just doesn't look like a haircut as such, I suppose. Thanks again. It crossed my mind recently that it's been 6 months now. 6 months? Since I was forbidden from working in court. So I've been wondering how much longer I'm going to be banned. Oh, well, that would explain why you seem rather glum. Don't you agree, Hurley?
Did you say something, Iris?
Ah, back to moping. He's fine. What's the matter with Mr. Sholmes today? He seems even more down in the dumps than me. I know, and the Great Exhibition is opened. You'd think he'd be excited. Oh, why don't we go all see it together?
I want to, of course I do, but I can't. Not for the time being.
Why not?
Why not? Why not? Because I'm a great detective, after all.
So you're embroiled in some tricky case that you can't be distracted from, is that it? I don't remember hearing that you're working on a case, Hurley. I suppose I should try to find out what's going on. But first, I have to look around the room. But first, Dan! The Dan Jones! Welcome! How y'all doing? Thanks for the raid. Stonks! The stonks are going up. Welcome. We just started case 3 of this video game. If you're gonna raid and run, no worries if you're gonna stick around. All we have for context is a single cutscene that was out of context. A man exploded, and now we're here. Yeah, no worries. I appreciate it. Hope you had a good stream. Welcome, welcome. Peaked with cameo. Oh, nice. How'd it go? Did they get to the peak? They tried to teleport it, the grand exhibition of like 1902 or whatever is here, and a man exploded. And then now we're just hanging out, and we don't know. So, it's fine. Everything's fine. Every time I look at that machine, I can't help thinking what a monstrosity it is. What is it called again? It is very latent in the unwound future thus far. The Great Analytoscope. It can analyze absolutely anything. It does seem incredible, and at the same time, incredibly useless. If I had a nickel for every time I saw anyone anywhere. Ah, but it looks impressive, doesn't it? So that makes it very useful. How does that make it useful? Because it means you can pawn it for lots of money. The pawnbrokers always make idle remarks like, what an incredible looking machine. So Early often takes it to the pawn shop when he's a little short. Sounds like this thing pulls its weight around here more than I realized by having its weight pulled around. Everyone's uniquely stupid. So, almost everyone in latent on the unwound future, then. Books, paper, scientific implements, these shelves are stuffed to the gunnels. Miss Susato wouldn't be able to help herself if she were here. She can't stand mess. Susan might not be here to stand mess, but she wouldn't dare touch those shelves. Why not? Everything's in intricate balance. Hurley spends ages on it. If you were to touch even one thing, the whole lot would come tumbling down. Tumbling down. Susie noticed it was a very delicate arrangement right from the outset. You make it sound like a meeting of great minds. But the truth is, Mr. Sholmes just needs to tidy up. Yeah, the violin. Can also read. Everyone can read Bruno's mind. I think they talked last game about how he just has all of his thoughts written on his face. Ah, yes, Mr. Sholmes' faithful musical companion. Wasn't made by somebody famous. It's a Stradivarius. I'm afraid you have to save up for 100 years before you could afford one. I wouldn't choose the violin if I saved for 100 years. What would you buy then? I really have no idea. I think I'll have to do it so I can find out. I'd buy a giant sandwich. Terrible poker face, as we've seen in court. The huge metal chest with a lace cloth laid on it being used as a table for tea and coffee. It's very sturdy and locked shut. That chest contains my father's detailed records of Hurley's many cases, so I've been led to believe a lot of this is repeat dialogue. They're a secret. You might be bitten. How much horseradish? All horseradish, no bread. I do love a good fire. Watching the flames flickering and dancing about is just so very relaxing. Cleaning out the chimney isn't so relaxing, though. No, getting covered in soot isn't my idea of fun. You know, Hurley decided he was going to clean it out himself last year. But you can guess what happened, can't you? He got himself stuck inside the flue. He's a very slim man, I admit, but there are limits to where a fully grown man can fit. Now, every time he dozes off by the fire, he has nightmares about it. That tracks. All these different pieces of evidence from cases that Sholmes has solved are very interesting. The trouble is, Hurley forgets things so quickly. He never remembers why these things are relevant. The other day, for example, he saw the orange pips that were there and decided to plant them in the garden. Pips? Yeah, they've all sprouted now. We have 5 new plants. Oh, well, I don't know what case they were from, but if Mr. Sholmes can get oranges to grow outside in England, he should change his profession. Those are some cursed pips. Not Santa confirmed. I look forward to finding out what aroma your tea will have, Iris, every single day. Ah, the Peepus plant. Well, I infuse a different concoction of herbs from the garden every time, so it's never the same twice. When you call it a concoction, it sounds more like a science experiment than something for tea time. Oh yes, that's because different blends can have different properties. Some calm you down, some make you feel jolly, some give you energy. Today's particular blend is something quite special, so you're really in for a treat. That sounds ominous. The oranges begin screaming. Ah, yes, this is where you note down ideas. What's in the melting pot today? The blue carbuncle. It's from a case of a precious stone. Carbuncles are garnet. But they're usually red, not blue. That's crazy. Yeah. No, yeah, there's a case that involves orange pips. Book says it there. The calling card of the KKK. Dark Soldier references game. Yeah. As I said, pretty cursed to just be like, let's just make some plates out of it. There are so many different bottles up there on that charming little set of white shelves. It was like a bad omen when the orange pips would show up. Do be careful, Runo. You mustn't try the contents of any of these bottles, even if you're hungry. Don't eat the poison. How many times do we have to say it to you? He said he was hungry. What are you working on? I can type with my eyes shut, you know. I can believe it. Yeah. It is the same. Do not the poison. Garnish come in a variety of colors. Did they 100 years ago, though? Bet not. They probably did. Okay. Hi. Oh. Half a year ago now, I took on the defense of a young girl in a trial heard at the Old Bailey. What at first seemed like a simple case of murder that took place at a London pawnbrokery turned out to be one part of a much more far-reaching plot that involved the British government. Yeah. During the course of the trial, it was found that I made an unavoidable, yet at the same time, unforgivable mistake. About the discs?
Words fail me. This situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes, my lord?
I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial.
Rubies and sapphires. You know, all those red sapphires. Jenny, stupid thing. Yeah, but you know, you had to ratchet up the drama for the end of the game. Of course, my lord. Dog is similar here because it's very close to time to the pre-flashback bit. Gotcha. In the end, I had my right to represent people in court revoked. I was told I had to spend my time in research and study, so that's what I've been doing. It all leads back to the Skulkin brothers. Very directly threatened to reveal Dharma Secrets and then did it. But he needed to for the case. You have, haven't you, Runo? Important appearances are. Yep. Reading all those big fat tomes about British law up in your room and the notes about Sholmes' old cases. Brewing Iris's special blends of tea, fetching my daily bread for me. You become something of a manservant around here. Start on the silverware next, Master Naruhodo. Well, I'm thinking of going to ask the powers that be to reconsider. Specifically Lord Strongheart at the British Supreme Court on Whitehall. Lord Strongheart? That fucking guy. The delightful Lord Chief Justice. Not my favorite fellow. He's not mine either, but he's the man I have to talk to. He's the only one who can grant permission for me to start working in the courts again. I came to Britain to become the best lawyer I could, and I can't do that just sitting around here. The whole of London has been swept up in this great exhibition, hasn't it? The most advanced science, the most modern technology, the finest works of art and feats of engineering. For the next 6 months, our capital will be showcasing these things, and the world will be watching. Oh, do you know what I'd like to do? I'd like to look down on London from one of those lovely balloons. Look down on... Do you mean those things? Fly? Yes, of course. They fly high in the sky and don't even need wings to do it. All you need is hot air. But how? How does hot air have anything to do with flying? It makes no sense. I can't understand it at all. More like strong fart. Dong shart? I don't like that phrase. That's true of a lot of new scientific discoveries. Most people can't understand them at first. But in 100 years' time, all these things will just be common knowledge. I suppose they might be. Mind you, some of the science being demonstrated seems very questionable. Something went wrong on the open experimentation stage yesterday, apparently. There was a huge explosion. Still, I wish I'd seen it, though. I'd love to see how bad some of these scam experiments really are. Says the innocent 10-year-old girl. See here, every page of this paper carries some article or other about the great exhibition. But the brighter things shine, the darker the shadows that are cast behind them. Personally, I find myself drawn to the darkness, to the impenetrable. That is my proper atmosphere. Okay. Shadows cast behind. Is that a metaphorical way of referring to the back page of the paper? Is he that smart and good with words? Oh. Yeah, he is that good with words. Or it's a Lost cat! No! No! We'll get to that in a second. Every article on the front page is news about the great exhibition. Public experiments to demonstrate brand new scientific ideas, cultural exhibits from around the globe.
It's also positive and hopeful about the coming century. We must all go to see it properly before too long. Yes, must. Tarot garners worldwide acclaim. Catch me front page news. So many glowing reports about the Great Exhibition, everything that's going on there. Other than this rather gloomy looking one, that is. Wait, what? What's the matter, Runo? The fucking image. Who is this Ezio Auditore guy? The Reaper attacked. That's Lord Van Zeeks. This must be what Mr. Sholmes was talking about. Does he know any more, I wonder? Okay, but what about the cat? What do you mean I can't learn more about the cat? I bet the cat's already been found. That's why there's nothing else to discuss. Sorry for spoiling. Oh my god. It's me. Oh, the filler articles are actually news articles from Shire. That's fun. Your mood. Are you investigating a particularly tricky case at the moment, Mr. Sholmes? You could say that, I suppose. Nothing more to add. That's not like you. What sort of case is it? Shush! Quiet, Mr. Naruhodo. We must not discuss it here. You never know who might be listening. You're acting very strangely, Hurley. What do you mean, Iris? Well, usually, the more mysterious and complicated a case is, the better Hurley's mood. Ah. Is it really a case that's bothering you? Iris, please, you mustn't exercise your astute powers of observation and deduction on me without invitation. Remember what I always say. Put yourself in the shoes of the individual about whom you're making deductions. You say that, do you? You, Mr. Sholmes? Never mind. Once I've had a cup of tea, I must make my way at once to the crime scene. That was a deep sigh. It says in the paper that Lord Van Zeeks was attacked. That's terrible. You know the legend of the Reaper of the Bailey, of course, don't you? Only too well, in fact. Yeah, Prosecutor Barak Van Zeeks. He didn't put his foot up on the table at all during that case. They're saving it for later in the game. They say that if the Reaper is the prosecutor in the case, there's no salvation for whoever's in the dock. Damn, you're right. Even if the defendant is found not guilty. Once the Reaper has someone in his sights, one way or another, that person's time left on this earth will be short. Except for Soseki Natsume, he was fine. Twice. London's finest rogues always find ways around the law. They'll stop at nothing to secure an acquittal at trial. Falsifying evidence, paying sham witnesses, threatening jurors, bribing judges. But even such devious tactics as these cannot save them from the hand of the Reaper. As you've experienced yourself, haven't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, I've seen the Reaper's retribution at work. Many of these criminal rogues are reckless and quite unafraid to die. If a leader among their fraternity is seen to have been taken by the Reaper, retaliation like this does occur. Really, the capital has a never-ending supply of such scoundrels. So do you mean... Thank you for the raid bell. Come on, coconut. Coconut gun. Welcome. I appreciate it. Hope you had a good stream. If you got a raid and run, no worries. If you're gonna stick around, we are near the very beginning of case 3 of the Great Ace 32. Coconuts? Got any coconuts? Bunny! So, do you mean Lord Van Zeeks? SpongeBob? Thanks for the bits. Lord Van Zeeks has been attacked like this before. This isn't the first time. To get you caught up, if you're gonna stick around, the Great Exhibition is here in London. It's the year like 1900 or something. A man was attempting to teleport another man and he exploded. And then meanwhile, the prosecuting attorney from the game has been attacked for maybe unrelated reasons, who knows. He's quite an accomplished combatant, you know. He doesn't take these attacks lying down. Although, it seems that his assailants were armed with guns this time. Oh. Oh my goodness, is he alright then? Is Lord Van Zeeks hurt? My dear fellow, how on earth would I know? Well, in the article here it says, as to what of Lord Van Zeeks and his condition.
But I would gladly give for you. I would gladly give for you. And when I hunger for a tree frog, I'm still in a dream, snake eater.
Thank you for the bits. Thank you for handing me on that. So the first got 2 VOD pop up the other day and remind me that I need to finish the last 2 cases and stay ahead of the VODs. Got stuck in a very deep depression spiral, but your streams have helped me go on a bit. Didn't manage to finish case 4 today. Still gotta say how incredible this game is. Hope you enjoy what is an incredibly long-ass case. One of my favorite witnesses in the series. Appreciate it. So far this game, just case 2 was like a stream and a half, so it's a beefy one. But I'm enjoying my time with it. I appreciate it. And thank you for gifting us out, Mako. That's World of Lore of 6 this condition. All will be revealed in tomorrow's morning edition. Gotta keep them paying customers in suspense. I see. Well, we shall have to be patient then. No, I can't wait until tomorrow. As compared to the original story. Oh, sorry, I missed the question. I mean, they're good for different reasons. You're catching me in the middle of a case, so like my brain is fried. But no, I mean they're all good. I think the most distinct ones are the investigation games. Those are the ones that have the most different pacing and the most different mechanics. But in terms of investigation and trial and stuff, they're all different flavors of the same thing. So, this case is pretty long. Jeez, this whole game's long. So anyway, but yeah, no, it's just all good. These games are great. I recommend all of them in any order. Although if you're playing any chunk of the games, you should play that chunk in order. But they're good. More quality of life? I don't know if quality of life is the right word for it. Just different approaches to some of the ideas. You should have to inquire with somebody in the know. But who? Lord Strongheart, perhaps? Can't we just show up at Bart's and just be like, we're friends of the guy? Yeah, this is honestly, you could start with here, you could start with the Apollo games. You could start with investigations. They're tiny things in the earlier games that if you play them out of order, you might be like, huh, but anyway. Yeah, if you play them in order, that'd be the best, but you don't need to. There's tiny little things you might just not pick up on, but it's not crucial. I must be leaving now. Yes, understood. See you later, Mr. Sholmes. Ha! You really are a shameless liar sometimes, my dear fellow. What? You seek to put me off my guard and follow me, don't you? Well, you would be wasting your time. The thought hadn't crossed my mind. Now I'm wondering where you're going. Well then, see you later indeed. Where is he going? Listen, he's still laughing on his way out of the door. What the? Alright then, Runo, let's get going. Iris, what are you wearing? I've got change to go to the great exhibition. You're going to take me. But I was just about to go to the Supreme Court. Well, that sounds fun too. You're gonna take me there then. Alright, fine. Just lower that weapon, would you? Of course, and after the Supreme Court, then we'll go to see the great exhibition. I guess so. Alright. Well, I appreciate it. I can go upstairs. Is there anything up here? It's so lonely. Hello. I'm so excited about the prospect of Naruhodo's Anything Consultancy opening for business again. That's not what it's called. It's Naruhodo's Legal Consultancy. I've done a lot of studying in these past 6 months, reading law texts and judicial precedents. I'm sure I'm a better lawyer now. I can't wait to start practicing again. Nothing's changed in here at all, though, has it? Still one eye on the Daruma. It's as though time has stood still in here since Susie went back to Japan. I wanted to keep it ready for Miss Susato in case she was able to return to Britain at any point. So I've just left everything the way it was. Oh, I see. Right. And there was me thinking it's because of the way you are, Runo. You know, never bothering to tidy up, I mean. Iris, this isn't the time or the place to bring up my tidiness. Or lack of it. Actually, it is the place. Maybe not the time. Let's go. Back to Strongheart. We haven't seen this guy since the last game. Yeah, there are different outfits in this collection. I'm just sticking with the defaults. Only check in October. Oh, recommended on the thing. Oh, we can go back. It's been about 6 months now since I was last here. But some things never change, like the sense of foreboding I always seem to feel in this place. Well. Doesn't seem to bother Iris at all, though. She's happily reading over there. See the mouse? It's very cute. I love this place. I always find so many interesting books here. Of course, I was forgetting that you've been here before. The time we came here 6 months ago.
when Suzato-san was given the news that she was to return to Japan.
No. Ah, I understand you wish to speak with me.
Lord Strongheart, I trust you've been keeping well.
Let's see. Since you arrived and requested an audience, it's been 4 hours, 32 minutes, and 26 seconds.
I've kept you waiting a while, my apologies. No, not at all. I like nothing more than standing around staring into space. Good to know. Good to know that doesn't appear to bother him at all. Male Strongheart, Lord Chief Justice of London. He's the man who's allowed me to start practicing as a defense lawyer when I arrived in Britain as a student. You need only savor the air for a moment in this grand office to understand his preeminent status.
As you will be aware, the Great Exhibition of London is now underway at last. We're extremely busy as a result, policing the grounds, guarding the new technologies, dealing with petty crime.
And furthermore, as of next month, we shall open the International Forensic Science Symposium. Oh, I have not heard about that. Investigating authorities from 40 countries around the globe will be taking part, including from your own land. Forensic science is the future. The world must embrace it. Okay. As we're the hosting nation, I have much to do, and it is my highest priority. If others must wait for my attention as a result, so be it. Well, it's nice to know where I stand. So, you wish to consult with me? Of course, I can very well imagine what this is about. Thank you for agreeing to this meeting, my lord. I want to be allowed to start working as a defense lawyer again in court. That's what brought me here today. But actually, there's something else playing on my mind as it happens. Bruno, just take a deep breath and come out with it. Yeah, all right. I actually came here today to ask your permission.
Go on.
6 months ago, my right to work in court as a lawyer was revoked, and I was told to spend my time studying. Obviously, I'm very sorry for what happened, but the thing is, it made me understate what it really means to defend somebody under the rules of a foreign justice system. Made me understand. And I desperately want to have another go. Please, permit me to enter the courtroom again. Mr. Naruhodo? Yes? Here it comes. I'm sure you haven't forgotten your position here, have you? At best, you're a substitute for your compatriot. This was never your intended role. Well, that's true. The Japanese government actually sent my best friend on the study tour, not me.
It should have been Kazuma.
He was so determined to bring change to our own justice system at home. That was his calling, not his theme. Fuck this game. No, don't show me him no! If that tragic accident hadn't happened, I wouldn't be here in this office now. He's jamming out in Rat Jam Heaven, he's fine. Mr. Osogi was my best friend, you see. That's why I can't leave it unfinished. I have to fulfill his calling for him. His calling, you say? Has it never occurred to you that perhaps you know nothing of his true calling? Sorry? The mission with which that young law student was charged. What do you suppose it really was? What do you mean? Mission? He's not making any sense. Never mind. I've read all the reports you've submitted over the past 6 months. It's clear to me that you regret your actions and have been studiously obeying your revised instructions. Do you mean? As of this moment, I reinstate your license to practice law here in Great Britain. Yippee! Thank you. Thank you so much. That's wonderful news, Runo. In fact, I believe I have the perfect case to mark your comeback. Curious affair. Uh-huh. You'll consider it, I hope. Of course. Please tell me more. Updated law license report. That easy. Yeah, it's suspicious, but also he's like, yeah, here's a case for you. He described it as a curious affair. Yes, that's right. I believe it was reported in the press. Are you aware that there was a serious accident at the Great Exhibition yesterday? Oh, no. Yeah, I read about it. I thought it was... Well, we'll see. It would be quite a twist, I think, if we end up having to defend Lord Van Zeeks in court if he's accused of murder. That's never happened before. Yes, I read about it. Lawyer restored. There you go. A professor from Germany tried to carry out a crazy experiment. Let me see. How was it described? Super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, I think. Instantaneous kinesis, as in moving things with a click of the fingers? That's right. It's just what my herbal blends need, a dash of devil may care. Whatever this serious accident was exactly, it's clearly captured Iris's imagination. It's an unfortunate business. A large explosion engulfed the public experimentation stage, and a man lost his life. A certain Mr. O.D. Asman. O.D. Assman? O.D. Asman. O.D. Asman. Where's, is it just where's the pun there? O.D. Asman. O.D. he overdosed. Oh, the ass man. Odious ass man? Odious man? Odious man? Odious man? Ideas man? Or is that too much of a stretch? Ideas man? Anyway, an investor and well-known figure in society. Odie ass man. It's odious. His term was Odie Boobsman? A large explosion? That's a German surname, right? Boobsman? Odious man. I was just making think of the ass man gag from Seinfeld. Odious. Uh-oh. Hi, Katie. Ozymandias. Ugh. Look upon my works. Now to flip this switch. A man died. Yeah. Iris. The man responsible for the experimentation was Professor Albert Hairbrain. Yeah, alright. He was detained immediately after the incident and is due to appear in court tomorrow. Literally, hairbrained. Alright, on the charge of murder. Alright. Murder? If you intend to take on his defense, you should hurry to meet with him at the prison. There is very little time left for you to carry out any kind of investigation. The Great Exhibition, a scientific experiment gone wrong, and might it? I feel out of my depth before I've even started. Still, we should go to the prison straight away then, and try to meet with this German professor. Don't you think? Definitely. Ah, yes. One more thing about the case. Yeah? There's a connection with our mutual acquaintance, the Reaper. Oh? With Lord Van Zeeks? How? You'll have to ask me about it. Oh, okay. Maybe not. All sorts of conferences have been taking place around the world to coincide with the Great Exhibition. And next month, the largest and most important of them all will take place at last. The International Forensic Science Symposium. It does seem as though criminal investigations need to embrace scientific methods, doesn't it? Or else Emma won't exist. Exactly. We'll create a time paradox. London, the global epicenter of culture, science, and wealth, now has a population exceeding 6 million. Sadly, crime in the capital is growing at a similarly startling rate. So it's imperative that we use the latest scientific methods to investigate and resolve cases as efficiently as possible. Which is what's known as forensic science, isn't it? Exactly. The future of policing. Very bad man. Gotcha. Regrettably, however, Britain is currently dragging its feet when it comes to the adoption of forensic methods. Oh dear, that's alarming. We also have to make sure snackoos get invented. It's extremely alarming. If I were Her Majesty's Attorney General, you can be sure the numbers of crimes committed and resolved in London would be very different to the current figures. And I can cite 12 solid arguments and 223 individual reasons to support my claim. Sorry? By way of apology for keeping you waiting earlier, I shall detail every one now. What? Oh, how fascinating. It all began 15 years ago. I was... Oh no. We have limited time for the investigation. Oh. Whoa. Whoa. Getting woozy. Oh. Yeah, Paper Mario sleeping is very good. And we're back. And we're back. Okay. Good bit. And that more or less sums up my feelings on the matter, in the simplest of terms, of course.
Essentially, to formally establish a forensic investigation division within Scotland Yard. That is my mission. Oh, right. Yes, that's wonderful. Exactly. Wonderful is precisely what it will be. She's fine. Iris isn't paying attention at all. She's got her nose in another book now. Oh, is it over? Did you learn anything useful? I actually drifted off for the most part. He's surprisingly ardent about forensic science. Okay. Did you know that I'm a lawyer because you made me a lawyer? By the way, Lord of Strongheart, about this. The symbol of a defense lawyer in the Japanese judiciary. Oh, I didn't expect you'd know that. We never accept foreign students before first researching the legal systems of their home countries. But such trinkets are merely for show. The only true measure of your worth is your performance in court. Yeah, right. Yeah. Have you seen the paper? Oh, that reminds me. Have you seen this? The reports of the overwhelming success of the Great Exhibition? Of course. No, not that. The story on the back page. What story? Does he not know? The Reaper attacked. Ah, that. You've enjoyed some victories in court against my #1 prosecutor, have you not? Poor Mr. Reaper. What happened to him? He wasn't killed, was he? There's no need for concern. Lord Van Zieks would not be so easily dispatched, I assure you. Can you tell us what happened? I'd love to know. Very well. If it interests you... Tell me about the lost cat. Is the cat okay? It does, strangely. There we go. Fortunately, Lord Van Zieks emerged from the attack unscathed. Street ruffians are no match for that man. Didn't look like a street ruffian. It was like a masked gentleman of some sort who somehow has been photographed. I don't know. Street ruffians are no match for that man. He's a very capable fighter. He had a bottle of wine on him. But that's incredible. They were armed with guns. Why was he attacked, though? Do we know? It's related to events that occurred a month ago. A leader of one of the capital's criminal organizations was indicted and prosecuted by Van Zieks. But the man was acquitted. I have no doubt large sums of money were involved behind the scenes. Large sums of money? It's a deplorable situation. Members of the jury were bribed, it seems. However, despite winning his freedom, the man in question met a dramatic end yesterday. But you're not suggesting that was the work of the Reaper, surely? The victim's henchmen certainly seemed to think so. He was a man by the name of Assman. Mr. Odie Assman. Oh. Did you say Assman? That's the man who died in the big explosion at the Great Exhibition. Yes. Known publicly as an investor, but in reality, the head of a significant criminal organization. Oh. Thanks for the bits. Gruntilda for Poker Night 3. Hell yeah. Unbelievable. I wonder, could I ask you something, Lord Strongheart? Try me. Why do you use Lord Van Zieks as a prosecutor? All the criminals who manage to get off in court then meet with mysterious ends outside this courtroom. And fearful of that fate, they seek to strike at Lord Van Zieks first. I know there's no evidence that he actually is the Reaper in that sense, but still. Something's clearly going on here. I have Van Zieks work for the prosecution service for 2 reasons. Firstly, the man is the best prosecutor in the capital, bar none. And secondly, any deaths of criminals that have occurred outside the courtroom following his trials are nothing to do with him. That doesn't make sense. How can you explain the way so many have died if not by someone's hand? Van Zieks may have earned himself the moniker of the Reaper, but he is no killer. So he will continue to prosecute on behalf of the Crown. Unless he wishes otherwise, of course. Alright. I'm so satisfied by his response. Well, I must be leaving for my next engagement. I'm already 11 hours and 16 minutes late. My colleagues may be starting to fidget. 11 hours late? That's quite something. That's almost as late, boys, as I get for my streams. That meeting had already started when I arrived back here for this engagement with you. So lateness was inevitable. Time stops for no man.
I'm sure it stopped for me during those 12 solid arguments and 223 reasons. Oh yes, where would I find Lord Van Zeeks now?
I would assume he's at his office.
Right. I'll go and ask him about the attack in person. I want to get this straight from the horse's mouth. He's a horse?
Away with you now. I'm leaving Professor Harebrain's defense entirely in your hands.
Of course, yes. Thank you very much, my lord. I don't remember him using that animation before. Swiping away at us. Alright. It's just a thing. Yeah, I think so. From the Uma's mouse. He make an excellent horse.
And here comes Lord Van Zeeks around the bend. The cogs of the giant clock are keeping time as usual with their steady rhythmical motion.
It's really quite disturbing how little sound they make considering their massive size.
Someone very brilliant must have designed it, and whoever maintains it must be very talented too.
But I'm not entirely convinced it's even a clock. What about the huge clock face that forms the window?
Some people just make machines that move for the fun of it, because they enjoy watching them. Rather like how Hurley makes his rambling deductions just for the fun of it. Even if the outcome isn't quite right. Never mind all the trouble it gets others into along the way.
It's not a clock? It's not a clock.
The thing that looks most like a giant clock isn't a clock. The Lord Chief Justice's desk.
When you look at it, there's no mistaking Lord Strongheart's authority, is there?
But the light from that window behind is far too bright. It would be very bad for the eyes.
I hadn't thought of that. There are no curtains, that's for sure.
What's more important? Having a desk with an air of authority or having eyes that work?
I can't say I'd ever considered it. After all, my little office barely has any light to speak of, and I haven't really seen my desk in a while. It's a statue. It's a kinetic sculpture.
You couldn't read all these books even if you were reincarnated 3 times over, as a bookworm. Oh, I know, so much reading material. I'm very envious. I've really been running out of things to read recently.
That's because you read so fast.
Perhaps little by little I could swap some of the books here with some of mine from home.
I don't see why not. No one would notice, or at least I wouldn't, even if I was reincarnated 3 times over as a librarian. There's a lot of books.
And librarians don't have a system for keeping track of books. Everyone knows that. I've just had a great idea.
What is it?
We could hide inside these suits of armor and spy on the Fob Watch Master to find out what he's really like.
I don't have much interest in what Lord Strongheart is really like, though.
Oh, please, it would be fun. You could be inside the left one, and I'll go in the right.
You really want to have a go in a suit of armor, don't you?
Now you're making fun of me because I'm a child, aren't you?
I wasn't making fun of you at all. I'd like to have a go, too. But I could also. Are we good? We can go back to the office real quick and look at the shovel. As chat mentioned earlier. Let them be silly. If they show up at the exhibition in suits of armor, nothing bad will happen to them. Prison? Let's go back here, quick. Is that a shovel or a spade? The office spade. Now that Miss Susato's gone,
the shovelers aren't represented to correct me. Maybe I'll have to do it myself. That's not a spade, Mr. Naruhodo. It's a shovel.
So you're a spader, are you, Runo? What, you want to battle it out? Alright, I'm not gonna argue with a native English speaker who has some kind of a gun. Good. Don't say that. Can she say that? It felt bad.
Now, at first glance, my desk here might look as though it's in a mess. However,
it's not in a mess at all. Everything's exactly where I want it to be. But whenever Miss Susato looked at it, she'd put her hands on her hips and say, oh dear. Her way of saying that I should make it a more orderly and neat mess. I miss that. You sound just like Hurley, you know. He says the same about his mess. It's the kind of logic that transcends international borders, obviously. A messy desk is a personal matter.
Well, they call it a shovel if you shove dig in the dirt. Barry, yes, the Daruma doll I brought with me from Japan. I always intended to color in the other eye once I become a fully fledged lawyer. But it's still winking at me, like it's trying to say, I can wait. Take as long as you need. Or maybe not. I'll just have to keep on doing the best I can, I suppose. I could color it in for you, Bruno. Just that one eye, is it? No, it needs to be done with a bit of ceremony, Iris. It's not just a toy for coloring in, you know. The kettle's gently simmering away there on top of the stove, as usual. It was kind of Miss Susato to send that Japanese tea. You really like it, don't you, Iris? But for me, It's the sound of the stove and burbling kettle I like the most on biting winter mornings. And it feels even cozier in here when the delightful Iris pours the tea for me. I really couldn't manage without that wonderful young girl. Oh, Runo, it's so sweet of you to say so. Stop putting words in my mouth. Miss Susado's tea set that she left here with me. I still think green tea is just too bitter, though. Thank goodness for sugar and milk. Mr. Sholmes certainly wasn't expecting the acrid taste that one time. I've never heard anyone let out a scream like that before, or seen anyone fall down the stairs quite like that either. It always brings a smile to my lips when I'm feeling a little down. Ah, well, do you know what that reminds me of? The day I gave you some black coffee when you weren't expecting it. You fell all the way down the stairs as well, didn't you, Runo? Yes, do you think we could try to forget that, please, Iris? That doesn't bring a smile to my lips at all. He drank a sip of green tea and went ack and fell down the stairs. It's pretty good. Ooh, empty table. I warned you about stairs. It's Miss Susado's desk. I suppose it won't get used now that she's gone back to Japan. I'll just have to wait here patiently for its old friend to return. Even now, I sometimes find myself pouring a cup of tea for Susie by mistake. That explains why I sometimes find a steaming cup on her desk here. It shocks me every time. But it's just one of your pranks, I see. It's no prank, I miss her. Oh, I never did see what Miss Susado's room looks like. I could go in now, of course, but I don't dare. They say a young maiden's private chamber is a place of bittersweet secrets. Although from the laughter I used to hear when you would visit, I imagine it's mainly sweet. Oh, we used to have such fun in Susie's room. She told me all sorts of interesting things about your country, you know. Like what? Look at the prawns and the anemones gently swaying around in the tank. Regular cleaning, some food, and fresh seawater is all they need, and some conversation, of course. Seemed like a lot of effort at first, but it was worth it. I'm starting to be able to tell what they're thinking. Funny to think that so many people in London had aquariums like this once, when they were in vogue. You never expect to find sea anemones in the middle of the capital. I think I'll have to name them soon. Oh, Runo's disappeared. What? I expect he's been eaten by Hurley. I think I'd prefer it if you used your imagination more when naming the sea life. Should probably name him Charlie. There's a good name for an anemone. Yeah, alright. Should we go to, prison, or... Let's go to Van Ziek's first. And then we can meet Dr. Hairbrain. What the hell? I mean, I knew it was gonna be elaborate, but like, damn. It's a good name. What is a man? This is the legendary Reaper's office. It appears so. Brr, it sends a chill down your spine, doesn't it? What an amazingly deathly atmosphere. Oh, is that... Oh my god, whoa. That hooded figure was so still I hadn't noticed his or her presence. I wonder who it is. What are you doing here? Ah! Front-facing Van Ziek's. He's as unwelcoming as I thought he'd be. Actually, maybe even more so. I'm glad to see you're well. I am. So, who's the person over by the wall being punished for something or other? No punishment is taking place here. Oh. That's my apprentice, and he's sitting there of his own free will. I didn't know you had an apprentice. Is that his apprentice? What the... I guess that makes more sense that they be in a photo together than like some assailant that someone happened to take a photo of. Must be the same person pictured in the newspaper. Ezio Auditore. He's very able in combat, a requisite skill for anyone under my tutelage. Are you referring to the attack on the Reaper that was reported in the papers? The Reaper? I'd be interested to know the Reaper's true identity myself. Assuming, that is, such a fabled fiend genuinely inhabits our great courtrooms. Did you know I'm a lawyer? I know you've seen this around my arm before, but what is it exactly? It's the mark of a defense lawyer, in Japan at least. And what's your reason for showing it to a British prosecutor? Well, I don't know, really. I just wanted to flex and stand next to you. I can understand, at least. There's merit in reminding yourself of who helped you become what you are today. Ah. But that's a personal matter, something you may want to keep close at all times, not something to flaunt.
No, I suppose not. Thank you for understanding, though. I got an achievement for that. Great.
How about the paper, huh? Lord Van Zeeks, about the article in this paper.
Yes, there was a lost kitten, but it was found and everything's fine.
Also, there was a reporter nearby when that little skirmish took place. I had no idea I'd been photographed. It was careless of me.
Yay!
It looks as though it was taken after the people who attacked you had run away, though. Rest assured, the police have already apprehended every last one of them. But there's someone else fighting alongside you, it seems. And I think it's the same man who's sitting over there as we speak, isn't it? As I mentioned already, he's my apprentice. Perhaps you could tell us a little more about him. Okay, good. Yeah. Lord Strongheart said the assault last night was some sort of revenge attack? Nice.
Investigation section for stream. Got any games on your phone hours? Mm-hmm. Thank you, Tom. Meaningful exchange about cultural differences without saying anything blatantly offensive. That's a big achievement. That's true. So far. True. Maybe it's just a performance in court because the jury loves it. Doesn't defend him. In fact, in some ways, it makes him worse. But it's something. Carried out by henchmen of Odie Assman's criminal organization. I know I don't have to pronounce it Assman, but I'm gonna. The investigation meant their arrests were imminent. Presumably some hope to kill me before that happened. Odie Assman. He's always masqueraded as one of London's most powerful financiers, a global investor. But his enormous wealth came to him by underhand means, via his criminal activities. And he used that money to buy himself a verdict of not guilty when he found himself in court, didn't he? Far from the first, I believe it. Being prosecuted by you, Mr. Reaper. But the man got his comeuppance in the end. Yesterday, in fact, in extraordinary circumstances. It was the most unusual cause of death. I know about that. It was super high voltage instantaneous kinesis gone wrong. Mr. Asman died when the demonstration on the public experimentation stage ended in an enormous explosion. Correct. And you think I have some kind of divine ability to cause an accident like that to happen, do you? Well, no, that does seem a little far-fetched. If this man really is the fabled Reaper, then he has to be innocent of this particular death, at least. It's strange how this has worked out, isn't it, Runo? I mean, what with you taking on the professor's defense for the trial tomorrow? What? You're going to be defending him? Oh, yeah, that's right. Though I barely know the man's name yet, to be honest. Albert. Albert Hairbrain. That's right. Do you know him, perchance? Of course. He's a contemporary of mine. We were at university together. You're... what? Check around the room before the dialogue options. Oh. Hopefully I'm not locked out of anything yet. I understand that Professor Hairbrain was from Germany, though. They were roommates? Hairbrain's from a respectable British family. After graduating from the University of London, he moved to Germany to carry out research, that's all. Okay. Maybe like once I'm done with the dialogue, he just kicks me out. So do it now. Appreciate it. So you were students together. I was in the Faculty of Law, of course, and he in Science, so our paths rarely crossed. But curiously, we got along, though I've not met him since my university days. I certainly didn't expect our next encounter to take this form. And with you, of all people, representing him. Only if I make it out of this office alive. He's actually been charged with murder, it seems. Yes, I know. Because the prosecution will be handled by me. By you? But you made it sound as if you and the professor had been friends. We are friends, it's true. Then why would you do this? If the Reaper is the prosecutor, there's nothing anyone can do to save him. He's doomed. What's Lord Van Zeek's thinking? Anyway, we'll let him think. While he's distracted, let's root around his stuff. Lord Van Zeek's desk. Look, it's so stylish. And that's a marble chess set besides it.
Chess. That's the Western version of our Japanese shogi game, isn't it? You know, I'm actually quite good at shogi problems. Oh, really? You'd probably like chess problems in that case. I'd love to challenge Lord Van Zeek sometime to a bout of shogi problems. If you only really want to challenge yourself, you can always do that on your own at home. Yeah. He does have a lot of chalices. Look at that fine collection of hallowed chalices and bottles neatly lined up there. My hallowed bottles are filled with the essence of the finest grapes from the finest vineyards I visit. And I personally oversee these chalices being made by the finest crystal craftsmen in the world. And yet you throw them around in court like they were worthless. Yes, because this imbecile is so unimaginably and repeatedly wide of the mark sometimes. Oh, it's grape juice. Don't you dare imply otherwise. Before you open your mouth next time, you should consider the poor artisans whose work you defile. Oh, so it's my fault. So it's my fault. Silly me, how could I ever have thought otherwise? Get his ass, Runo. Get his ass. Well, I want to look at the little guy. He said vineyard. Grapes come from vines in a vineyard. Oh, look, it's a scale model of the Great Exhibition Showground. Grape juice it is. Yummy, yummy, fermented grape juice. I wonder why it's here. Perhaps he made it to take his mind off the sadness of being too busy to attend in person? Did that man... There's a balloon that a man fell over? Perhaps he's too embarrassed to queue up for a ticket. Surely it's obvious I'm using it as an investigative aid. You Nipponese have no business painting others as overly reserved. I really didn't think he'd overhear that. And there, he's back. He's back. He would be into Warhammer, you know. Maybe it would cure his racism. He just needs a hobby. That portrait really dominates the room, doesn't it? Oh my god, look at him. It's a very majestic outfit and pose, but sadly, whoever painted it didn't do a very good job of capturing Lord Van Zeek's facial features. Yeah, you're right. I mean, it's not far off, but the artist has exaggerated his subject's handsomeness, I think. That reminds me, I heard Emperor Napoleon of France ordered artists to make him look more attractive when they painted him. How vain. That's really not an attractive quality in a person, is it? That portrait does not depict me. Surely that's immediately obvious. Oh, then who is it? Who could it be if it's not him but looks like him? Must be a clone. A legal clone. His roommate? Anyway, moving on. I was distracted looking at him. I didn't notice the literal bats. That's very good. Ah! Wham! They were bats! It's the bat! The Reaper's familiars, I expect. What about the mute man in the dark cloak? I thought he was the familiar. Just not the flying kind. He must be a dear friend of Mr. Reaper, then. The casks as well. Of grape juice. I think the familiar idea is more likely. Scary, though, either way. Does Bat Jump scare me twice? I mean, it's not often that you select a thing in this game and it actually responds, so I get you. Look at all those ancient casks lining the wall there. Casks in the Reaper's chamber? Or are they caskets? You don't think all those people who escaped conviction in court are lying inside them dead, do you? What ridiculous notions are going through your head, man? This is my collection of fine vintages. Oh, yes, of course. Thank you for clearing that up. The slow animation on Iris was great. Rune and I were just musing to ourselves. Don't mind us, Mr. Reaper. I wouldn't if you hadn't invited yourselves to my office to talk nonsense within my earshot. Ignore us. We're just gonna help ourselves to walking around your office and talking shit about everything we see. It really looks like a punishment to me. I've never seen someone sitting like that before. He hasn't moved a muscle since we arrived. Do you think perhaps he's dead? If he was dead, Runo, he wouldn't be sitting up, would he? Well, anyway. Don't make me think of that case. Dead or alive, he's not overly approachable, is he? I don't think he's gonna talk to us. He's not dead. He's resting. A man dead, sitting, cross-legged on the ground?
That's never happened before. Or I guess will have happened in the future. Alright. Anyway, back to this. We're good, right? I didn't miss anything. What do you mean by what you said before? If you'd like to know the Reaper's true identity, does that mean... Technology in there, true. Not cross-legged. Yeah, close to that. Sit on the ground. I'm a crown prosecutor and immortal like any other. I'm no demigod. But they've all died, haven't they? The people you've prosecuted, I mean. Bothering me. You're... Appreciate it. Whether or not the trial ended in a conviction or an acquittal. Those I prosecute are the vilest wretches of our society. People who, without question, deserve to be found guilty. The world is a better place without them. But that's not true of Mr. Natsume, for example. He wasn't a vile wretch at all. Nor was Ginny. In fact, she's ever so hardworking now. I can't deny that since I encountered you, things have taken a turn. But the point is this. If any of those vile wretches that escaped justice subsequently died in mysterious circumstances, it was at the hand of their own kind. It's not my work. Lord Strongheart said the same. He believes you're not involved in any way. But you were attacked by those ruffians because they believe it's true. The fact is, since people started to call me the Reaper of the Bailey, the number of serious crimes in the capital has dropped substantially. Oh. It would appear that even the most hardened criminals can be made fearful for their lives. So he's like a racist Batman. Did you mean to say? I mean to say that if my pseudonym serves as useful purpose, I adopt it gladly and with honor. But it's putting you in danger. You could be killed. If that is my fate, let God decide. He really is Batman. Couldn't ask the lawyer. He acts as assistant for Sholmes defending Wilson, who had been accused. You mean Iris? Who'd been accused of stealing one of Van Zeke's chalices, with a unique spit take animation for him. Stop warfaring. Don't worry about him. Lord Van Zeke's your apprentice. Tell me more. Tell me more. Tell me more. Is he actually the murderer? Tell me more. Tell me more. Is he not what he seems? He's in my tutelage to become a prosecutor. Why is he the one with public order? Yeah. You know, copy the work but change a few details. So you could say he's my apprentice, I suppose. Oh, he's more Nightwing than Robin. Like you are to Hurley then, Runo. I don't remember taking an apprenticeship with a great detective. He's currently compiling a report about last night's attack. It looks like he's wearing some kind of mask. On Lord Strongheart's orders. Nobody knows the man's face, or indeed his identity. But why would you agree to take on such a clearly suspicious individual? Lord Strongheart's orders again. He's not one for meaningless follies. There will be a good reason for his actions. I hope you're right. Oh. He's a ghost. This man's not involved in the murder, you're telling me? Okay. Hello. Ah! The task is complete? Good. In that case, you can collate all the briefs. All the underpants you can find, my good man. Ugh. Just a guy. Nice to meet you. Back he goes. Back to work again. He's like a reverse Batman. That was really strange, though. No, I guess Batman does show it. Never mind. He's just Batman. I never met the man before. I didn't know he existed, and yet, somehow it didn't feel like our first encounter. Who's he met before that I've forgotten about? Don't bother trying to converse with him. He says nothing to anybody outside this from outside this office. Lord Strongheart has strictly forbidden it. I see. Why are you so interested in my apprentice anyway? He's just an inherently interesting person? I mean, sorry, I didn't mean to. The way he stood there so casually, yet with that flawless posture. Oh, it's gumshoe. He's time traveling. He can't speak because then he would break the timeline. It couldn't be. Someone with perfect posture, huh?
Ah, yes, there's something I've been meaning to ask you. Oh, what's that? That Nipponese man, is he faring well? Sorry? The one arrested twice in succession 6 months ago, with the stoop, and the mustache, and the jitters. Mr. Natsume, you mean? I'm not sure he'd be very pleased to find out you identified him from that list, Runo. I mean, that's not Ryunosuke's fault. He's fine, thank you. In fact, I received a letter from him by international post only the other day. I see. Well, I think we can end our discussion there, don't you? There's little time left before tomorrow's trial. I advise you spend it investigating the case. Yeah, thank you for the advice. And for the conversation, as it was. Can't believe he's asking after Suzeki-san, after a Nipponese. I'm not sure whether to feel happy about that or worried. Let's just take happy. I've never imagined Mr. Reaper would be friends with a mad scientist, did you? That's a turn up for the books. A mad scientist? I mean Professor Hairbrain. Yeah, it might be worth quizzing the professor about his relationship with Lord Van Zeeks, I think. Okay, well it seems like I still would be able to go around. Maybe later they cut you off, but that's standard. Anyway, we're gonna leave now. Goodbye. Oh boy, prison. Yeah, that was mostly, you know, good. The warden said cell 11. That's this one. Oh, there's someone curled up in a ball in the back corner. Look. I like the bats, too. Professor Albert Hairbrain, wasn't it? Excuse me, Professor Hairbrain? Mm-hmm. Who are you? I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a defense lawyer. A lawyer? I'm glad he had voice acting earlier, so I don't have to do, like, a bad... He was German, right? Someone was German. Was it him, or was it the guy that died, or was it both of them? Was it something I said? A lawyer, you say? Well, would you be here about the experiment? He went to Germany. Oh. Maybe that was it. He's fine. Are you going to defend my hypothesis? Your hypothesis. Sorry, I don't... Yesterday's demonstration! That magnificent demonstration was an out-and-out success by anyone's calculations. But despite that, no one listens. No lawyer believes in the science. When it's explained, they all leave at high velocity. A man died. A man did die. He is British but lived in Germany. Okay. I thought he was... I guess I missed... It's fine. Ha. You re-thrive, got it. Now's probably not a good time to mention that your zeal made my concentration leave for a while, too. I'm a lawyer? Ah, fascinating, yes! In Japan, where I come from, it's the symbol of a defense lawyer. Wearing it is very bracing, I find. Your words make some sense to me, but they are entirely illogical. What do you mean? Well, for example, I find this white laboratory coat that I wear for my work very bracing too. However, in my case, there is a perfectly logical reason for that feeling. Oh really? What is it? I purchased the wrong size by mistake. This one's too small for me. The sleeves especially are extremely bracing. I can barely move my wrists. That's what you call logical, is it? Of course, it's entirely logical. That's science, Mr. Naruhodo. Science. How could this have happened? You must feel awful, as well as a man losing his life. The Crystal Tower was greatly damaged, too. I know what happened. It must have been that. That? The day before the demonstration, I had my usual meal of frankfurters at the hotel restaurant. When I paid the bill, they gave me 3 shillings too much in change. But instead of saying anything, I just slipped the coins into my pocket. They're still there now. It's divine retribution for my wrongdoing. That's what this is. For a scientist, he has some very illogical anecdotes. Long and illogical. I think this man is guilty, whether or not of murdering a man. He stole 3 shillings. Death.
You mentioned the demonstration yesterday. Yeah, this guy's friends with Van Zeeks. Interesting. The papers have called it a spectacular failure. A man died in the explosion, didn't he? This guy feels like an NPC from a recent Zelda game. Like one of the more recent couple. Something about his vibe. You could interpret the results that way if you wanted to. Well, I suppose in the strictest sense. The experiment was a failure, but at the same time, it was a great success. You've lost me. I saw with my own eyes, right there in front of me, Mr. Assman was spontaneously disassembled. Until then, everything was going exactly as my calculations had predicted. At that point, he should have been beamed to the Crystal Tower by instantaneous kinesis. However, the machine exploded and Mr. Assman in fact perished. Yes, I can't deny that part of the experiment was a failure. So what succeeded was him being disassembled. That's not the part of the experiment that was interesting or impressive. We know how to do that already. Okay. So what you're really saying is the large explosion that killed Mr. Assman was an accident, correct? But the bigwigs had you arrested on suspicion of murder. I was responsible for a man's death. That is the immutable truth here. And for that, I wish to be punished at once. But murder? Never in a million years. It was an accident. Simply an accident. I see. Hurley and I were talking this morning, you know. He said the situation would change completely depending on whether it was treated as an accident or murder. How exactly? Well, if it really was an accident, then the professor's machine would be kept in protective custody. On what grounds? Thanks, Chaos. Thanks for 9. What's up, baby? Their name shall be Plurble. Happy birthday, Plurble. This man is a sub. Yes, it's newly established here in Britain. The Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. That one passed me by. Homicide is if Marge kills Homer Simpson. But if the case is treated as murder, then they'll say my machine was the murder weapon, and they'll be able to pour over it as much as they like. If they examine it in detail, they'll find out how it's made, and then they'll be able to copy my idea. My precious hypothesis will be stolen. The machine must be protected from that at all costs. That's why it's imperative this whole incident is shown to have been an accident in tomorrow's trial. I see now. So whether or not he actually believes it's an accident, he would benefit if it's labeled as... Well, obviously, outside of him not being accused of murder. The machine. Okay. So, in short, there was a terrible accident at the Great Exhibition Showground yesterday. Yes! Or rather, no, the devil's in the details. Strictly speaking, there was a terrible explosion. Sounds the same to me. You were demonstrating super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, weren't you? How fascinating. Humans, like all matter, are made up of particles that are held together by electrical bonds. So it must be possible, using a sufficiently high voltage, to break those bonds and beam the particles through space. That's it in a nutshell. That's my idea, you see? That's my amazing hypothesis. Gosh, that's unimaginably high-level science. He's trying to plead manslaughter, basically. But dare to imagine it. Dare to dream of such incredible technology. Just think, one moment I could be here in this cell, and the next, I could be at the Great Exhibition again. Yes, that would be incredible. And the next, in the mere blink of an eye, I could be at a great Parisian theater, say. The possibilities are endless. The whole of our vast planets would be within reach. No more hiding in wardrobes on rocky seas for 50 days. I don't really see it like that. What do you mean, Iris? Well, if you could travel anywhere in the world instantly, the planet wouldn't really seem vast anymore, would it? I think it would feel like it had shrunk. My word, that's exactly right. What are the implications? What does this mean? Oops, that's got Professor Bunny Brain really worried by the look of it. Clearly this is yet another case of just because you can doesn't mean you should, I suppose. The point is, my calculations are flawless, the science works. Without a practical demonstration, it means nothing. And that's always the fly in the ointment. Because practical demonstrations cost a lot of money. Money that young scientists like you don't have. That's exactly it, yes. How old is he meant to be? Probably like
15 by Ace Attorney standards. 33? That's ancient by Ace Attorney standards. Okay, Masked Man, He's as old as I mean, well, I guess they were in school together. They didn't have to be the same grade, necessarily, but... I'm old! This was 47. Okay, well, yeah, old man Yowie. Hurley's always complaining about it. He says the government should invest more in science. Well, anyway, I bumped into him at the right time. I met the well-known investor, Mr. Assman. The victim who died in yesterday's terrible accident, you mean? He invested in it and then volunteered to get blown up. Do we have an autopsy report or is the body missing? Because that's... If they're claiming, hey, it worked, but I mean, they're saying that he died, so I don't know. It seems like it would be beneficial for Mr. Assman to have disappeared and presumed dead. But if they're like, no, everyone's saying he dead, then I don't know, I guess we'll find out. The victim of died in yesterday's accident, you mean? The victim. Well, first, the Reaper's varsity years. I understand Lord Van Zeeks is a friend of yours from your university days. Blech. Yes, that's right. He was studying law whilst I was studying science. What was he like back then? A good question. Unassuming, gentlemanly, an all-around nice fellow, really. Sorry, I think you misheard me. I'm talking about the cold-hearted, merciless prosecutor, Barock Van Zeeks. What was he like when he was at university? Talk about a leading question, Runo. As I said, an unassuming and extremely pleasant gentleman. He was a gentleman. After all, he is the little darling of the Van Zeeks family, with all its great aristocratic origins. I didn't realize he had quite such noble blood. Little darling? It was a bit of a shock when I came back to Britain and learnt what he'd become. The Reaper of the Bailey, no less. That's right. I did hear, though, that there was a very big event in his life that completely changed him after graduation. Really, what sort of event? I'm sorry, but I don't know anymore. I wasn't in the country at the time. I was in Germany already. Oh, yes, of course. If he's heard all about the Reaper, I really don't have the heart to tell him that Lord Van Zeeks will be the prosecutor in court tomorrow. I mean, he should know. A big event, a big event, a big event. Maybe we'll finally learn why he's the way that he is. The full name of the man who died in yesterday's accident was Mr. Odie Asman, wasn't it? What exactly was your relationship with the man? He first visited me in my laboratory in Germany a year ago now. He said he wanted to invest in my immaculate hypothesis. I thanked my lucky stars. I see. So you hadn't really known each other until then. Money for scientific research. I'm so envious. As far as I was concerned, the man was an angel. Really. An archangel, even. He was prepared to fund a practical demonstration of my hypothesis for presentation at the Great Exhibition. And if that went well, I could expect additional financial support for my research from the British government. Mr. Assman provided me with money and an exceptional engineer. He produced a machine. Mr. Assman produced the engineer. He provided the engineer. Okay, that's important to lock away in my brain. He produced the machine to my precise specifications. But then your dreams were blown to dust in one enormous explosion. As you can see, I owed everything to Mr. Assman. I would never have thought of taking the man's life. Well, he seems genuine enough. I don't think he's lying. He reproduced the engineer. Oh. Everybody says discretion. It's pretty good. Some of the extra animation on this hair as it fluffs around a bit. Pretty good. Let me just make absolutely sure I've understood you properly. The huge explosion that occurred yesterday, that was an accident, you're saying. You had no intent to harm the victim, who was in fact the sole investor in your work. Is that correct? As correct as 2 squared is 4, I swear it. Chad, is that true? Math check. It's true that the man perished in a machine of my invention, so I know that I'm far from blameless in all this. But still, I would never use my discoveries, my inventions to take a person's life, not in a centillion years. 2 squared is 3. 2 squared is 3. Oh, okay.
So it's like a joke that he said as sure as 2 squared is 4. Okay, got it. I'm a man of science, it's all I know. You have to believe me, please. Do you believe me? Do you believe in my hypothesis? Science is the pursuit of truth, you know. I've always believed that, all my life. It's like lawyering, kinda, you know. I'm afraid I don't know much about science or your theories, but I do believe you, and I will fight to prove your innocence with all my might. I'm a man of the law. It's all I know. You have to believe me, please. When I went to live in Germany after I graduated, I learned something very important. Nationality, class, lineage, none of that matters. As long as you try your hardest, you can achieve anything. Thank you for that, Professor. I'm glad that's what was happening in Germany at the turn of the century. And thank you in advance for defending me tomorrow in court. All right, Runo. It's time. Time to visit the Great Exhibition. Sorry? Well, that's where the incident happened, isn't it? Yes, I suppose that's true. Time to investigate it last. Thanks for the hydrate. It was until it wasn't. Until it very... yeah. We've got a little time, right? To the stage. Yeah, again, then there's just that little matter of a world war. Oh, the showgrounds are a little too big for my liking. We've been walking around in dense crowds for 2 hours now, and I felt myself swooning 3 times. There are a lot of people, aren't there? I've almost been trodden on 3 times too. Be careful, won't you, Iris? Don't let go of my hand. We finally made it through the throngs, though, by the look of it. Here we are, underneath the public experimentation stage where the explosion happened yesterday. Ooh. This feels very latent. Just, I don't know, grand exhibitions and explosions. We gotta defeat Zand? Trodon was another game. Trodon, yeah. What's that? I can hear voices from up on the stage. It sounds like an argument. Yeah, from Donkey Kong 64. Oh my God, it's Ginny. I've had it with you this time. I'm warning you, I'll arrest you in a minute. Oh yeah, go on then, Spectre. Give it a shot. You ain't got no evidence and you know it. We heard that she was an upstanding citizen, though. So now she's implicated in this? I know those voices. Which doesn't make sense.
You got a cheeky little mouth on you, young lady, but a night in the cells will teach you some manners.
Just try it, I dare you. If you want that bag of chips rammed down your throat.
Good.
Yo, yoo-hoo, Gregsy.
I did think she was just yelling, yo!
What are you doing up there?
Yo! As they did back in England. Oh.
Yo ho, yo, it's you! Here, you're here. Here you are, you, here. Your ladyship! How are you, your ladyship? I do hope you're well, your ladyship.
Does that make her 3 times a lady?
I'm not well at all. It's far too busy everywhere. I wanted to ride in a balloon, but there was a 3-hour queue.
Unbelievable! I'll go and have a word for you at once, your ladyship. You'll be flying as high as a kite in no time once I pull some strings for you.
Tobias Gregson, an inspector at Scotland Yard. We've been acquainted with him in this video game. I don't know why they're introducing him, like he's new. Until recently, he was suspended from duty, but it would appear he's back in action now. That I don't remember. He's actually quite well known, appearing as he does in the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. And for that reason, he can't say a word wrong to the story's author, Iris. But there are limits, surely, or there should be. I thought all of this was interior monologue, but then only that text was blue. So just saying that out loud. Discussing the game setting artists with the integration case about the World's Fair setting. Yeah. We did with Eggert, right? He leaked evidence to protect the armor from you. Yeah, right. Okay, so then he got suspended for that.
Watch it, sunshine!
Sorry. Aggressively points a chippy at you.
What gives then? Don't tell me you're on this case.
Yep, I'm acting for the defense. So we're here to investigate.
Dear me, that's the situation, is it?
Is it really that troubling?
A measly 5 bob, is that all you got? There she is. You're a lawyer, ain't you? You could stand to carry a bit more copper around your pockets, Mr. Naruto. What? Hey, that's my last bit of spending money, that is. That's my last bob. You can have it back, but I'll have to charge you for all the bother. 3 bob. Well, he got the one. This is Gina Lestrade, a pickpocket or diver, born and bred in the East End of London. In the case that led to my own suspension 6 months ago, this is the young girl I was defending in court. That's less than 10 bob. I think it's equivalent. What's your problem, eh, Otto? Diver, pickpocket, what's with all the name calling? Was that in turn? Was that? Whatever. Everyone can read his thoughts. You want a bag of chips ran down your throat and all, do you? I thought you were proud to be a diver, Gina. You were just arguing with Inspector Gregson about it, weren't you? I assumed you've been up to your usual tricks here at the showground. That ain't no way to talk to a lady, Otto. Half a year's a long time. People can change. I'm an apprentice now, learning to be a Scotland Yard detective. Detective Lestrade. So you have to call me what everyone else does. It's Inspector Lestrade now. Holy shit. Inspector? That badge is homemade, surely. My badge.
The inspector part isn't entirely accurate. No one calls her that. But for what it's worth anyway, investigating is off the cards for all of us.
Includes Gina. She took a shower, she did. What's that supposed to mean? Greg's son elevated to Greg Dad. Oh, good.
Right, well, I'll be back up top. You hold the fort down here, alright?
Right, sir. Oh my god. She called him sir. This raises a lot of questions.
Oh, the music.
Yeah, but I gotta look around. What's going on up there? Lads? It was 3D the whole time? Neat. That's where the cove ended up after his instant kinesis or whatever they call it. Dead, of course. Oh, they're saying he got like catapulted through in like a lightning bolt and exploded. That's pretty cool. That's a cool way to go. And yet they're calling the experiment a success. What's the wooden scaffold there for? The coppers, our lads, set that up after the incident happened. To get the body down, I think. Well, no, really. The first thing that Gregson was meant to be a stand-in for Inspector Lestrade. Those are Gregson stories. And now this is Lestrade. Exactly. Didn't you help to erect the scaffold then? Nah, lookout duty's more my thing. Wandering around the exhibition and keeping a lookout for the fun stuff. Mind Gregson doesn't hear you saying that, or he'll give you the boot. It's incredible though, isn't it? Could the victim really have bridged that gap by some sort of invisible kinesis? I just want to know if there's a body up there, but I guess we'll see. A strange scaffold. The Crystal Tower is certainly an apt name. It was built to be the focal point of the exhibition, and it definitely is, being so tall and with all that glass. I can't imagine a building like this ever being erected in Japan. A tall building made out of glass? In Japan? There are lots of exhibits inside the tower as well, apparently. Of course, there's an observation deck, but there's also an art gallery, a zoo, and a museum. But I heard you have to queue for 3 hours just to get through the doors. Well, at the moment, the shattered glass from the failed experiment may well be the biggest draw. A female building? And thanks to that accident, the whole tower is shut. Suddenly, it's not the Crystal Tower anymore, but the Crystal Glass Shower. Apparently everyone's taking to the skies now to look down the disaster area from above instead. But there's a 3-hour queue to go up in a balloon now. Londoners must be very patient people. No, they just love a good queue. They'll go around the queue 5 or 6 times before they go to the front. Just for the fun of it all. I've been meaning to ask you for a while now. What are those funny round blobs floating in the sky? Those are called eye floaters. They're actually an illusion from inside your eyeball. Those are balloons, though. They're the flying balloons I've been talking about. I want to go up in one so much. I've read about situations like this in a magazine about strange phenomena. Hey, Londoners, look at this. Q. Whoa! Stared at it for hours. Creatures from outer space coming in round flying objects to attack Earth. What? I suppose inhabitants of other planets are bound to be interested in the great exhibition. This is it, Iris. It's happening. It's not. Don't worry. I'll explain it all to you later over a nice cup of tea, Runo.
Okay. This platform must have been set up for the experiment, I suppose. It's very high up. Glorpo was pinted, in my Ace Attorney, about 30 feet above the ground, apparently. That's what a policeman I just spoke to said. I don't really understand feet very well. We don't use them in Japan. Then what do you walk on? Meters? Sorry, it's about 9 meters. But soon you'll have been in London a year, Bruno. It's time you got used to our measurements. Yeah, well, this thing is so tall and the spectators at the front would just have seen a wall and nothing else. They probably thought they'd secured the best spot to watch from, only to be disappointed. There's a saying in Japan, the darkest spot is right under the lighthouse. I feel like it probably applies here. It's like the first idiom that seems appropriate, given the context. Shut up! No! These stairs obviously lead to the stage above. We should go up there and investigate the exact spot where the experiment was being conducted. Oh, well, I guess there we go. War of the Worlds came out in 1897. Was it gonna take place? At some point. I thought it was like 1900 something, but let's try as the Spectre. Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's why, yeah, I like Smash Mouth. I was also like, oh, is Gregson here instead of Lestrade? But now there is Lestrade and Gregson is a character, so it's all coming around. 22nd October. Everything looks good here. So that's it, is it? The machine that blew up. Oh, it must have been a magnificent explosion, and I've seen my fair share. 1901. 1899 to 1900-ish. Yeah, turn of the century. You've seen things like this before, you mean? Of course, Hurley's always doing experiments that end in a bang. In fact, in his own words, explosions are the very essence of chemistry. That might explain the smell of burning that frequently comes wafting up the stairs. One time, he made something that exploded with such force, it took the roof off the building. I wish you'd been there to see it, Runo. It's hard to get too excited about that, given that I now live in the roof. Well, anyway, that's enough about that. It's time to investigate. Oh, look, Inspector Gregson's over there. He seems to be deep in thought about something, whilst eyeing up the machine carefully. Really? He just looks confused to me. We'll come back. I'm not allowed. How do I go back down? I was gonna go talk to Ginny. Hiya, Ludo. Thanks for the raid. Go back down if you leave and come back. Oh, if I leave the whole zone. Okay. Cindy, pray don't. Thanks for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. We're in case 5 of the Great Ace Attorney 2. Everything's fine. There was an explosion. And everyone's fine. A little clumsy. Yeah, it's kind of annoying, but 1900 doesn't line with the other details. So I guess that's also great. So yeah, that's fair. Did I say 5? I meant 3. I don't know why I said yeah. Case 3, am I right? My brain is fried. Who knows? Today's Friday, right, chat? You wouldn't lie to me. It's ripped itself apart magnificently, didn't it? Those game, nice. Case 5, and 5 minus 6. It's ripped apart magnificently, didn't it? It's Tuesday, isn't it? Oh, thank God. Magnificently and mercilessly. Oh, the first was animated. That's cute. Someone stands in the middle of the machine to be disassembled and then beamed through the air. Beamed. Not blasted. That's the point. Yes, that part's crucial, really. Is something like that even possible, though, Iris? Oh, Runo, I'm just a child. How should I know? Why? You never... that's... A child when it suits you, you mean? From what I can tell, I think if you were to pull this lever here...
Stop! Don't touch that!
Aha, that was practically instantaneous kinesis, the way you flew over just now, Gregsy.
Please, your ladyship, I didn't mean to startle you, but I can't let you touch anything up here.
So sorry, you can have some of my latest special blend to make up for it. Glug, 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 glug. This kid NPC's from Link's Awakening.
Ah, wonderful. This stuff really is wonderful.
It's just like old times, this is. Okay. Thanks, Mr. Assistant. We briefly did. We went to Van Zeke's office, and his assistant stared at us and didn't say anything.
We're representing Professor Hairbrain in court tomorrow, Inspector. So we should be allowed to examine the scene.
Huh. Listen, Sunshine, even I'm not allowed to touch anything up here. It's that blasted special dispensation for scientific equipment act to blame. It's driving me potty.
Your potty's driving? That's special dispensation. Professor mentioned that too.
More red tape's all we need. I don't know what the government thinks it's playing at sometimes.
But we're allowed to just look, aren't we?
But
surely that's all right, isn't it, Gregsy?
Of course, your ladyship. Anything you say, your ladyship. But please don't get your dainty hands dirty, will you?
Don't worry. We wouldn't dream of touching anything, would we, Runo? Shirley knows how to get what she wants. Okay, but now I'm gonna leave and come back so we can talk to Jenny. Oh, he's just standing there menacingly. I'm sorry. We're going, leaving. God. Fucking terrifying. Okay, hey, how you doing? I think there's still more stuff for me to look at before we talk to her. Okay. Oh, look, what's this? A ripped piece of cloth. It's not like any fabric I've ever seen before. It's very thick and stiff. Looks extremely durable. It's canvas, I think, with some sort of rubber backing. Try talking to him? Oh. And the edges appear to be a bit charred as well. Maybe that means that it's something to do with the explosion. Let's make a note of it while Ginny's been yawn. Piece of green cloth. Huh. He wasn't wearing green, so yeah, that's something. Let's go back. Ugh. Yeah. Good. Are the bats back? The bats are back. Hey, chat, you want to see some bats? Bats! I love that. Wow! They were bats! Yes. The familiars. Bats! My assistant's gone. Why is he posed like that, just standing in his office like that? He just built that way. Lord Van Zeeks? I think he's ignoring you, Runo. The prosecution and defense should avoid speaking outside the courtroom as a rule. So if anyone is being rude here, it's most certainly the man in black there standing before us. Oh, I see. Well, thank you for setting the record straight. Hee, did you see that? He spoke to me, Runo. So, Lord Van Zeeks, have you managed to visit the Great Exhibition yet? He's definitely ignoring you. Right. No niceties either, then. There he goes. Okay, good. Goodbye. Hey, Johnny Cash get in here. Or Will Smith. And... is there more? Yeah, hold on. That looked suspicious. Ah, it looks as though somebody dropped something behind the tree just here. Dropped or hid. Some part of the machine that exploded? Maybe. It could have fallen from the platform above in the blast. What's going on here? Oh, nothing. I think I'll hang on to this just in case. Mysterious contraption. It did look like a crossbow. Of some description. I think that's everything. Alright, let's talk to her. Hello. It was 8 months ago now that I first encountered Gina in connection with a case I was working on. He's just saying this out loud now. There's been too many instances of characters being like, why are you saying that about me? And it's not Blue. So he's just walking up and he's like, he's turning into a noir detective. At the time, she was living in the East End with a group of other orphans. She helped all of them survive by pickpocketing, but then she got embroiled in a murder. He's monologuing out loud. He spent too much time around Shamspeare. It's contagious. I had a lot of time to think in prison. I realized I couldn't go on like I was. The diving wasn't working out. Oh, I'm so pleased to hear it, Jenny. Well done. It's an external monologue. So you went from being a pickpocket to a detective. You got it. Good, innit? Inspector Lestrade. Sounds like something out of a book, eh? Talk about a sea change. And then there's Iris's old man to think about.
Iris's father, you mean?
Yeah, I promised her, didn't I? I said I'd get all the police forces around the world to pull out all the stops looking for him.
Just a small promise then, nothing serious.
Oh, Jenny, you're so sweet. So anyway, that's how come I had to go to test for the Scotland Yard. Only trouble is, I don't read so well, do I?
Just a small problem, nothing serious.
And that's when Hurley approached Gregsy and asked for help. So the inspector said he'd take full responsibility for Ginny and made her a sort of apprentice.
That was very magnanimous of Inspector Gregson, and brave.
Well, you know Hurley. He enjoys finding ways to make people do what he wants.
And the great detective likes digging for dirt, in other words.
So, the long and the short of it is, if you got questions about the case, you can ask Inspector Lestrade.
Right then, Inspector. Actually, there's still a big mystery surrounding Gina, isn't there?
Ooh, what, Runo, what?
Well, 6 months ago, Gina was the defendant in a trial prosecuted by the Reaper. A trial in which she was found not guilty. And yet here she is, still. Here she is still.
Come on, you're not still on about that, are you? The Legend of the Reaper, whatever it's called? Go on, you don't have to worry, Waldo.
If I didn't half worry, there probably wouldn't be a whole lot of you left.
It's like I told you before, ain't it? The Reaper's kind of like him upstairs, so he knows what I'm like on the inside. That I ain't really done nothing wrong. Hey girl, why aren't you dead?
Basically, nothing wrong might be stretching a point.
What about Mr. Natsume in Japan? He's perfectly fine, isn't he?
Well, that's true. Perhaps the Reaper is more discerning than I thought.
Exactly, so I ain't worried, I'm totally fine.
Good.
Coral was out of this world, it was. The brainy bloke pulled a bunch of levers on his machine and suddenly started billowing smoke. Then it just went pop. I ain't seen a better experiment here yet.
Sorry? You mean you saw it, Ginny, with your own eyes?
Yeah, of course. The boss is in charge here, ain't he? Of keeping everything running smooth, I mean.
The boss being Inspector Gregson, I suppose? That's gonna take some getting used to.
So all I have to say is that I'm on duty and I can do whatever I want to. Get this, I was up in one of them flying balloons when it happened, watching it from above. No, you're so lucky, Ginny. Maybe I should join Scotland Yard too. Yeah, do it. You know how to put the boss in his place already, right, Iris? You'd have no trouble at all. Then it's settled. When do I start?
No, you can't join Scotland Yard, Iris.
Well, we'll see.
Anyway, what I don't understand is this. If the machine exploded so spectacularly,
how can Professor Bunnybrain still be claiming that his experiment was a success? That's the question. Right. Well, it was a success, in a way.
it was. How can it have been? As an injured? You know, it was a localized explosion around him. Didn't hit him. Surely after the whole machine blew up, no one could call the experiment a success.
It's like I said, it did sort of work.
Here we go. There's no body. That's what it is.
I mean, yeah, there was a load of smoke and that whopping great bang. But where do you think they found the victim's body, eh? In the Crystal Tower over there.
Oh, there is a body, but the body was over. His corpse was transported?
In the tower? Maybe this is a puzzle. You can see for yourself, can't you? Up there above the scaffold.
If only there was like a videotape of the incident where he seemingly teleported. And maybe someone's singing a song and you hear like a gunshot. And then he's crawling underground in the meantime.
If only. Oh, where all the glass is broken, you mean? Yeah, the cage what the victim got into to start with. Really did get beamed through the air or whatever and landed all the way over there.
Pleasure.
So you see, it did kind of work, didn't it?
Old British Gavin. Gavin's great-grandfather.
Well, I don't believe it. I mean, I don't get the ins and outs of it, but anything's possible, right? With science. Oh, I'll tell you what, you can have this. It's a plan of the experiment they drew up at the yard.
Are you sure?
Yeah, go on. I had 3 bob off you before, so fair's fair.
Yes, I didn't actually give that to you, did I? Paid 3 bob for this. He loves his magic tricks. Okay. I'll be mad about this later. Hey, Iris, you want a gun? Oh, do I? There's nothing. Oh, there we go. Ah, there's some sort of lever here. Oh my god, the crossbow's a crossbow. What the? What is this? It looks like a cross between a bow and a gun. I think it's probably used for the same thing, too. Crossbow. It's a folding crossbow. It's pretty neat. It looks like you wind this around in order to draw the bowstring back and create tension. You must be able to fire arrows with a huge amount of force using this device, then. In fact, I would imagine it's far more accurate and powerful than a Japanese longbow. I really had no idea what I was picking up when I spotted this at the exhibition grounds. Yeah, I'm sure it's fine. Hey, Iris, you want to go with it? This groove here must be where the arrows are loaded, I suppose. So I was right. It's a sort of bow with an automatic firing mechanism. This would be perfect for someone like me who catches his ear with the bowstring 2 times out of 3. In fact, if I'd had one of these, maybe I could have beaten Cosma in Kyoto archery training. Kyodo? I don't know the word. Might be it. Don't see anything else of note. Victorian gumshoe giving his child his crossbow. Kyoto. Kyoto. Did somebody say Q? Something Inspector Gregson said before seemed a little strange. Kyoto. For what it's worth anyway, investigating's off the cards for all of us. Yes, naughty old Gregsy ran off after that without explaining himself. Alright, The boss said no one's allowed to investigate that weird machine what blew up yesterday. Well, that's not fair. We're representing the defendant. In that case, could you at least tell us what you've learned from your investigations? No, you're not getting it. We ain't allowed to investigate neither. Why? What did the boss call them again? The forensic investigation team, I think. Anyway, apart from them lot, no one's allowed to lay a finger on the scene. Bit funny, innit? Even Scotland Yard's own detectives can't investigate. I've never heard something like that before. I thought I could have a gander on the quiet, though, but the boss caught me at it. You probably heard him give me an earful about it before from down here, didn't you? It's not bleeding fair. I think you were giving him as much of an earful back as I remember it. Yeah, well, sometimes I think it's all them chips will make him so stubborn. You say something to an Otto. Go on, see if you can get it through to him. He's up on the platform above us, is he? Where the machine that exploded is. We can try, can't we, Runo? Gregsy will listen to us. And off we go again. Yep. Otto. It's one of the better nicknames for him, for sure. What is that gigantic thing over there? It looks like an enormous water wheel. Oh, that's a Ferris wheel. There'll be people riding inside those little cabins you can see. Why? Well, they rotate nice and slowly, so it's a wonderful way to see the surrounding scenery. It's turning, but it looks completely still. Yes, that's because it's turning so slowly. One complete revolution takes about half an hour. If you were mad enough to go in one, it would be more fun to whiz around fast, don't you think? I feel as though you might have just invented a new sort of ride there, Runo. A Ferris wheel what goes real fast. There are all sorts of strange buildings here in the Great Exhibition Grounds, aren't there? I seem to remember something similar being exhibited in Japan one time. In your country, Runo? I do wish I could go and see it. Ryuno Coaster Tycoon is very good. He invented the roller coaster. I'd present a particularly steely samurai with a present of one of Hurley's stories I'd written especially. And see if I couldn't get Hurley into a jam against some Bartitsu Master ninjas. A jamming ninja? You might not find as many of those sorts of people around as you think. Oh, well, that's dull. But I do know a prosecutor with a Chonmage top knot I could introduce you to. A Chonmage, really? Do you think I could have my picture taken with him, do you? Assuming he's recovered from the trim Cosma gave him a year ago, yeah. He probably would, except a photo. Hey, Maria, thanks for the raid. He did not. He did not recover. Thanks. Hope you had a good stream. Welcome. We are in case 3 of The Great Ace Attorney 2. And it's going great. Considering how badly damaged everything is, Professor Hairbrain was lucky to escape unscathed, I'd say. We should have a good look around the machine while we can, I think. We got a forward D? Let me get that. Touch anything, I'll make sure I kill you before I get strung up myself, you hear? I won't touch a thing, I promise, so please spare thought for your digestion. Do you really think this machine could actually disassemble people like the professor claims?
He asks, looking totally incredulous. Give it a rest, sunshine. If we were allowed to examine all this bleeding scrap metal, maybe we could answer that question. But we can't, can we?
Because of the annoying rules, you mean?
Exactly, the annoying obstructive flaming rules.
Oh, look at the base of the machine there. Oh yeah, there's a tool of some kind poking through the wire mesh. It's like the letter A. It's a screwdriver, I think. Oh, isn't it a lovely one? The handle's in the shape of a capital letter A. For Oh, yeah, you're right.
What's the matter with you? Don't touch anything, I said. Touch anything and I'll make sure I kill you before I get strung up myself, I said.
I understand, sorry. I only touched it a teeny weeny bit. But Gregsy, I'm very curious about this screwdriver. Really very, very curious.
Of course, your ladyship. You're so clever, your ladyship. Fancy spotting something like this. But I'm afraid I can't let you have it.
But Bruno found it first.
I assure you I'll investigate it thoroughly.
Okay. He's gone off with it. That was very mean, I'm afraid. Inspector Gregson's going to make a very clumsy and embarrassing mistake in next month's installment now. Poor Gregsy. I agree. Anyway, what was that pool? Oh. When's the last time you went on a Ferris wheel? How long since last Ferris wheel for you? Less than a year? Less than 5 years? Less than 10 years? Or more than 10 years? There you go. Pull us up! What else? What else can I not poke at? There, up there. What about up here? Never been on one. I've been on one before. They're kind of fun. That amazing horn none of the ones I went on were that big. They've been like at random fairground kind of things where it's, I don't know, maybe like 5-10 minutes around. I don't know. Been a bit. Scare heights, last one was your one. That's fair. If you're scared of heights, it's probably not a good time. That amazing horn-shaped device is pointing towards the crystal tower. I suppose once people are disassembled by the machine, they're shot out of that thing to wherever they're going. I don't think it was supposed to shoot anything, Runo. It was set up to beam people into the crystal tower, where they'd be reconstructed in their original form. Well, I don't like the look of it. If it was as amazing as it looks, the accidents wouldn't have happened in the first place, of course. I suppose that's true, yes. But nothing ever goes according to plan, does it? I suppose not. So those are people carrying balloons dangling silently in the skies over London. I always thought the day would come when humans would discover how to fly, but I never imagined it would involve them being suspended from colorful, floating Tamari handballs. I'm sure it must feel amazing being up there among the clouds. Let's take a ride together, Runo, please. If I'm being perfectly honest, I would like to try it, but without a cast iron guarantee that the thing won't plummet to the ground, I'm too scared. Oh well, in that case, I should tell you what Hurley said. It's physically impossible for a flying balloon to plummet to the ground, as long as it doesn't explode. That's reassuring. Yes, call me crazy, but I think that exploding part might play on my mind a little. Okay. So what else am I... Mission. Anything. I mean, it seemed like there was more here to find, but... I don't see what... Most things are okay as long as they don't explode. That's true. Okay. Then, I didn't talk to him. That's what I'm missing. Using high voltage electricity to somehow disassemble a man's body, and then beam him across the crystal tower. It's an extraordinary thing to attempt, especially in public.
True, it was by far the most unusual of the experiments planned for the exhibition, mind.
To be honest, I'm a bit surprised it was allowed. Carrying out something so dangerous with so many spectators present, I mean.
The government's doing everything it can to promote new science and technology at the moment. They're more worried about being ahead of the game than the odd spot of public safety infringements. If they can be the first to develop some new technology, it makes Britain more powerful in the future, you see.
Yeah, I suppose that's true, in a way. 63% of chat said it's been more than 10 years. Then less than 10, then less than 5, then less than 1 year. There's only 2 people. Hope you had a good time on a Ferris wheel.
So the powers that be are placing a heavy emphasis on scientists' rights at the moment.
I'm gonna drop the high speeds less authorize. I only agree in as much as the ones that are just straight up and down, I really dislike those. But I like roller coasters and the rest. What sort of rights?
They're making it so that any theories that the brains have remain their legal property, as it were.
That's fair. When you're a kid.
Right through...
Oh, Ferris wheels. Yeah, I suppose.
Right through developing it into a practical idea, and even going into production. Which is the infuriating reason us coppers aren't allowed to touch this crime scene. Because the new highfalutin Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act forbids it.
I see now.
The only people with permission to investigate here are from some brand new department at the yard. The Forensic Investigation Team, it's called. We've been relegated to keeping guard.
The Forensic Investigation Team.
Any old fool can see this heap of scrap metal was a sham to begin with. But just because it says scientific equipment on the paperwork, we can't do a flaming thing with it.
Poor Gregsy. He's very head up, isn't he? Very het up. Het?
Remind me again, what's this new legal act that means we're not allowed to touch the scene here? You haven't me at it, sunshine. The Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act.
That was how I interpreted it. I'm sure it's slang that makes sense here. I think Hurley mentioned that recently with a real twinkle in his eyes, I remember.
I'm sure he did, your ladyship, I'm sure he did. Passed especially for this great exhibition it was. All scientists have to do is present their ideas or inventions to some suits in the civil service. And if it gets rubber stamped, that's a guarantee of rights to maintain the invention's confidentiality.
What does that really mean?
Think about it. Think of all the world-changing new inventions on display every day at this exhibition. Although a good half of them are a load of cobblers, if you ask me. Excuse me, put forward by shammers like yourself.
Thanks for that. Oh, I love how absurd some of the inventions here are. It's also fun.
It might be fun to you, but a member of the force has to be present at every single demonstration. Can you imagine? Hang science, that's what I say.
Oh, I don't think so. That sounds like my dream job.
You'd soon think otherwise after spending a day guarding all these shammers' bogus contraptions.
But if they're all bogus, how can anyone hope to demonstrate them? There'd be no point.
Yeah, well, there is a point, sadly.
Sorry.
Thanks to another of our government's bright ideas, if any theory or invention is deemed to show potential, the government hands out a research grant.
The scientists get funding.
Exactly. And that's what they're all after. All these shammers coming from far and wide to clog a Hyde Park. And who has to keep them all safe there? Who has to smile politely and welcome them? Us coppers, Azu. So you can see why I say it now, can't you? Hang science, hang it.
We don't need it. It'll only result in the internet, and that's bad.
Maybe I can see your point.
Apparently, Professor Harebrain lives and works in Germany now, conducting his research.
That's right. Came back to Britain especially for the Great Exhibition, as I understand it. Probably after one of the government's research grants.
Actually, we learned something else about the professor earlier today. About his time in further education. It turns out he was at university with someone we both know. Lord Van Zeeks.
Was that? That's news to me. But if Van Zeeks means the man's the prosecution, then as the accused, the professor's fate is...
sealed, because the Reaper will get him one way or another.
Blimey, that man's beyond me. I don't know what goes on in that head of his. Talking of Van Zeeks, this morning's paper ran the story of him being attacked. Read that.
Oh yes, but Mr. Reaper's completely fine. Nothing to worry about.
Yes, right. Glad to hear it. Still the Reaper, huh? How long's that business gonna keep up, I wonder? The Reaper.
Nowadays, we have CES, which has, yeah, unfortunately, gone to shit.
The victim in this case, the investor, Mr. Assman.
He was another of the Reaper's victims, or so I heard. I feel like CES has always been kind of a mess in recent memory. It's just, but it's at least was like, here's like a see-through TV that's impractical. Like, still there were some fun things that would come out of it. But yeah, everything I've heard about the recent couple of CES is just like, ugh, blech, bleh.
Lord Barak Van Zieks is a top-class prosecutor.
Those novel stuff are just actively evil, or just actively pointless even, evil aside. Just like, I don't know, I guess I just present an example of it being pointless. It was fun though, you could argue. Anyway.
But even he can't always push the right verdict through. Sometimes justice can't win.
And I've heard about jurors being bribed and evidence being falsified. And that's how the notion of the Reaper of the Bailey came about, isn't it?
Obviously, Scotland Yard suspected Van Zieks initially. We all assumed he was taking matters into his own hands if he failed to seal the deal in court.
Although the man himself denies that charge.
Well, we've done a very thorough investigation, and the conclusion we reached is that Lord Van Zieks is in no way related to the deaths of those people outside the courtroom. There's no question in my mind. I'd stake my reputation on it, I would.
But if that's true, then how do you explain it? All those defendants couldn't have just coincidentally died if nobody killed them.
I know that, but I can't explain it. It's a mystery after all, isn't it? That's the whole point of the Reaper.
Professor Harebrain mentioned something else. He said that at university, Lord Van Zieks was a totally different person, easygoing and kind.
You what?
He said that it was after they both graduated that something happened to change the man. Do you have any idea what it was?
No clue.
Really?
Look, I've got my hands full watching over this frustrating crime scene. Why don't you go and make a nuisance of yourself elsewhere, eh? Right, are you done here, Mr. Naruto?
Sorry?
Isn't it about time you were leaving? Or rather, it is about time you were leaving. That lot are here now.
The science crew? That lot?
The forensic investigation team. They'll be giving me the heave-ho in a minute, too.
Heave-ho? Heave-ho 2 was announced recently. Poor Gregsy. Here, have another cup of my special blend to cheer you up.
Glug, glug, glug. Ah, that hit the spot. Yep, hits it every time.
They really are using that a lot. Well, at least I've seen this scene with my own eyes. Looks like this is as far as we're gonna get with our investigations here, at least. I've been thinking... Hurley might know something, mightn't he? About what? About Mr. Reaper. About what happened to Lord Van Zieks, you mean? Because it sounds like something very significant occurred after he graduated from university. Something that completely changed his life. Maybe, but I have no idea where to find Mr. Sholmes at the moment. He's in the middle of some big case, isn't he? Here, this is what you need. What, some kind of entrance ticket? Madame Tuspels. Okay. Madame Tuspels. Is this supposed to mean something to me?
Isn't perfect choice, but I don't know.
You don't know it? I have to think about it. It's the most popular attraction in London at the moment. It's very close to Baker Street, actually. We could go now if you like. Yeah, I understand the facades. But yeah. No, we don't have time for visiting attractions today, Iris. We have a big trial tomorrow. But that's where Hurley is. What, at this popular London attraction? Yes. How is it that you know where he is? Hurley told me, but he told me to keep it a secret from you, Runo. Madame Tuspels. I don't see how it could be related to the case we're investigating here. But then, stranger things have happened, and when they happen, Mr. Sholmes is usually at the heart of them. No.
Stranger Things reference. There you go. Oh god. Museum of Waxworks. Ah! No! No! What is this place? Look at all these terrifying scenes. Why are all the people so still? Guillotines, ruthless murderers. I know what I'll be dreaming about tonight. They're all wax models. One of them's gonna be a person. Mark my fucking words. They're amazingly realistic, aren't they? What do you think, Runo? Shocked? Wax models? Ag! I read about dead bodies and wax once in a magazine about strange phenomena. Depending on how corpses are kept after death, parts of them can turn to wax, apparently. It's called, adipocere. Stop talking about creepy things like that, Runo. You're scaring me. Anyway, adipocere doesn't form readily, you know. It's only in very specific... Ah! What now? I've just remembered something else I read in another magazine about strange phenomena. There was an old lady, maybe a witch, who used to pour molten wax over corpses and put them on display. None of the exhibits in here are real. Ooh, 3D. Parallax. They're all entirely man-made replicas. They can't be. Do you really expect me to believe that? Just look at them. Oh. Wait, there's a guy sleeping there who reminds me of... there's no way anybody can make models of people that are this realistic. There he is. And they're all such gruesome scenes. Wait. What is it? Oh, no. I must be seeing things. Well, what do you... This entire scene is making me mad. Do not touch the statues. I'm gonna peep. Is this some infamous murderer? Yes, called Jane the Ripper. All her victims were young women. I knew it. You can tell by the way she's holding that knife. Sure sign of a murderer. Well, yes. What's the matter, Runo? I've worked it out. I know what she's doing. She's trying to fill that bathtub with blood so she can have a soak in her victim's gore. Not according to the information about the exhibit on the little board here. It doesn't mention anything about the bathtub. Really? Sorry, I don't think it's significant. I still think it has to be there for a reason. They wouldn't just have a bathtub as part of the exhibit for no reason. Surely. That big heavy curtain is in a very prominent position, isn't it? I have a nasty feeling there's going to be something truly terrifying behind it. Oh yes, that's the famous Tuspel special exhibit. It depicts one of England's most notorious killers. Do you want to pay the extra fee and have a look? Pay more money to be even more terrified? Oh, let me think about that for a moment. It was only a suggestion. What about the... I don't know if I should look at that now or later. I'm just gonna do it now. Is this an arm? It looks like an arm, doesn't it? Maybe one of the waxwork models has fallen over. You don't think it could be the work of one of the mass murderers in here, do you? Bruno, stop scaring me. Is it a wax arm or a real one? Come on, you're always pointing that finger of yours in courts. Poke that arm now and see how it feels. Objection? Moving on. These models are so well made, I can't tell what's a waxwork and what's a real human. Or maybe all the exhibits are real people, and when it's closing time and all the visitors have gone home, they suddenly start moving about. Ugh. Just thinking about it makes me wish it was closing time already and I was on my way home. Is he? Okay, great. Night at the museum. 1906.
Is this an example of Western tsuchigiri? Definitely pronounced that right. I don't know what that is. You know, when an unscrupulous samurai randomly attacks a passerby to test his sword?
Oh.
I still don't know, no.
Ugh.
But actually, a waxwork samurai would probably be hugely popular. Did I nail it? Could you model it, do you think, Runo? Doing that tsuchigiri thing you mentioned? Well, I do have a sword, but I have no intention of testing how sharp it is on a human subject. For now, at least. Maybe there's someone we could test it on. Well, guess that's everything to see in here. It's...
Ah! The great detective, Mr. Sherlock Sholmes! I don't like that he turned to look at me.
Mr. Sholmes has his own wax statue in here? Really?
The stepladder? Was it actually a separate prompt? I could check if I can.
Well, he is world famous after all.
It's an uncanny resemblance, isn't it? It makes my skin crawl to look at it. I know.
But look, Runo, you can kick this Hurley, and he doesn't move a muscle.
Well animated.
You can't go around kicking the exhibits, Iris. Oh, man. Oh, man. It just moved, I'm sure. And not just by a little bit, either. Really? Did it? And look closely. There are beads of sweat on the face of this waxwork model.
Kick him again, it's the only way to be sure.
Shall we move on, Iris? Over there, look, there's a great murder scene to enjoy, much more appealing. My dear fellow, I take exception to your recoiling in such a manner as if you've seen something truly abhorrent. Mr. Sholmes! I knew it. Iris, what possessed you? I strictly forbade you from divulging my temporary waxwork secret to Mr. Naruhodo.
Temporary wax, what do you mean?
And that kick, could you not have exercised a little more restraint? You winded me. But Bruno has something needs to ask you. Kick him again. Question? And I thought you'd probably be getting bored, too. So here we are. Well, I can't deny that your timing was impeccable. A mere 2 minutes more being stationary like that, and my great brain upon which all my success has been built would have turned to wax.
Thank goodness we arrived in time.
There's chaos. Trip to prime. Indeed, in many ways, the pair of you just saved the world from an unimaginable loss. Oh, Hurley, you do like to talk nonsense, don't you?
He could know something, it's true, about Lord Van Zeeks and what happened in the past to change him.
Now that you're here, let's take our time. How can I be of assistance? For your own luck, I'm suddenly quite taken with the idea of conversing.
Well, actually, I'm in quite a hurry.
And if my eyes don't deceive, I believe something is afoot within the walls of this very museum. A most fascinating case, if I'm not mistaken.
Really?
Moreover, I have a strong suspicion that it is related to the matter about which you've come to me now.
But how could it be?
We shall speak again presently, my dear fellow, but for now, I must return to my work.
What? Oh, back to being a temporary waxwork exhibit. Okay, well, while he's standing there, let me see. Okay, I can. I thought it was just part of the exhibit.
That's a funny place for a little ladder. What is it? Is something wrong? No, it's just that in Japanese, we have a totally different word for a ladder that folds in half like that. We do in English too, you know. It's a step ladder, or just steps. So be careful of making assumptions about other cultures, Runo. That's how wars are started.
That sentence escalated quickly.
I didn't realize stepladders were an international point of contention, but the writer makes an astute point.
The writer, okay.
Sheesh. Anyway, yeah, the Great Stepladder Wars. Hey. What is this place? Sholmes, please. Thank you. Madame Tuspels came to London from France 3 years ago, I understand. Since she opened this little waxwork museum last year, it's enjoyed great popularity in London. There are museums like this in Japan, too, but these displays are something else.
I mean, they aren't made from actual real people, are they? The extreme realism of these waxwork models is a particular secret of the Tuspels family, they say. They earned renown during the French Revolution for waxworks of victims of the guillotine. Ugh, that sounds grim. France mention. The gruesome scenes were portrayed with such realism in the expressions of the faces of the condemned. Apparently, the sculptors would make their models directly from the corpses right there at the site of the executions. That really turns my stomach. That's just one of several legends about the Tuspels family. Whether there's any truth in it, I couldn't say. But anyway, this museum houses models of famous people from all over the globe. Nevertheless, the most popular area of the museum by quite some margin is this House of Horrors. House of Horrors. Of course, visitors' numbers are dwindling now as a result of the Great Exhibition, but people usually flock here to see the exhibits of some of London's most vile criminals at their gruesome work. Naturally, most of the miscreants portrayed here were sent to the gallows, so they're even stiffer now than the models of them. Have you heard of poor taste? My dear fellow, the public live for poor taste. They yearn to be shocked. So the hideous exhibits in here are... they're all portrayals of real events that actually took place. Is it just me, or did the temperature in here just seem to drop? Anyway, I advise you not to think too deeply about what you see here. Oh, he's back to being a waxwork, is he? Kick him! What do you mean by a temporary waxwork, Mr. Sholmes? Exactly what you see. I'm part of the exhibits here, catching these criminals in the act. Catching them. Every half an hour, I home in on a different killer in one of the displays and adopt a new pose to ensnare him. When members of the public come for a closer look, I offer them my hand to shake. For a shilling, I'll happily allow them to take a photograph with us. Us? Does he mean him and the waxwork murderers in here? But why, Mr. Sholmes? My dear fellow, isn't it obvious? For the money. He really roared at me there. Very fitting for the House of Horrors. As it stands, I may struggle to pay this month's rent, and I have the ravenous iris to consider. Oh, Hurley, I'm so hungry. I thought she was gonna say I'm sorry, but no. If push comes to shove, I shall have to ask you to do your bit, Mr. Naruhodo. What's he threatening to rope me into now? So, with that in mind, how about a photograph? As a special treat, you may have your pick of the murderers and scoundrels in here. The choice is yours. Maybe some other time. Remember, Mr. Naruhodo, ignore me at your peril. Yep. Back to being a waxwork. Is it just me, or did his final remark there sound a lot like a curse? Well, what is it you'd like to ask me then? Actually, it's about Lord Van Zeeks. Our friend Mr. Reaper. How did you find him? Well, I trust. And so I filled Mr. Sholmes in about everything I'd learned. About Lord Van Zeeks, about Professor Hairbrain, and about the strange coincidence that they'd all been at the university together. So I'm wondering what it was that happened to make Lord Van Zeeks such a different person. I was sure that you'd know, Hurley. You said there was something going on here in this exhibit hall before. That something was afoot. And that you believed it was related to what I wanted to ask you about. Mr. Sholmes. He suddenly clammed up. Well, it seems we've reached the unavoidable... Greetings. Hello. Where did she appear from? And what's she wearing? Could she look any more mysterious? I hope you are appreciating my museum. Sorry, have we... Mr. Sholmes, do you know this? Not again. My apologies. I am Esmeralda Tuspels. This is my museum of waxwork. You're the Madame Tuspels?
Bien sûr. Though only 26 years young, I might add. Is that significant somehow? I'm a madame in name only. It adds a certain je ne sais quoi. Je ne plus sais quoi. Right. Firstly, I must apologize for my waxworks. Or rather, one waxwork in particular. That'll be Mr. Sholmes then. I was led to believe he was a great detective, but he seems unable to settle. Oh! Next time you move from your designated exhibit, there will be toil and trouble. God damn it. She sounds deadly serious. That's a problem. How am I supposed to ask Mr. Sholmes about Lord Van Zeeks now? Let's not forget what Hurley said before, about something being afoot right here in the museum, I mean. I know, but I'm so curious, I want to know what's happening. Haven't we got enough on our plate already? Hello. How are you? That would melt the statues. Sure would. Did you make all these waxworks, Madame Tuspels? I did. I am the 3rd generation of waxwork artisans, you know. Gosh. It was my grandmother who began the tradition in my family. Her fortunes were checkered, living through the turbulent times of the French Revolution, as she did. Though that is when she acquired the savoir-faire that leads to the astonishing lifelikeness. All these waxworks really do look as though they're alive. In fact, they look more alive than Hurley. Hee hee. What you see exhibited here represents the most atrocious of London's criminal past. All the waxworks were created in the presence of the real people on which they are modeled. In the hours immediately following their executions. That is the secret to the extraordinary lifelikeness. That sounds terrifying. All walks of life have similar challenges, I'm sure. To carry out one's trade par excellence, one must go to extraordinary lengths. My exhibits are a reflection of society. I create only that which the public wishes to see. Why couldn't the public have wished for something less horrifying? Do not fear. Sorry? This room is the only one in the museum with such a macabre theme. I do hope you'll explore. There are models of famous singers, actors, politicians, something for every taste, I hope. It was Iris who dragged me straight in here, come to think of it. Sorry, perhaps I should have eased you into things. Something afoot. We'll get to it. I have not been to a Madame Tussauds. What's the situation with that? Oh, my temporary waxwork model. He approached me some days ago, you see, with a business proposal. What sort of proposal? My dear madame, what these sparse exhibits need is the addition of a world-famous great detective. Or words to that effect. Naturally, I am well aware that Mr. Sholmes is widely known in London as a talented detective. It's great detective, actually. He's very specific about it. Yes, the creme de la creme. So I was keen to come to some arrangement with him, of course. But sadly, we were unable to agree terms. Let me guess, someone wanted to charge an exorbitant price for his services? For a mere £500, I will dive into your cauldron of wax this very moment. Or words to that effect. Mr. Sholmes might have overdone it slightly with the sales pitch. That's like 10 bob. Regrettably, the museum has a shortage of funds at the moment due to unforeseen circumstances. So we came to the current arrangement instead. Surely he doesn't really need to do what he's doing, though, does he? I would think not, but he was very insistent. I have a 50-shilling problem that must be resolved by the morning. Or words to that effect. It's the pawnbroker, that's what it is. He must have something to redeem. Is the consulting detective work not going so well? What about the foot? I wonder, could I ask you something? Bien sûr. I'm just curious, is anything going on in the museum at the moment? Some kind of incident, perhaps? Oh, no.
Whoever suggested such a thing to you? Well, it was... He's gone! Your temporary waxwork over there who mentioned it to me a little... Oh, he's disappeared. A wax model is a work of art, not some tawdry object for trade. There! There you are! Leaving the exhibit again when you should be working? Do you wish to be melted down? My dear Madame Tuspel, save your reprimands. There are more pressing concerns. The wax can wait. It's our ideas about your current problem we must now throw into the melting pot instead. Melt him! Melt him! Everyone in chat. Melt him now while you still have the chance. Personally, I would advise you not to involve the police. Why ever not? She's turned as white as a sheet. Because you have at your disposal a great detective, whose services you may employ for a mere 50 shillings. Though please be aware that I prefer... No, I insist upon payment in advance. Very well. Let us see if the great detective is able to live up to his name, shall we? Before I engage my analytical processes, I must ask you to clarify something. What, pray, is behind the curtain? That is the Tuspel special exhibit. There is an extra charge to see it. Ah, the special exhibit in the House of Horrors. Must have picked a serial killer then, I presume? Would you be so kind as to draw back the curtain, I wonder? Absolutely no. There is nothing amiss behind there. Nothing amiss, madame? What about the arm protruding ominously from under the curtain? The game is afoot. Or perhaps an arm. Ah. I'm just like, what does this have to do with the main case? I'm scared. I strongly encourage you to allow me to see what lies beyond before the situation worsens. Very well. I will draw back the curtains, but only a soupçon. It's probably fine. It's probably Shrek. Oh. Okay. I must confess I peeked behind the curtain earlier. Of course you did. The Tuspel special exhibit is a very bleak graveyard scene indeed. And yet, somewhat surprisingly, the waxwork killer one would expect is nowhere to be seen. What to strike one, however? Oh. Is the portly gentleman lying peacefully on his back on the floor? Well then. Well, then perhaps, Mr. Sholmes, that man on the floor is the ruthless killer himself. Reuse juror model. I mean, is it a reused model, or is it the juror guy? Well, I'm afraid not, my dear fellow. He's a perfectly ordinary London gentleman. Not even a waxwork, in fact. What? Yeah, people mention that Raymond's. And I'm trying to find an off-ramp because it's late and my throat is acting up. As skillfully made as these waxworks are, they are always indistinguishable from real humans. So allow me to present my two conclusions. The first is that a sizable business transaction has been taking place in this special exhibit. Thanks, Hydrate. I was thinking that we'd be like wrapping up the investigation soon, and it just keeps going, and now we have a whole separate case. Why would you say that? And the second is that the aforementioned transaction is linked to a serious crime. She looks as pale as candle wax. I don't understand. So, Madame Tuspel, as you've agreed to my fee, you shall now have the pleasure of seeing this famously great detective and temporary exhibit at work. Thanks, Snowbeard. Oh, God. Really? Oh, God. Fucking Jesus. Oh, God. I don't know if I can do this right now. Fuck. Can I save? Chat. I think this is a very fun place to start it next time. I think this is a great place to start. next time. It is late. It is late. Yeah, sure, I'll save there. Thank you for understanding. I'm just like, oh, my throat is late. I'm hungry. I need to rest my voice. So yeah, we will pick it up there. Thank you. I appreciate everyone hanging. This is a good game. I'm having a lot of fun. Let me get caught up so I can stop talking until next stream. That was me clicking on my computer game. Calm down. Yeah, but there was a bunch of stuff. I'm gonna rapidly get caught up. Azul, thank you for the bits. I appreciate it. Studio Meta, thanks for 4 months. Space Queen Leisha, thanks for 64 months. Night App with 100. H-Roll 63. Unpleasantness, thanks for 43. Cortisol, thanks for the classic hammy. Having a curry party. We ate curry and dressed up as Tim Curry characters. And now I get to watch my favorite streamer. That's amazing. Ashborn Phoenix, thanks for 100 bits. Azul, thank you for all those bits. Tina, thanks for soup. Azul, thank you. Ashborn Phoenix, thank you. Azul, thank you. I tried to read those as they came in. So I think I got all those. Sunny Alistar, thanks for the raid. Ashborn, thanks for the bits. Sholos, thanks for the prime. Dan, thanks for the raid. Bellaim, thanks for the raid. Smashman, thanks for the bits. Annette, thank you for the hammy. Aiko, thanks for gifting a sub to Insert Disc 5. Smashman, gifted a sub to Bellaim. Azul, thank you for the bits. Smashmat with more bits. Tomfooler with more bits. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Fortune Chaos, thanks for 9 months. You can catch up on those streams. Put on Figures Mary's going la. Hope you enjoy when you get to it. Ludo History and Maria, thanks for the raids. Chaos, thanks for 41 months. And Snow Beetle, thanks for 85. I appreciate it. Thank you all very much. And of course, for chatting or lurking or whatever you've been up to. If you've been hanging out on these streams, I appreciate it. I have a lot of fun going down the nightmare slide of hell in this game. We'll pick this up next time. I'm gonna go raid out to somebody. And I hope you all have a good rest of your evening. Is it an Onsta raid? I think it might be. Does Onsta have any Herlock emotes? Onsta has Herlock fight. We're gonna throw some Herlock fights. She'll understand that we're all actively mad at Herlock. She'll understand. She's played this. I had to avoid a lot of her streams when she was streaming through this with Karina, who she's currently streaming with. So, go say hi to Onsta. I'm gonna send out the raid. I appreciate it. I gotta rest my voice, so I'm gonna stop talking now. Yeah, the layman. Yeah, that's fun. That's good. Analytical processes. Yeah, being a wax statue. Thanks. Have a good one. Go say hi to Onsta. I don't know what they're playing. Cupid Pair. It looks like they're just chatting right now. I don't know. They're having a good time. So, catch you later. Goodbye. Goodbye. Thanks for watching, WoW Watchers. Hope you're enjoying Case 3 of this stupid game. See you next time. Goodbye.